Chapter 786. There are a dozen of them, all dressed in black, and they are heading straight for me. It looks like Moto was wrong about the evil side not being able to get in here. Either that or they found a way in specifically because they heard about me. Just to see what they will do, I change direction, but they also change to match. They are definitely targeting me, which normally wouldn't be a problem, but I don't want XP. If my soul level goes up, it will make it harder to set Bones free. At least, that is my theory. The enemies are covering ground quickly. They are running like they are in a martial arts movie. It makes me wish I could go down to their world and learn for a while. However, even if I could find a way, I don't have that kind of time. Since I can't do what I want, which would be to fight them, I turn and fly towards the gate. The enemies pursue me, but they are not fast enough to catch up to me. However, they do manage to keep me within sight, but only because I am not going all out. This is mainly because I am somewhat curious as to if they have any other tricks planned, like having an ambush set up at the gate or something that could bring me down out of the air. So, while I am keeping track of them, my main focus is on the area ahead of me. However, while I don't spot anything suspicious, I do hear something. It is the sound of a battle, and it isn't too far out of the way I am currently traveling. In the hopes of finding some allies, I turn and head towards the sound of combat. After flying over a couple of hills, I am able to see the source of the sounds. It is another training battle, and what is more surprising is that I recognize the observer. It is Ryle, the first observer that I talked to after coming into this world. Ryle, there are some unsavory-looking people chasing me. Ryle first shows surprise when I yell at him, but he quickly focuses and looks past me. As soon as he spots the enemy chasing me without saying anything out loud, the fighting stops. The two armies freeze instantly, as if someone pushed the pause button. The two armies look like they have been fighting for a while. There are less than 200 warriors left. However, they all turn in unison and charge towards the dozen enemies. As soon as the two sides meet up, it is obvious that the enemies who were after me are much stronger. They are tearing through Ryle's warriors as if they were made from paper. However, the warriors are able to stall the enemies, which gives Ryle time to act. To my surprise, Ryle is actually much stronger than the enemies and is able to defeat them. With the warriors holding down the enemies, Ryle is able to go around and defeat them one by one. Ryle is able to defeat each enemy in 2 or 3 moves. It is very impressive to watch. Watching him again makes me wish I could go down to his world and learn. Although, since I am no longer humanoid, martial arts wouldn't be as useful to me. It still would probably be fun to learn. Maybe if I can figure out how to create an avatar. If I could make a human avatar and send it to their world, that would work. Maybe after I increase my knowledge of magic, I can come up with a way to make an avatar. It is something for me to keep in mind for later, probably much later. While I am thinking these random thoughts, Ryle has killed all of the enemies. Ryle says, "Are you all right?" "Yeah, they couldn't catch up to me. Thanks for taking care of them," Ryle says. "No problem." I recognize them. They are enemies of my sect. More importantly, the fact that they knew to come after you means that we have a leak. "Are you surprised that your enemy has spies within your sect?" Ryle says. "No, not really. The problem is that knowledge of you is kept restricted. That means there is a high-level spy within the sect. This is a major problem." Yeah, you have a point. Well, I wish you luck hunting down the spy. By the way, is there any news about Moto? Ryle says only that he has entered secluded training, something he hasn't done in ages. In fact, I am very interested in what you talked with him about. Sure, I don't mind telling you. Ryle instantly gets excited. He then declares training ended and sends the warriors home. As soon as it is just the two of us, I start telling him the same information I gave Moto. It is just a bunch of stuff made up for manga anyway, so I don't see any harm in it. If Ryle or his sect get some benefit from it, then I will just consider it payback for all the loot. Even as I am telling Ryle everything, I am looting this new battleground. Considering the dozen enemies that were defeated, I am hoping for some good loot. Gained 8 118 soul coins. Gained 5 healing crystals. Gained 2 soul armor pieces. Bracers, plus 2 defense. Pauldrons, plus 2 defense. Well, 2 more pieces of armor definitely counts as good loot. Too bad there weren't more enemies. Unfortunately, by the time I am done telling Ryle everything, enough time has passed for the sun to be up. So, I cut my loot hunting short, say goodbye to Riel, and head back to the gate. As expected, when I return to my body, it is morning, so I have breakfast with Nala and Albion. Then I check our course and position before picking a cove to the north of the next city. We will park the ship there, and then I can do my scouting during the night. We will take a day to plan and prepare, then hit the city tomorrow night. The faster we act, the less chance that the city will be warned before we attack. Once that is decided, I head back to my cabin and spend the day continuing my reading. While I am reading, I occasionally stop to try something with my mana. Mainly, I am testing theories that I am not sure about to see if the humans got it right or not. Most of the time, it turns out that there is a problem with the theory. However, that doesn't stop me from experimenting. I am just careful about it. After all the effort I put into the ship, there is no way I am going to blow it up. In fact, I even add a few extra enchantments to my cabin, just to be on the safe side. Chapter 787. However, even though most of the theories are wrong or have errors, I can still learn from them. If nothing else, I learn things from how the experiments go. It is just a slow way to learn. Then again, any amount of learning is better than nothing, since I don't have a teacher. Until I can get back to the tower, this is probably the best that I can do. Once I get back and can talk to Yui, my learning should increase by leaps and bounds. For now, any improvements I can make on how I use my mana will benefit me. New ways to use the mana will come from improving my knowledge of how mana works. I don't want to learn any spells at all. Spells are not useful to me with the way I do things. Spells were created to allow people to use external mana and to use more than they could handle. For the most part, mages tend to have weak bodies. If they were to use mana, like I do, they would burn up. Even gathering enough mana internally for a big spell would kill them. Luckily, my body can handle my use of mana directly, and I have enough internal mana most of the time. The few times I have needed to use external mana, my body has easily handled the extra stress. Luckily, my mana pool is now big enough that I have less need for external mana. Not that I am going to stop trying to expand my mana pool. There is no such thing as too much. However, if I can increase my efficiency in using mana, it will have the same effect. It will allow me to create bigger effects using the same amount of mana. That is the reason behind me studying, experimenting, and learning to do new things. I may never be a proper mage, but magic is far too useful to give up on it. However, there are a lot of other things that I need to do, so I can't devote myself to magic. What I really need to do when I get back to the tower is study about time-altering spells. If I don't have enough time, then all I really need to do is to make more time. I know it is possible because the tower's reading rooms already have the enchantment. I just need to learn how to do it and maybe figure out how to do it better. Then I will be able to spend a lot more time studying magic without sacrificing anything else. Until then, I can only spare a bit of time for reading and experimenting. This free time ends when a crewman informs me that we have reached the cove and dropped anchor. It isn't quite dark, so I have dinner with Nala and Albion before I leave. Then I fly over to the human city and begin my scouting, during which I make sure to locate the city library. Even if I don't have time to read them currently, I still want to steal some history books. It isn't late enough yet for me to check on the elves, so I focus on mapping out the city. While I am doing that, I am also scanning the city, looking for any traps. I am also looking for the Mage Guild, but there doesn't seem to be one. However, there are a couple of odd places that pop up on my scan. They are churches. From the positioning of the churches, I would say that religion is very important in this city. As long as there are no elves being held inside the churches, that shouldn't be an issue. However, if we end up having to invade a church, that will probably trigger a major response. In fact, that could be a good way to draw all of the guards as a distraction. I will have to keep that idea in mind when we are planning the assault. For now, it is enough to know that there are no traps set up within the city. That should mean that any warning about us didn't arrive ahead of us, or it was ignored. This city belongs to a different kingdom than the last city, so they might not have believed the warning even if they got it. Either way, it works out well for us, and we should be able to attack without a problem. With enough time having passed, I sweep the city again, this time looking for elves. Surprisingly, there are only 2 locations within the city that have elven life signs. One is a mansion in the nobles area that has a dozen or so elves inside it. The other is a large building near the docks that has over 50 elves inside it. At first, I think this is just a normal warehouse. But after scanning it again, I realize that it is an arena. From the location, I am guessing that it is a black market arena, which might make raiding it a bit more complicated. The black market type of organization is something I haven't dealt with in this world. I don't know anything about how they operate. All I have is some guesses. However, not knowing isn't about to stop me from rescuing those elves. It just means that of the two targets, I will be leading the assault on the arena. That way I can deal with any unusual circumstances that come up during the raid. With the scanning complete, I fly back to the ship where Brightfire and Silverstream are waiting for me. As soon as I show them the map of the city, they start working on the plan. Once we have decided on the plan, I leave briefing their teams to the two of them. I create a soulscape to play with the kids, and then I get some real sleep. After breakfast with the kids, I go back to reading and experimenting until evening. Then, after dinner, I fly towards the city and land just out of sight of the city. This is where Brightfire and Silverstream will meet me, so I take a nap while I wait for them. By the time they arrive, night has fully fallen, and I do a last scout to double check. Once I make sure nothing has changed, we begin the operation immediately. This time, Brightfire and her team are the ones who will attack and hold the gate. So, Silverstream and her team are the ones who head into the city with me. Once we have snuck past the city wall, we split up. 4 elves are coming with me. The rest go with her. Silverstream and her group are heading for the mansion, while I lead my elves to the warehouse. There are several guards and watchers around the warehouse, but I can detect them easily. Instead of doing it myself, I direct the elves with me to take them all out. Once they have done so, I move to the doors and use my mana to disable the traps and unlock the doors. Then, I push the doors open and lead the way inside, scanning as I go. There are more guards and traps inside. I deal with the traps and let the elves handle the guards. Chapter 788. After clearing all the obstacles, I lead the way down beneath the arena. This is where the elven slaves are being kept, along with other slaves. Aside from the elves, there are humans, beastmen, and beasts being kept for the arena. As I am still in my normal form, practically everyone is staring at me with looks of fear. Even the beasts in their cages are cowering as far away from me as they can. The elves at first are also looking scared. Until they notice the elven warriors behind me. After they notice the warriors, the elven slaves put aside their fear and become excited. From the looks of the slaves, they are elven warriors as well, and a few recognize the ones with me. We quickly release them from their cages, and I have the 4 elves with me lead them out. Once all the elves are safely away, I turn and start ripping the other cages open. Once I have broken open all the cages, I notice that not a single slave has moved. They are all still cowering in their cages. Even the beasts haven't moved. So, I turn and head upstairs, and only then do I start hearing sounds of movement. However, if they choose to accept freedom or not really doesn't matter to me. I leave the warehouse and head for the library. On the way, I contact Silverstream. Mission complete on my side. "How are you doing?" Silverstream says. "We ran into some problems, but are now escorting the girls out of the city." "All right. It is your call if you want to do some looting or cause some chaos once they are safe." Silverstream says, "Of course we are going to. If we didn't, then Brightfire would certainly do so." "Yeah, you are probably right. I am going to do a little looting, then I will meet up with you." Silverstream says, "Okay. Breaking into the library is extremely simple. It doesn't even have magical locks. Probably over half the books inside will be useless to me, but I can't take the time to sort them here. So instead, I take 2 backpacks of holding out of my pouch and just shove the books in. Of course, grabbing this many books by hand would take forever, so I use mana. 2 streams of books are flowing through the air and then into the backpacks. Watching this, I have the sudden urge to play music and make the books dance around. However, I resist the urge and continue sending all of the books into the backpacks. Once I have emptied all the books out of the library, I turn to leave, but then I pause. Just out of paranoia, I use my mana to scan the library, and it turns out to be a good thing. There is a small room that I completely missed, so I head over to look for the door. It is tucked behind a bookcase in the back corner and is very hard to spot. The door is a small wooden door, and it looks like it hasn't been opened in a long time. Surprisingly, the door actually has a high-grade magical lock on it, the first I have seen. The locks on the rest of the doors in the library have all been simple mechanical locks. So, of course, my curiosity is instantly triggered, and I start trying to open the lock. In the end, I am unable to pick the lock and end up just destroying it instead. When I destroy the lock, the entire door crumbles into dust. It must have been really old. The door was small. Even an average-sized human would have to duck to get through it. For me to get through it, I end up shape-shifting into an elf so that I am small enough. Inside the room, there is only one bookcase with 20 or so books on it. I randomly grab one and flip it open to see why these books were so well protected. It turns out that all of these books record the true history of the kingdom. Normal history books don't always tell the truth. Rulers tend to want certain things to be forgotten. Well, that at least explains why these books were hidden away behind such a strong lock. All these books go straight into my pouch and are put at the top of my reading list. I would much rather read the hidden history than what is commonly available. Now that I have them, I turn, leave the cramped room, drop shapeshift, and then leave the library. To prevent anyone from knowing I got my hands on the hidden histories, I set the library on fire as I leave. By now, the slaves should be safely out of the city, so causing a little commotion shouldn't matter. It turns out someone else must have had the same idea. I can see part of the city burning. From the map in my head, I can tell that it is the area of the mansions that Silverstream raided. She did say she ran into some issues. I will have to ask her about it later. For now, I take off and fly towards the gate that Brightfire was supposed to attack. Before I even get close to the gate, I start seeing the corpses of human guardsmen. It looks like Brightfire has been having fun. She probably got bored of waiting. As long as she kept the gate secure, I don't really care what she did while waiting. When I reach the gate, I once again find only Brightfire is still there waiting for me. The rest of the elves have already retreated to the ship with the freed slaves. All around the gate tower is a field of corpses, and Brightfire is covered in blood. Is any of that blood yours? Brightfire says, "Nope, I didn't get injured. That is good, but you are not riding my like that." Brightfire says, "What am I supposed to do then?" With a sigh, I use mana to clean the blood off of her, and then I let her climb onto my back. On the flight back to the ship, she gives me a full report of everything that happened. The last thing she tells me is why the mansion area was on fire. Silverstream snapped. What caused her to snap? Brightfire says the slaves in the mansion were all female, so you can imagine how they were treated. Yeah, I've seen it before. Brightfire says, so has Silverstream. She even lived through it. The problem is that one of the elves she found there was her little sister. If she didn't have a mission to complete, she would have burned the entire city down. That is completely understandable. I never even knew she had a sister. Brightfire says, for a lot of people it is easier if they don't talk about who they have lost. I guess that makes sense. I wonder how Silverstream is going to act now. Chapter 7, 89. Brightfire says, she is probably going to be even more impossible to deal with. Not for me, Brightfire says. That is because you are her hero. Probably even more so now. All I can do is laugh as the ship comes into sight. From the cheering, it seems we are the last ones to return. The deck of the ship is covered in elves, and there is a lot of hugging going on. Many of the faces I can see have brilliant smiles and at the same time flowing tears. As soon as I land, Brightfire jumps down and runs off to join in the celebration. I plan to skip the party and am heading to my cabin when I am intercepted. Silverstream throws herself at me and hugs my neck as hard as she possibly can. As she is hugging my neck, Silverstream is crying and saying thank you over and over. Before I can figure out how to react, another elven woman comes up and hugs my neck from the other side. She looks almost identical to Silverstream, so I am guessing this is her sister. When Brightfire called her Silverstream's little sister, I was expecting an elven child. However, if I didn't know any better, I would think the two of them were twins. Unfortunately, they haven't found time to get Silverstream's sister some new clothes, and the rags she has on aren't concealing much. Once again, I am glad that my fur makes it impossible for anyone to see me blushing. I end up standing there like an idiot for almost 10 minutes while I wait for them to get a hold of themselves. The sister isn't that bad. It is Silverstream who takes a long time to regain her composure. Silverstream says, "Ash, this is my little sister. Silverleaf, I never thought I would see her again." "Thank you so much, Ash," Silverleaf says. "It is a great pleasure to meet you, Lord Ash. Thank you for saving my sister and leading her to save me." "You are welcome, but I didn't do all that much," Silverstream says. "Oh no, not much at all. You only rescued most of us from slavery and saved our race from extinction. You are a hero to all of us, whether you like it or not." Stillwater says, "You can't really argue with her, Ash." "Silverleaf, it is great to have you back with us." Silverleaf says, "Elder Stillwater, it is great to see you again. How come you still haven't asked my sister to marry you?" Stillwater says, Excuse me." "Wow," he ran off so fast. "What is the story, Silverstream?" Silverstream blushes and says, "It is nothing. Just a crazy idea my sister came up with." Silverleaf laughs and says, "After everything you have been through, how can you still be so shy?" Silverstream can't seem to answer and very quickly runs away from her sister. Silverleaf bows to me with a huge smile on her face and then chases after Silverstream. It looks like things might be a bit more lively on the ship with Silverleaf around. It also looks like Brightfire was wrong. Silverstream is probably going to be too busy to torment her now. Although, I have to admit that now that I think about it, Stillwater and Silverstream would make a good match. However, I have no plan to interfere and play matchmaker. I will leave that to Silverleaf. Previously, the elves have been fairly restrained and on the quiet side. Since we raided the last port city and freed the elves, that has been starting to change. The elves are showing signs of being more lively and more open about showing their emotions. If I had to guess, I would say that more of their people being brought back has lessened their depression. After all, before I showed up, the elves were in a pretty miserable situation. They were firmly in denial, but it still affected them and their attitudes. Now, the joy of regaining people who they believed were lost is breaking down their mental barriers. This is a good thing in my opinion. Taking back a bunch of depressed elves wouldn't be much fun. Kor is going to have a hard enough time becoming a leader without dealing with a bunch of moody elves. Now that the sisters have run off, I quickly return to my original plan and head to my cabin. Nala and Albion aren't here. They are probably out enjoying the party. With everyone in a good mood, they can get as much attention as they want. Besides, the party is a good place for the newly joined elves to get used to them. Albion isn't an issue, but Nala is a predator and definitely looks like one. So, seeing the other elves being calm around her should help them get used to her. Speaking of, both of them have grown quite a bit recently. They should be almost fully grown. It is about time I teach them how to work on their cores, since I can't do it for them anymore. I should also start working on my own core. Who knows, it might even increase my mana. However, before I do anything else, I get out the charts and plan our route to the next city. I won't interrupt the party, but in the morning we will need to set sail again. Sticking around would be just asking for the humans to find us and come for their revenge. Not that I am all that scared of a human attack, but the new elves could use some peace and quiet. They have to have a lot of mental damage after what they have been through. They will need time to adapt to the new situation and eventually begin to heal. Luckily, I don't have to worry about all of that. It is 100% not my problem. Stillwater and Silverstream, as the elders, will have to figure that stuff out. Which is good, because I am absolutely no good at being a therapist. My skills lie in the opposite direction. Ever since I was a kid, I've only been good at driving people crazy. Or at least, that is what I've always been told. Mostly by my parents and friends. Not that I minded. I was only concerned with having fun, and sometimes that meant annoying people. In fact, sometimes annoying people is one of the funnest things to do. It was especially fun to annoy adults who thought they were smarter than I was. That got me kicked out of school a couple of times. Most adults are sore losers. Suddenly, I shake myself out of my memories. I can't believe I got lost in memories of my first life. That is the most I have thought about my old life since I came to this world. It feels strange to think so much about my old life. I thought I had put it behind me. Chapter 790. It doesn't matter now. Nothing from that world means anything anymore. This world is my home now. I wouldn't go back to my old world for any reason. That is one option that the goddesses gave me that I will never even consider. Although, I can just imagine what would happen if I went back as I am now. I am fairly confident that bullets wouldn't be able to hurt me, but I am not so sure about missiles. Of course, nukes would straight up obliterate me no matter what I tried to do to defend myself. While it is fun to imagine, I wouldn't actually play monster. Too many innocents would die. On the other hand, if I could somehow take magic to my old world, that might be worth it. Watching the world go insane as mages and monsters suddenly appeared would be hilarious. However, that isn't really an option, so thinking about it is just a waste of time. In fact, any thoughts about my old world or my old life are a waste of time. Instead, I turn and focus my mind on the future and plans that I need to consider. The next city is the last one before we reach the kingdom that we are already at war with. I plan to skip both port cities of that kingdom, but even going past it will be dangerous. They have a decent navy, and by now, they have probably replaced the ships I sank. Once we pass the kingdom's territory, there are only 2 more port cities before we reach the northern coast. Unfortunately, the charts I managed to get end there, the northern coast is blank. So, I either need to find some better charts, or we will have to sail blind. Sailing blind is definitely the worst option. The ocean is really dangerous. The main point of charts is to be able to avoid the worst of the dangerous areas. Hopefully, the last port city on this side of the continent should have charts showing the northern side, or at least part of it. Enough to get to a port city on the northern side should be enough. In the end, I may need to collect charts multiple times, but that is better than sailing blind. If the worst comes to the worst, I can always fly ahead as a scout, but that would be a lot of work. If this was Earth, I wouldn't be as worried. But when you add monsters and magic things change, a normal ocean has enough dangers. But I have no way to know what else might crop up. Monsters I am fairly prepared for, or at least as prepared as I can be right now. The charts I have show several areas where magical anomalies crop up often. Everything from whirlpools and tornadoes that suddenly appear to reefs that move around. What is worse is that those are what people have survived to report about. There are other areas. Those areas are just marked as death because no ship has ever returned. Those types of places are why sailing blind is such a bad idea and why I am worried. So, getting more charts has to be the top priority, even if it means attacking other ships. Although there are always ships in port, we could always rob one of them during a raid. There are probably stores in the port that sell charts, but I have no idea how to find them. My mana scan is pretty good, but not good enough to scan for charts specifically. Objects are much harder to locate through mana scanning than living beings. I suppose I could try sneaking in as a human and asking around, but that would be dangerous. Mainly because I don't know much about human culture in this area, and I would stand out. Maybe when we reach the northern area, I can find a human city to infiltrate. For now, I have plenty of time to think of other options. No need to do anything desperate. Yet, however, I can't afford to waste too much time. So I need to get back to the peninsula. Before I can think any further, the cabin door opens and Nala and Albion come in. They both look exhausted. They probably had a lot of fun and wore themselves out. Since it is already really late, I decide to lay down with them and get some sleep. It is almost noon when we wake up and have some breakfast, but that is fine. Considering the night raid and party, most of the elves are probably still asleep. What does concern me is that I can tell from the feel that the ship isn't moving, so after we are done eating, I head up on deck to see what is going on. The shift of sailors is awake, but apparently no one issued any orders to set sail. So I take charge, start issuing orders, and soon get the ship underway. Other than the sailors, who look exhausted, the entire ship is completely silent. It looks like the welcome party for the freed elves probably lasted until dawn. However, I can't afford to leave the ship sitting still for a full day while everyone recovers. Once the ship is moving, I let the sailors go wake up the next shift to replace them. It is almost dinner time when the rest of the elves finally start waking up and moving around. They look tired, but happy for the most part, almost like happy zombies. It makes me wonder why the reaction to this group was so much stronger than for the last group. Sure, there was a party last time as well, but it wasn't this extensive. Just as I am wondering about the difference, Stillwater comes on deck and heads straight for me. Stillwater says, "Ash, I am so sorry I missed my shift. Things got a little carried away last night." Yeah, I noticed. I was actually curious about the reason behind it. Stillwater says while it is good that we recovered more people, it is mainly due to Silverleaf. Even though you saved Silverstream first, she hasn't been the same since. It was only last night that we finally saw traces of the Silverstream we knew in the past. Oh, is it really that big of a deal? Stillwater says. Very much so. In the past, Silverstream was the leader of the Scouts, and Silverleaf was the leader of the Warriors. Even though back then they weren't counted as elders, they still had a lot of influence. So, that is why everyone went a little crazy. Stillwater says mostly, as you saw for yourself, Silverleaf has a rather strong personality. Everything always ends up a little crazier when she is involved. Speaking of, what is this about you marrying Silverstream? Stillwater says, nothing. That is just a crazy idea Silverleaf came up with. There is no truth to it. That is too bad. I think the two of you would make a decent couple. Stillwater says, oh, not you too, Chapter 791. Haha, relax, I was just teasing you. I have no intention of playing matchmaker. Stillwater says, whew, that is a relief. If you got involved, I couldn't really argue against you. Why would that be? I am not even an elf, Stillwater says. No, you are not. You are just the hero that has saved us all. My people will listen to pretty much anything you say. Do you think Silverstream would do as I say? Stillwater says, I don't know and I don't want to find out. So, don't even think about it. At that, I just start laughing and walk away, leaving a fuming Stillwater to take the helm. Although I don't want to play matchmaker, it would be really fun to stir things up. Then I could just sit back and watch the chaos and drama that follows. It would be good payback for Silverstream, since she tried to play matchmaker with me in Brightfire. However, it being entertaining is not a good enough reason for me to get involved. Although, if at some point the elves' morale gets really low, this would be a good distraction. Right now, though, the morale on the ship is higher than I have ever seen it. Unless something catastrophic happens, I don't see there being any morale problems in the near future. If anything, morale will just keep getting better as we raid more cities. Well, as long as we keep winning on our raids, morale will keep improving. If a raid fails, or worse, has heavy casualties, then that might cause the morale to crash. However, all I need to do is be careful in my scouting and planning to prevent that. Now that the Elven Warriors have levels, as long as we avoid any traps, they should be fine. The humans can also gain levels, but I would think only their elites would be a match for the elves. Not because the elves are high level, they aren't, but because of the gear the elves have. Thinking of gear, I grab a sailor and leave a message for Silverstream to come see me. Once she is awake and moving, someone will pass the message to her. In the meantime, I head back to my cabin to spend some time with Nala and Albion. After cuddling with them for a while, I start teaching them how to work on their cores. This involves teaching them how to meditate, which is hard when they won't sit still. Just after I decide to try again after feeding them, Silverstream and Silverleaf arrive. Silverleaf says, nice to see you again. Ash, hope you don't mind me tagging along. No, not at all. Silverstream says, what did you want to see me about? Ash, I wanted to ask if during the looting we managed to get some high-quality cloth. Silverstream says, well, we did, but I doubt it will work. Why is that? Silverstream says, because it is very brightly colored. Do we have black dye? Or even black ink? Silverstream says, we have some, but not a great quantity. That won't work then. Do we have anything in quantity that is black? Or even just dark? Silverstream says, no, not that I can think of. Silverleaf says, what about charcoal? The crafters have tons of that. Silverstream says, that can't be turned into dye though, can it? Even if it can, I don't know how to make dye, but bring me the cloth and some charcoal. I will see if I can figure something out. Silverstream says, all right, I will be right back. As soon as Silverstream leaves, I turn to look at Silverleaf, who hasn't moved. The entire time I was talking with her sister, she just sat there petting Nala and Albion. Other than a few comments, it didn't even look like she was paying attention. Is there something you wanted to ask me? Silverleaf says, Number, I just wanted to thank you for saving my sister and leading her to save me. This is the kind of debt we can never repay. But if you need anything at all, just say it. There is no debt. You don't need to speak like that. I just have a hatred for slavery and those who keep slaves. If I had found the elves keeping slaves, I would have wiped them out. Silverleaf says, Even if those are your reasons, it doesn't remove the debt the elves owe you. Besides, that doesn't explain why you built this ship and are taking us all somewhere safe. Realizing she hasn't heard the full story, I start telling her about Kor and the origin of elves. Since she was only rescued yesterday, there is still a lot she doesn't know about. So, while we are waiting for her sister, I tell her about my origin as well. When Silverstream returns, she has a huge pile of bright pink silk and a bucket of charcoal. The color of the silk is intense. It must have been extremely expensive just to dye it. When Silverstream hands it to me, I find it also very high quality, the kind of thing I would expect royalty to wear. Silverstream says, What do you think? Will this silk work? It is high enough quality. The problem will be hiding the color, but is it okay for me to use this? Will the elven women come after me for ruining something so pretty? Silverstream says, Saving our people is far more important than a few pretty dresses. Silverleaf says, Sister, can you really still not tell when you are being teased? Silverstream looks at her sister and then turns to give me a dirty look, but I just laugh. Then I take the silk and spread it out on the floor. It looks like enough to make 20 cloaks or so. Next, I take the charcoal and crush it into powder before spreading it around on the silk. Despite what they said, both girls have a pained expression when they watch me ruin the silk. Once that is done, I use my mana to cover the silk and start trying to merge the charcoal into it. I am pretty sure this is something I shouldn't be able to do, but magic is great for breaking rules. Charcoal is pretty much pure carbon, and making it bond with the silk fibers would be easy. However, that would probably make the fabric too stiff. Instead, I am trying to merge them. Not only should that darken the color, but it should also keep its flexibility. At least that is what I am hoping to achieve. And since magic acts by intent, it should work. Even if my memory of how carbon acts, the magic can still make it work. Having magic is the biggest cheat of all, and I couldn't be happier to have it back. Chapter 792. While it does work, it isn't exactly what I wanted. The silk ends up a dirty gray. However, it keeps its flexibility and is even tough enough to provide some extra protection. Now, before I can start enchanting it, I have to cut it, but I need to make 23 cloaks. Originally, there wasn't enough material, but I am able to stretch it to just barely be enough. In the end, I have to make 20 slightly thinner cloaks and 3 good cloaks. The 3 good ones will be for Brightfire, Silverstream, and Silverleaf. The thinner ones will go to the troops, but they should still work just fine. Once the cloaks are all cut, I start doing the enchantments on them, but I can't do invisibility. In trying to do an invisibility enchantment, I do figure out an enchant to draw eyes away. It isn't as good as full invisibility, but I am not done experimenting yet. Since I can't do full invisibility, I start playing around with a few other ideas. In the end, the best I can come up with is an enchantment to blend into the shadows. Between that and the enchantment to draw eyes away, it is almost as good as invisibility. That is all the thinner cloaks can hold, but it should be enough to help them sneak through human cities. Once I have figured it out, I quickly enchant the rest of the 20 normal cloaks. Then, I start working on the 3 commander cloaks, which get the same enchantments. The main difference is these cloaks can hold more mana than the thinner ones, so they get an extra enchantment, one that I think will protect them from magical detection. When the first one is done, I hand it to Silverstream and have her try it out. Once she puts it on and moves to the edge of the cabin, I can only barely see her outline. If I didn't know exactly where she was even, I would have a hard time noticing her. Of course, it is easier to spot her when she is moving, but that is to be expected. When I scan for her with mana, I can still spot her, but it is a little harder than normal. Since I have no idea what kind of detection spells the humans have, This is the best I can do. Silverstream, how does it feel? Silverstream says, it feels a little weird, like I have an itch I can't reach. I think it will be fine once I get used to it. All right. Is it easy enough to use? Silverstream says. Oh, yeah, completely easy, Silverleaf says. Even though you are talking, I can't tell exactly where you are. That cloak is amazing. I will make yours next so you can try it out. Silverleaf says. What? I am getting one. Yeah. Stillwater told me you used to be the commander of the warriors. I was assuming you would be joining the combat unit, or was I wrong? Silverleaf says, to be honest, I am not really sure yet. No worries. I am not going to pressure you. I will still give you the cloak. If you decide later not to fight, you can give it back. Silverleaf says, all right. Thank you, Silverstream says. There is one condition, not tormenting people with it. The cloak is for serious use only. Silverleaf says, can't I just tease Stillwater with it? Silverstream says. No, Silverleaf says. All right, fine, I promise. I can't help but laugh as I hand the second cloak to Silverleaf, who immediately puts it on. She then tries to use it to play hide and seek with Nala, but it doesn't work very well. Nala easily tracks her by her scent and finds her every time. The cloak isn't perfect. Silverstream says, we will need to do something to cover our scent before any operations. Yeah, sorry, there is only so much I can do. Silverstream says, no, it is fine. The scouts have our tricks. Hiding our scent won't be a problem. All right, here is the last cloak. Give it to Brightfire when you see her. Silverstream says, sure thing. Just as soon as she makes the same promise as my sister, oh, is Brightfire a trickster? Silverleaf says, she used to be. Before everything went bad, she was my partner for most of my pranks. Silverstream says, she has changed a lot since we were captured from what Stillwater told me. She partially blamed herself for our capture. Guilt, whether real or imagined, can be a great motivator for change. Do the two of you blame her for what happened? Silverstream says. No, not at all. Silverleaf says, there were times when I did, but no, it wasn't her fault. Then, as long as you both tell her that everything should work out, Silverleaf says, do you think she would go back to the way she was? I doubt it. Once you are forced to grow up, it is hard to go back. However, once the guilt is gone, there should be some changes, but they will take time. Silverleaf says, sis, let's go find her. Silverstream says, all right. We will talk to you later, Ash. The two of them quickly leave to go find Brightfire, and I am glad not to be involved. It is sure to be a very emotional conversation, and I would much rather not deal with it. Instead, I open a Soulscape and invite all the kids to play for a few hours. I also invite Miria, but it has been weeks since she accepted an invitation. She should still be in the captain's trial. I just hope that she is going all right. I am fairly confident that she has the skills to pass the trial, but accidents are still possible. Even if something were to go wrong, there is nothing I can do about it, so I am worrying for nothing. However, that doesn't stop me from worrying. It just makes me feel worse. So I quickly turn my attention to the kids and let them distract me from worrying. Once the kids are worn out, I end the Soulscape. But I don't head back to the hall. Instead, I turn my attention to my core. It is about time I start working on it. I want to see what is going on with my new race, and my core is my only real clue. Before this, I was worried that my body would be harmed by improving my core. However, I am pretty sure that my body has reached maturity, so it should be fine, just to be safe. When I start working on my core, I do it really slowly to start off. At the first sign of pain or something going wrong, I will immediately stop. As I am slowly refining my core, I am happy to see that nothing goes wrong. Not only does it not hurt, but it actually feels good, and it only gets better as I make progress. Chapter 793. Core Upgrade Progress, 100%. Core Upgrade completed. Core Rank 2, plus 400 horsepower, plus 200 MP. Even though I was trying to be careful and go slowly, I managed to upgrade to Rank 2 in about an hour. The entire process went smoothly, which is a little surprising since I was expecting something to go wrong. It is a pleasant surprise, though, and I am tempted to keep working on my core. However, that would be pretty reckless, so instead I do an in-depth study of my body. Even after spending another hour checking every inch of my body, I don't find anything wrong. It looks like I was right. My body is mature enough to handle improvements to my core. However, I still plan to be cautious and take my time, so I go to sleep until morning. Or at least that was the plan. But I've only been asleep for about an hour when I am woken up. What wakes me up is the alarm going off, so I quickly rush up to the bridge to see what is going on. However, before I make it far, I can already see what is causing the alarm. The ship is under attack by a type of creature that I wasn't expecting to see outside of a computer screen. In WoW, they were called Nagas. Their upper body is humanoid, and their lower body is snake-like. They are intelligent, they use both magic and weapons, and they outnumber the elves by quite a bit. This area had markings on the charts. But before seeing the Nagas, I didn't know what they meant. Now I am guessing that those markings mean danger beasts live here. With a quick mana scan, I am able to detect over 100 Nagas, both on the ship and in the water. Luckily, a lot of the elves we freed in the last city were warriors, so the elves aren't too badly outnumbered. However, the Naga aren't just attacking the elves on deck, they are also attacking the ship itself. They probably want to sink her and then loot her when she is on the ocean floor. No way am I about to allow that to happen. Not after all the effort I put into this ship. Instead of attacking the Nagas directly, I take a support role and start using my mana. With my mana, I start by reinforcing both the protective and repair enchantments. At the same time, using my divine power, I start healing any elves who get wounded. This way, the elves won't die, and they will get the experience from killing the Nagas. The elves' main disadvantage at this point is that they don't have any magic users. So I also have to pay attention and counter the spells cast by the Naga magic users. Brightfire and Silverstream are in command of the elven warriors and are doing a good job so far. This kind of surprise attack is a real challenge for them as leaders, and I am glad to see them doing so well. Silverleaf is also currently fighting, but she is not acting as a leader, just a warrior. Even the sailors have taken up bows and are in the rigging providing support fire. From how things are going, I would say that the elves would win even without my support. However, they would take casualties, which is what I am trying to avoid. Although, if I am going to keep letting them fight their own battles, I should come up with a way for them to counter magic. They will have their own mages once we get back, and Core has a chance to train them. So, all I really need to do is come up with something temporary until then. Taking an idea from D&D, my best bet would be to make some wands for them. Not only would that solve the problem for now, but the only resource needed is some wood. Each wand only needs to hold a single spell, just with multiple charges. Other than wood, it will just take some time. But there isn't much point to going back to sleep. The Nagas aren't stupid. Once they lose about a quarter of their troops, they retreat. Since they haven't been able to gain any ground on the deck of the ship, they change tactics. As the elves are celebrating, the Naga all focus on trying to sink the ship. However, with me boosting the enchantments, they aren't able to do any real damage. What little damage they do manage to do quickly repairs itself. They have no chance of sinking my ship. As soon as the Naga realize that, they swim back down into the depths. Once the Naga retreat, I leave the elves to clean up and head back to the cabin. Nala and Albion also joined in the battle, so the cabin is empty when I enter. There are still some small branches from the tree left, so I use them and start experimenting. It doesn't take me long to figure out how to put spells with charges into the wands. The hard part is figuring out how to set a command word for the spell to be released. It is something I have done before, but it needs to be targeted when released, which is the tricky part. After a bit of playing around, I think I have it figured out, so I head up on deck. As I look around, I am looking for someone to be my guinea pig for the wands. After all, if I test them, my mana will make sure it works exactly how I want. The aftermath of the battle has already been cleaned up, and there is only the normal shift on deck. When I look up at the bridge, I find that Brightfire is currently the one in charge. She will work, so I walk up to the bridge, smiling at her as I approach. Brightfire says, "What is with that look? What do you want?" "I need you to test something out for me," Brightfire says. "It is not something weird, is it?" "No. What are you even thinking about?" Brightfire blushes and says, "Then what do you want me to test?" Ignoring her weird response, I explain the wands to her and how to use them. Then I have her test the 3 wand types by firing them into the ocean. The 3 types are a firebolt, a lightning bolt, and an ice lance, and all 3 work. Mostly. There are a few improvements I can make just from watching Brightfire test them out. Other than that, they work pretty well, but I should probably also come up with some defensive wands. I don't even have to ask Brightfire to keep testing them. She quickly uses all the charges while giggling. Brightfire says, "These are amazing. Can I have more?" "Not if you are going to waste them the second I give them to you." Brightfire says, "I won't, I promise." "All right then." I plan to make several sets. This is so that the elves can fight against magic users. Brightfire says, "I noticed during the battle earlier, so I get what you mean. By the way, thank you for saving so many lives today. It would seem that we aren't ready to stand on our own yet." Chapter 794. Not yet, but you are stronger than you used to be. As long as you keep improving, you will get to the point where you don't need me anymore. The main problem right now is that you don't have any mages or healers. I wonder if I can make a wand for healing. Brightfire says, "If you could, that would be awesome." I already planned to make some defensive wands, so I will experiment with healing as well. Brightfire says, "If you need anything tested, or there is anything else I can do to help, just let me know." "Will do." With that, I head back to the cabin and get to work on some new wands. For the 3 types of offensive wands, I make 14 sets. Then I start experimenting with defensive wands. Since I already know how to do the hardest part, it doesn't take me long to figure out the rest. The only time I really run into a problem is when I try to make a healing wand. No matter how I try it, my Sacred Touch spell just won't stay in the wand. It is a mana-based spell, so it should work. But it just dissipates as soon as I put it into the wand. "Saronia, got a second?" Saronia says, "For you? Always. What is up?" "I want permission to experiment with divine power again. I am trying to make a healing wand for the elves to use." Saronia says, "Now that your soul is healed, it should be fine. Just be careful and try not to blow anything up." "Don't worry. My cabin has enchantments to help deal with any explosions." Saronia says, "That just makes me more worried." "Don't worry. A small explosion can't possibly kill me." Saronia says, "How can you be so sure?" "I don't want to tell you. You will yell at me." Saronia says, "Why would I yell at you?" "Wait, how many times have you blown yourself up?" "See, even without me saying it, you are already yelling at me?" We argue back and forth a few more times over the next few minutes before she gets mad and starts ignoring me. It leaves me smiling. She gets so cute when she gets flustered, I just can't help myself. Since she gave me permission, I start experimenting with making a divine wand. It actually turns out to be fairly easy. The only drawback is the wands are not rechargeable. Once the last healing charge is used, the wand turns to dust, and I don't know why. While I am glad it works, I am annoyed that I can't figure out why the wands are destroyed. It goes back to my lack of knowledge, but I know even less about divine power than I do about mana. However, that probably won't change. I don't plan to become a priest or a god, so I do my best to force down my curiosity and dissatisfaction and bury them. Then I go up on deck to find Brightfire and have her test out the wands for me. Once they are done, I give her 11 sets and tell her to choose 10 elves to be the wielders. The remaining 3 I plan to give to Stillwater, Silverstream, and Silverleaf. By the time I am done with everything, the sun has been up for a few hours. When I get back to my cabin, I wake up Nala and Albion to have some breakfast. After eating, I head up and check our course and position, then I pick a cove. After informing Stillwater of the cove to head for, I take off and fly towards the next port city. When I get close to the city, I shapeshift into my eagle form to fly over the city and take a look. It is too early to bother scouting for any elves, but I memorize the city's layout. I pay special attention to the city gates to see if there are any specific requirements to enter. Luckily, while there is a fee to enter, I don't see the guards checking any kind of identification. Once I have verified that, I fly away from the city for a bit, and then land near the road. After looking around to make sure I am unobserved, I shapeshift into human form. Then, I take out some materials and make some clothing that will fit me and not look too bad. Then I take the flame sword out of my pouch and put it on my back and start walking. Once I am on the road, I follow it to the city and nervously approach the city gate. As I stop before the guards, I do my best to make sure my face doesn't show how nervous I am. While I am not worried about these guards being able to hurt me, I am worried about being discovered. If they are able to see through me easily, it means I won't be able to sneak around. However, contrary to my worries, the bored gate guard barely looks at me and just asks for the entry fee. Luckily, I still have coins from the last time I played at being a human, so I pay without saying a word. The coin isn't from this kingdom, but that doesn't seem to matter as the guard waves me in without a word. It makes sense. If there is trade between the kingdoms, then they should be used to seeing other countries' currency. As I walk into the city, my mood quickly improves. My gamble has paid off. Now that I am in the city, I head for the docks and start looking through the various shops. After a bit of wandering, I find what I have been looking for, a shop that caters to ship captains. As soon as I walk in and see dozens of types of charts laid out, I can't help but smile. Not only do they have the charts I need, but everything else a ship captain could need. As I walk through picking up pretty much one of everything, I can see the clerk's eyes light up. If this place works based on commission sales, then I am probably about to make his month. The clerk has a huge smile on his face as he calculates the total price for everything. Clerk says, "Good sir, the total is 1,760 gold. After hearing the amount, I start pulling gold out of my pouch and counting it out. At first, the clerk just looks happy. But as I continue pulling gold out of the pouch, his eyes widen. Right? Bags of holding probably aren't common here, but it won't matter. I've got what I came for. Once the clerk has verified the amount, I start putting everything into my pouch. This makes the clerk's eyes go even wider, but this time I don't even notice. I am too busy thinking of the future. These charts cover half of the northern coast. Since it is still early in the day, I decide to spend some time wandering around the city. There isn't anything else I really need to do. I am just wasting time and relaxing. I am a little hungry, so I eat food from a number of street stalls. But suddenly I find myself surrounded. Chapter 795. At first, I think someone somehow saw through my shapeshift, but I quickly realize that these aren't city guards. In fact, they aren't guards of any kind. They look like common thugs, but there are a lot of them. The common people on the street quickly clear out, leaving around 30 people around me. Thief says, "Hand over your bag of holding and we will let you live." As he says that, the thugs around me all take out an assortment of rusty and broken weapons. They look so weak and pathetic that I have to struggle not to burst out laughing. I could probably kill all of them with a single swing if they came close enough. "You will let me live. You would have to be capable of killing me first," Boss says. "Stop talking. Just kill him and get the bag. The guards won't stay away forever." With yells of "Yes, boss," the group of thieves charge at me with their pathetic weapons. Under the clothes I made, I am still wearing the angel's armor. Between that and the toughness of my body, I am not worried. The first thieves to reach me start violently stabbing me, but I don't feel a thing. In fact, a lot of their weapons break when they stab me, leaving them dumbfounded. This is just like a scene out of a manga, and I admit I am enjoying this feeling of overwhelming power. However, I am not doing nothing. I am just waiting for all of the thugs to get within range. As soon as all the thugs, except the boss, are in range, I draw my sword. Then with a single whirlwind attack, this entire section of the street is painted red. The boss, who is covered in blood, just stands there and starts screaming. His high-pitched screaming quickly gets on my nerves, so I walk over and cut his head off. Standing there, I can feel the eyes of people on me, watching me, and there are a lot of them. Stories of this are going to spread quickly, and there is no way I can stop it unless I kill everyone. Even if I kill all the witnesses, stories will still spread, just with less details. However, that kind of massacre would greatly alert the leaders of the city. That would make our raid much more likely to run into problems, which I want to avoid. The problem is, how do I get out of this without making things even worse? If I shapeshift at all, it will definitely alert the city, and who knows what kind of tracking magic they might have. Then again, I don't even know if they have a mage organization because I haven't scanned the city yet. Once again, I was too cocky and didn't even think about needing an escape route. The worst choice would be to stand here and wait for the guards to show up. Knowing that all the city gates have guards, I turn and start walking towards the docks. As I walk away, I casually flick the blood off of my sword and put it away. Hopefully, the people watching will report this as me being a human blade master. Luckily, I don't think anything I did is outside the capabilities of the humans. As long as I don't do anything too outrageous, I am hoping that the city officials won't take it too seriously. Now I need to get out of the city and only come back after dark to do my scouting. Once I leave the street where it happened, everything around me looks normal. The people on that street are probably still in shock and haven't started to spread the word yet. However, I can't count on that lasting for long, and once it starts, word will spread like lightning. As soon as I spot an empty alley, I duck into it and put my sword in my pouch. Then I use my mana to change the look of my clothes and grow some facial hair. Hopefully, that should be enough changes that I won't match any descriptions. I wish I knew how to use my shapeshifting ability better so I could alter just my face. However, since this is currently the best I can do, all I can do is hope it is enough. So I walk out of the alley and start to casually stroll towards the docks. I don't hurry my steps, nor do I look around much. Either would draw attention. As I am strolling, I start hearing an increasing amount of conversations around me. From a few overheard words, I can tell the conversations are about what I did earlier. As expected, the speed of rumors is incredible, but I am not too worried. Everything I overhear is greatly exaggerated, and it will only get more so over time. Hearing descriptions of a swordsman over 8 feet tall makes me smile. As long as the city guards don't find someone who can give an accurate description, I should be fine. After a few more minutes of walking, I reach the docks and start looking around. When I find a spot with no witnesses, I dive into the water and start swimming. All the people grouping up to talk about the rumors actually makes it easier for me to avoid notice. Once I am in the water, it is simple enough for me to swim out of the port without being spotted. When I am clear of the port, I drop the shapeshift and swim north of the city. The cove the ship is heading for is south of the city, but I want to see if anyone chases me first. While I am fairly sure that I didn't leave any traces behind, it is better to be safe. Besides, I don't need to return to the ship until after I have finished my scouting. So when I spot a nice beach, I head onto it and lay in the sun for a while to relax. While I could easily dry myself with mana, it feels better to let the sun warm and dry me. It is very relaxing, and it makes me think that I don't let myself relax enough. There are always so many things that I need to do that I hardly ever take any time for myself. Even now, I could be working on my core or visiting the hall, but instead, I just lay there. The beach is secluded and surrounded by cliffs. The only way to get here easily is from the water. It is a small beach with no fresh water. There shouldn't be any reason for ships to stop here. Despite that, I actually see a ship, and it is approaching the beach and slowing down. Before long, the ship comes to a stop and drops its anchor. They are definitely coming here. Luckily, the crew is getting boats ready, and it doesn't look like anyone has spotted me yet. Looking around, I spot a group of rocks that should be big enough and quickly move behind it. Peeking around the rocks, I can see the crew loading crates onto the rowboats. It looks like they are planning to bring their cargo ashore. But why would they be unloading here? Chapter 796. As I watch, the sailors lower the boats and start rowing towards the beach. When they reach the beach, I crouch down to reduce the chances of them spotting me. Luckily, they aren't looking around much. They just unload the crates and carry them towards the cliff. The cliff they head towards is the one on the south side of the beach, closest to the city. To my surprise, they move aside some large rocks and reveal a cave opening. I finally get it. They are smugglers, and that cave probably leads to a tunnel to the city. However, the sailors don't go into the cave like I was expecting them to. Instead, they light a torch and set it at the entrance. Then they put the crates down. They sit on the crates and relax, but I keep seeing them glancing at the cave entrance. Sailor 1 says, "Are they late or are we early?" Officer says, "We were right on time." "Those idiots are late," Sailor 2 says. "You don't think the guards are onto us, do you?" Officer says. "No. If the guards knew about us, they would have been here waiting. Those idiots are probably just chasing a woman." They sit around chatting and continue bashing whoever they are waiting for. They are going through a lot of effort just to avoid customs. It is making me wonder what is inside those crates. It is either something illegal or something very valuable. But before I can move, someone comes out of the cave. Officer says, "It is about time. Where are the others?" "Why are you alone?" Thug says. "It is horrible. I am the only one left. All the others were slaughtered." As all the sailors are staring at the thug in shock, I realize what is going on. It turns out that the group of thugs I killed were the people the smugglers were waiting for. Such a pleasant coincidence. Now I have no reason to spare these sailors. Sailor 1 says, "What are you talking about? How could they be dead?" Sailor 2 says, "I knew it. The guards are onto us." Officer says, "Shut up. Tell me what happened," Thug says. "I don't know the details. The boss left me to watch the base. I can tell you, I killed them all." Sailor 1 says, "A monster, run." Since I don't want to damage the crates. I don't want to use fire, but I also don't want to chase down the sailors. So, instead I just throw out a bunch of wind blades. One for each sailor. I also throw one at the thug. The only one I spare is the officer, so I can ask him some questions. 27 level 1, humans defeated. 2700 XP gained. The officer just stares around as all the sailors and the thug get their heads cut off. After being stunned for a few seconds, he draws his cutlass and charges at me. However, when his cutlass hits me, the blade snaps, and he is left just holding a hilt. "Tell me about your business, and who is behind it, and I will give you a painless death." Officer says, "You can talk? What kind of monster are you? Either start talking or I will tear you apart, slowly." The officer looks at his broken cutlass, looks up at me, and then words start flowing like a river. It turns out that this is not a small operation that I have stumbled upon. This officer's ship and the thugs are just small-time middlemen of a much larger group. It seems to be run by a kingdom further in the continent with no coast of its own. Several pirate and thief groups work for them, collecting various magical objects. Then those groups pass the items to this group to transport them to the kingdom. The kingdom is run by mages, so magical resources are all they care about. As soon as I hear that, not only am I more curious about the crates, but I am tempted to visit this kingdom. Maybe after the raid on the city I can find some time to go take a look. All right, one last question. Are all the magical resources here, or are there more on the ship? Officer says, "They are all here." All right, since you were so cooperative and didn't try lying to me, I am going to let you live. Take the tunnel to the city and go. Officer says the tunnel. Why not the? Before he can even finish his question, I have formed a large fireball and thrown it at the ship. The ship goes up like it was soaked in oil. It looks like they didn't have any defenses against fire. I was expecting it to at least have an enchantment to protect it. Looks like I went overboard. 38 level 1 humans defeated. 3,800 XP gained. 6 level 2 humans defeated. 1,200 XP gained. 1 level 5 human defeated. 500 XP gained. The officer, seeing his ship destroyed, runs into the cave before I even turn back to look at him. I've already forgotten all about him as I open the first crate to see what is inside. To my surprise, when I open the crate, a rock floats out of it. It stops and hovers at about 5 feet. Instantly, I send my mana into the floating rock to try and figure out what it is. After seeing it float, I was expecting it to be something like a wind rock. However, what I find is that it actually works completely different to what I was expecting. The rock itself is just normal rock. Instead, it is a small amount of metal inside that is special. Somehow, that tiny amount of metal is reacting in opposition to the planet's magnetic field, allowing it to float. Without the weight of the rock holding it down, it would be floating much higher. Immediately, I think about the idea I had of turning the ship into an airship. In my excitement, I quickly rip open the rest of the crates, hoping to find more. Unfortunately, while there are a lot of interesting-looking things in the other crates, there are no more floating rocks. Before exploring the contents of the other crates, I go back to the floating rock. Then, I break it open and remove the metal from inside so that I can examine it. Mainly, I want to try and figure out the ratio to figure out the weight it can handle. Unfortunately, from what I can tell, it would take tons of this metal to float the ship. However, that doesn't mean that I am going to give up on the idea just yet. Since I know that this metal exists now, I can search for more of it. Or just make more. It would take massive amounts of origin energy to make enough metal, but it is not impossible. In fact, I am tempted to use the energy I still have to make more metal right now. However, I was saving that for trying to upgrade my eyes again, so I am a little torn. Chapter 797. Then again, improvements to my eyes would be immediately useful, more metal wouldn't be. Even if I had more metal right this second, I wouldn't be able to use it. If I had all the metal I needed to float the ship, that wouldn't be all I needed. Floating the ship is only part of the problem. I would also need to be able to control it. After all, what good would an airship that can't ever land or go over mountains be? Other than altitude control, I would also need a means of propulsion other than wind. Propellers would be my best bet, but then there is the problem of how to power them. While I have a lot of knowledge from my old world, how to build an engine from scratch isn't part of it, meaning I would need to find a magical solution, which would take some time. Because of all that, I am in no rush to get the metal, hence why I don't want to use the energy. Although, now that I am thinking about it, it should have been long enough since I last upgraded my eyes. Since upgrading my eyes might help me identify what is in the crates, I may as well do it now. Handing, congratulations. Skill Lesser Dragon Sight has progressed to level 7. Congratulations. Skill Lesser Dragon Sight has progressed to level 8. Congratulations. Skill Lesser Dragon Sight has progressed to level 9. Lesser Dragon Sight level 9 int plus 90. You can identify items and evaluate opponents up to deity rank. Damn, I am out of energy. I was hoping it would be enough to get it to rank 10. Despite it not reaching rank 10, since it says it can work on deity rank items, I take out the egg. Of course, I am careful and use my mana to handle the egg so I don't get sucked in. I would never hear the end of it if I let myself be trapped again. Can't let that happen. Fire God Seed Grade. Deity Power. 933 divided by 5,000 description. The remains of the Fire God. With enough energy or a suitable host will resurrect the Fire God. So, it wasn't actually trying to turn me into a god, it was trying to use me to resurrect the Fire God. The energy being so low is probably the only reason I was able to break free. It must have been giving off fire mana to lure in someone who could act as a host, meaning the energy it needs is probably something else, something stronger than mana. I could probably charge it up with origin energy. But I don't want to bring back the Fire God. Although, now I am curious about what type of energy it needs, and if I can steal what is inside it. Draining all the energy would probably destroy the egg, but I would be okay with that. It should be some type of fire energy, which should mean I can make use of it. However, I can't use the hammer on it because that would purify the energy. My drain ability would probably work on it, but that would require me to touch the egg. So first, I need to figure out a way to keep the egg from sucking me in again. By now, I might be strong enough on my own to resist it, but I can't take that risk. For now, I put the egg back in my pouch until I can think of how I want to do this. Then I turn my attention back to the crates and start sorting through them. Quite a few of them have rare-looking plants that are giving off mana. However, the plants are probably meant for alchemy and I am not really interested in that. I put them in my pouch for now. Later I will give them to the elves. Maybe they can find a use for them. The remaining crates have materials that I don't really have a use for right now, except for one. According to my eyes, it is called Infinity Stone and has strong spatial energies. My first thought is that I can use it to improve the enchantment on the ship. However, after scanning it, I realize a problem. It won't interact with inorganic substances. What that means is if I use it on the ship to increase the space on the inside, people won't be able to go in. The only real use the stone has would be for a storage item, but it would only hold stones and metals. However, there have been plenty of times the pouch has run out of space, hence why I made the backpacks. Besides, I have always wanted a storage ring like those in many manga. Since I still have some time before it gets dark, I start experimenting with the Infinity Stone. First, I use my mana to compress the stone and shape it into a ring. Luckily, I got tons of practice with the ship, so this part is very easy for me. Then I start filling the ring with mana, but to my surprise, I run out of mana before it is filled. I never expected it to be able to store that much mana, but I quickly meditate to recover my mana. By the time my mana is full again, it is dark. But instead of scouting, I keep filling the ring. Luckily, the ring reaches its capacity before I run out of mana again. I have had plenty of practice doing the spatial enchantments, but it has never been this easy before. The material actually acts to help me set up the enchantment, making me worry. However, after repeated scanning, I am sure there is no intelligence to the stone. It seems that the description saying the stone had spatial energy was an understatement. What is more, the spatial enchantment doesn't even take a quarter of the mana in the ring. Despite that, the space in the ring is already 5 times that of the pouch. If it wasn't for the fact that it rejects organic material, it would be far superior. However, now I need to decide what else to do with the ring since there is still a lot of mana left to use. After all, if I just let the mana sit eventually, it will become unstable and explode. While I am thinking, I add all the basic enchants: repair, toughness, comfort, and some others. Those don't even use up 1/10 of the remaining mana, so I need to think of something big. Either that or I am going to need to put in a ton of small enchantments. I need to hurry up since I am supposed to be scouting the city right now. Wait, that gives me an idea. After a bit of experimenting, I figure out an enchantment that will boost my mana sense. When even that doesn't use all the mana, I also add the protection about magical detection I came up with. However, even with those I have only used a little less than half the original amount of mana. Chapter 798. Then I have an even crazier idea and start experimenting to see if I can even do it. The idea is because of the egg. Since I was able to enhance my mana sense, I want to see if I can enhance my drain attack. Not only am I looking to make it stronger, but also to see if I can make it ranged. If I can make it so I don't have to touch something to use it, then I can try it on the egg. Of course, I will need to make sure the goddesses aren't watching before doing that experiment. Neither of them would be happy to find me experimenting with the egg when I just finished healing my soul. However, the fact that I did heal my soul is why I am willing to try playing around with the egg. After all, if I healed it once then, I can heal it again. It will just take some effort. The goddesses aren't likely to accept that reasoning, so I plan to avoid the conversation. For now, I put the ring on and then throw out my mana sense to test it out. The improvement is impressive. It even helps me find a secret I would have missed. I thought the big rocks the sailors moved were just fake, but it turns out they are real. The trick is that each one has just enough of the floating rock metal inside to make it much lighter. That is how normal humans are able to move them. But to a normal scan, they appear as regular rocks. If it wasn't for the boost the new ring gives me, I would have missed them too. After breaking open the rocks for the metal, I store it in the ring, along with what I got earlier. Altogether, it is still less than a pound of the metal, but by my calculations that would float almost 500 pounds. The problem is that the ship weighs at least 10 tons, possibly more. So I need a lot more metal. Since there is nothing else interesting, I take off and fly towards the city. It is the middle of the night, so the city is quiet, but I am still careful when scanning the city. It is lucky that I am being careful. There are several wards on the city that I could have set off. When I examine the wards, I find that they are fairly old and are set to watch for hostile magic. Chances are that my scanning wouldn't have triggered them, but it is a good reminder that I am still inexperienced. The humans have had mage organizations for generations. I shouldn't underestimate them. Now that I know where the wards are, I start scanning the rest of the city. My scan finds almost 100 elves. But what is odd is that they are all in one place. They are in the basement of the church that sits in the center of the city. Of course, this makes me suspicious, so I take a more careful look at the area. There are hundreds of soldiers hidden in the surrounding buildings. There are also a lot of magical traps on the church itself. It looks like they are expecting us. This is exactly why I scout ahead. The trap is for the elves. The humans don't know about me. The traps on the church are all on the doors and windows. There are none on the roof. So I quietly land on the roof and then take out the communication amulet to call Stillwater. Stillwater says, "Ash, is something wrong?" Yes. Change of plans. Don't stop at the cove, continue north, but avoid the city. Also, send someone to my cabin. I will be gating the elves out, Stillwater says. Why? What happened? The humans have set a trap with the elves as the bait. I am going to get them out myself, Stillwater says. All right, we will be ready. After giving Stillwater a heads up, I shapeshift into an elf and then enter the church through the roof. Thanks to my mana scan, I know the layout of the church and where all the guards are. There are no guards on the 3rd level where I enter, but there are on the 2nd level. There are 8 total, 4 stationary, and 4 patrolling. Lucky for me, the patrols are individual. Whoever is in charge on their side is an idiot. Not only are the patrollers alone, they are walking a fixed pattern. As soon as I figure out the pattern, it is easy for me to know where they are and where they will be. With a shake of my hand, the ring turns into a dagger, and I start sneaking around. As I am sneaking up behind the first patrolling guard, I have the thought that I should have made myself a cloak. However, I don't really need it. Between my stats and the stealth skill, I am pretty hard to detect. After assassinating the first patrolling guard, I move on to take out 2 of the stationary guards. They were positioned to watch over the approaches to the church through some windows. If I hadn't come in through the roof, there is no way I would have gotten in without being spotted. My main concern now is to take out all of the guards without raising any alarms. Otherwise, the hundreds of soldiers will flood into the church, and things will get complicated. The rest of the guards on the 2nd floor all die without making a sound. 8 level 3, humans defeated. 2,400 XP gained. However, there are more than 30 guards on the ground floor. They won't be as easy. Although, so far I am really impressed with this dagger. It really is perfect for assassination. Later, when I get some time, I should take a better look at it and see if I can improve it. When I first got it, I didn't really think it would be very useful, but I was wrong. In this situation, it is an almost perfect weapon. When I hold it, it even increases my stealth. This really helps when I move down to the 1st floor and have to take out groups silently. Luckily, the groups on the 1st floor are guarding key points and don't move around very much. This reduces the chances of anyone discovering a body before I get to them. Thanks to my mana scan, I know when groups move, so I can intercept them if they are heading for a group of bodies. As long as I get behind a group, I can quickly cut all of them down before they realize what is going on. It also helps that the humans stationed here as guards aren't very high level. Despite a few close calls, I managed to clear the floor without the alarm being sounded. 30 level 4 humans defeated. 12,000 XP gained. The fact that they are low levels helps me not get caught, but it also means they aren't very good XP. However, I am not here for XP. I am here to save the elves, all of them. If someone manages to sound the alarm, it will be a lot harder to ensure that no elves die. Chapter 799. Now all that is left is the basement, but it isn't going to be easy. This is the heart of the trap. There are only 8 guards, but they are at the bottom of the stairs. As soon as I open the door, they will have a clear view of me, and the door is trapped. The trap on the door isn't a big deal, but there are more traps on the stairs. There is no way I could disable them without being spotted by the guards below. The only option I can think of is to find another way down to the basement. However, there is no other way down to the basement unless I use a gate. The problem is that a gate is certainly not subtle. The guards would sound the alarm before I even got through. The basement is all one big room, so the light from the gate would be instantly visible. Then again, maybe I am thinking too much. There is a much simpler solution. The guards are all together right at the bottom of the stairs, and the floor is normal stone. So I use the dagger to trace out a big rectangle above them, then I stomp on it. The stone immediately breaks free and falls down, crushing the guards instantly. They had no chance to get over their surprise and raise the alarm, but it was noisy. However, I don't worry about that. Jump down and run over to the elves. 8 level 5 humans defeated. 4,000 XP gained. This time there are no cages. The elves are just tied up in the middle of the room. The elves all look excited to see me, although some look disbelieving. Their excitement rises as I start freeing them, but it changes to amazement when I open the gate. However, no one argues or hesitates when I tell them to start going through the gate. I will leave all the explanations to whoever Stillwater sent to welcome them. Once the last elf has gone through, I close the gate. I am not done here yet. I quickly return to the roof to take a look, but nothing outside the church has changed. This means I have time to set up what I want to do, so I send my mana out. First, I change all the traps so anyone can set them off, not just the elves. Then I pump more mana into them. They won't last as long this way, but they will pack more punch. Next, I link all of the traps together, so as soon as one goes off, it will start a chain reaction. Unfortunately for the humans, they prepared a huge amount of traps for us. As soon as I am done, I drop shapeshift and take off, then I set off the alarm in the basement. The The poor human soldiers all rush towards the church when they hear the alarm. As soon as one of them steps onto a trap, the entire center of the city is covered in explosions. As I watch from above, the church and all the buildings around it are reduced to rubble. While I can't see what happened to the soldiers, I am fairly sure none of them could survive that. Unfortunately, it seems that since I wasn't the one to make the traps, I don't get the XP for them. My sight is soon blocked by smoke. A majority of the traps were fire-based. Leaving the city behind, I fly out to meet up with the ship, but I am not in a rush. When I glance back, I can see that the fires are spreading. At this rate, the whole city might burn. While I feel a little bad for the innocents in the city, I am not about to turn back and help. The reason I am not gating back to the ship is to give the elves time to get settled. They will probably have another welcoming party for the newly freed elves. Hopefully, someone will explain to them about the elf who saved them so no one freaks out. Nala and Albion being there should help. But I am quite a bit scarier than them. Even though Nala is a predator, she doesn't have that dangerous vibe. She is more like a giant house cat. That is my fault. I have been spoiling her. I really should take her out and teach her to hunt. I, on the other hand, have killed a lot, so I give off a very dangerous vibe. Even when I was freeing the elves, I saw some of them shivering in fear when I came close. Unfortunately, that is not something I have figured out to hide. At least, not yet. It will only get worse as I continue killing, but I won't let that stop me. I am completely fine with it. There are even some situations where it can come in handy. In fact, I am kind of hoping it will develop into something like the killing intent mentioned in a lot of manga. However, I am not about to go on a slaughter spree just to try and increase it. Plenty of enemies keep coming to me, so all I need to do is be patient. Finding the ship is easy since I have a marker I can track, but when I do find it, the ship is stopped. The deck is brightly lit and absolutely covered in elves who are partying. It makes me realize that even with the spatial enchant on the ship, we still might have issues with overcrowding. Honestly, I never expected to find and rescue as many elves as we have. It is something I will need to discuss with Stillwater, but not right now. I will let him enjoy the party with his people tonight. Tomorrow is soon enough. When I land on the ship, there are some of the new elves nearby. They look scared and retreat. This reaction is understandable, but it still doesn't feel very good. However, I ignore them and head to my cabin. The other elves should educate them. As expected, my cabin is empty when I enter. Nala and Albion should be at the party. I am a little hungry, so I eat some food and then lay down to get some sleep. However, just as I am about to fall asleep, I hear the door open, and when I look up, Brightfire enters. Brightfire says, "The sky to the north is glowing red. Do you know what it is? It should be the port city burning." Brightfire says, "Is that why you didn't come back through the gate?" The humans had set up a ton of magical traps for us. I just turned them against the humans. It is their own fault for trying to trap us. Brightfire says, "Can't argue that. Are you all right? You sound different. Don't worry, I wasn't injured." Brightfire gives me a doubting look, but in the end she leaves to inform Stillwater. We will be skipping the next 2 cities, but this next stretch of ocean is going to be the most dangerous. Now that I think about it, it is probably a better idea to sail around the island. Hopefully, that would allow us to avoid most of the kingdom's naval patrols. While I am fairly confident that we would win, we would definitely have casualties. It might take a bit longer to sail around, but I would rather lose some time than lives. Chapter 800. When I talk to Stillwater in the morning, I will ask him what he thinks about it. Based on the last party, the ship won't be moving until morning at the earliest. So there is time. He might think that getting the elves more experience is worth risking some lives. However, from what I know of Stillwater, he is more likely to want to take the long way around. He feels that he has failed his people and lets hit guilt color his judgment. Aside from that, he is a very good ruler, and it is refreshing to see a leader who cares about his people. If he does decide to take the long way around, I already have a thought about what to do during that time. While the ship is sailing around the island, I can fly inland and take a look at the Mage Kingdom. Once I am done, or if they get in trouble, I can just skate back to the ship. This way I won't be bored, and I might just find some useful resources or knowledge. Since it is a kingdom run by mages, I would think their libraries would be the best on the continent. They also should have a ton of interesting materials based on their smuggling operations. I feel fairly confident that a trip to the kingdom would be worth my time. To convince Stillwater, there are a number of cities along the way that I could check for elven slaves. If I find any, I can easily free them and then gate them back to the ship. The only problem is, I will need to come up with a reason for Brightfire not to go with me. This is exactly the type of adventure she would love, and she has no fear of flying. Then I realize that her being an elf is the best excuse, unless she is willing to pretend to be a slave. With everything sorted out in my mind, I lay back down and go to sleep. It is almost morning when I sense Nala and Albion finally come in and lay down to sleep. When I get up a few hours later, they don't even twitch. Not even when I eat breakfast. Just as I am finishing eating my breakfast, Stillwater comes in, but he is not alone. With him is a female elf that I vaguely recognize as one of the ones I freed yesterday. She is the first elf I have seen that actually has a few signs of advanced age. Stillwater says, "Ash, this is Elder Gentlewind." "Hello." Stillwater looks troubled. But this Gentlewind has a look of hostility in her eyes when she looks at me. Behind them, I easily notice Brightfire, Silverstream, and Silverleaf just outside the door. The three of them look nervous about something, but they don't come in. Gentlewind says, "Ash, I wish to thank you for everything you have done for the elves. However, we no longer require your assistance, so please leave." "Oh, is that so? That is fine. Since that is the case, get off my ship," Gentlewind says. "Your ship? Impossible." This ship was made from the elves' sacred tree. It belongs to us. You are correct in that it is made from the sacred tree that the elves abandoned and left to die. I retrieved it and raised it to a suitable size. Then, with the tree's permission, I made it into this ship. I built this ship. Every inch of it contains my mana. If you want my ship, then you will have to take it over my dead body. Stillwater says, "Ash, please calm down." Elder Gentlewind was the leading elder of the elves before she was captured. "Huh, no wonder you were almost wiped out before I arrived." Gentlewind yells, "You, how dare you!" Her sudden yell wakes up the kids. Albion looks confused, but Nala immediately growls at Gentlewind. Stillwater looks like he wants to say something more, but Gentlewind's glare stops him. The three girls look angry, almost like they want to rush in and attack Gentlewind. Gentlewind yells, "We elves need no help from a beast. If it wasn't for the previous help you have provided, I would have you thrown from this ship. Out of respect for Stillwater, I will not kill you. Go, gather any elves stupid enough to follow you. I will send you back to your village where you can wait for death." Stillwater says, "Ash, we don't have enough numbers to allow someone to split us up. It is fine. You are better off without anyone dumb enough to follow this idiot. Besides, there should still be plenty of elves that we can rescue." Gentlewind yells, "There is going to be no split. Everyone will be leaving with me. Stillwater, gather everyone." Brightfire and the sisters have heard everything, and they leave before Gentlewind turns around. As Gentlewind storms out, Stillwater follows her, but he looks very depressed. I feel bad for putting him in such a spot, but letting her lead the elves would do more damage long term. Instead of worrying about the elves, I turn and calm down Nala and Albion. Once they have calmed down, I feed them some breakfast, and then they go back to sleep. Then I just try to relax and wait to see what the elves decide. I won't force them to go with me. If they really all decide to follow that stupid elder, then I will leave them to their fate, no matter what. Even if all the elves back her, the ship is mine, and I won't give it up. However, I can't sail the ship on my own, so I need to think of an alternative just in case. The best way would be to shrink it so that I could fit it in my pouch, but that would be a massive enchantment. I would need to either add a lot more mana capacity to the ship, or remove some of the existing enchantments. Either way, it would be a much more complex enchantment than what I used to shrink the forge. The other two options that come to mind would be hiring a human crew or using undead. Hiring the humans would probably be the easiest way, but it is the one I want to use the least. With humans, I would have to pretend to be a human the entire time, and I couldn't really trust them. After the situation with Bones, my knowledge has increased quite a bit. Thanks to that, I think I could animate and control some undead, but I would need to experiment a bit. If I can't figure out how to shrink it, Undead is probably the option I will do with. For now, I turn my mind to working on the problem of improving the shrink enchantment. The biggest problem is the sheer mass of the ship. That alone will make this enchant hard. If I leave the mass alone and just shrink it, it would be far too heavy for me to even pick it up. Chapter 801. There is no point at all to shrinking the ship if it cannot be moved, so I need to figure that out first. However, I don't really know how to reduce the mass of an object without it being destroyed. Luckily, magic doesn't depend on my knowledge of science, or it wouldn't be possible. So I start experimenting. Since magic works through intent, that is where I will start. Once it succeeds, then I can study the enchantment and work on improving it. This is also a way to improve my knowledge of magic. It is just very time-consuming. While I am trying to figure it out, I also look through some of the magic books I have. With all the books I stole, there has to be something useful in one of them. As I am going through the books looking for information, Stillwater returns. Well, how bad is it? Stillwater says. Before I answer that, I need to ask a question. Are you really going to kick everyone who follows her off the ship, even if it is all of us? Yes, even if it is all of you. I am certainly not giving you my ship. In fact, I will kill anyone who tries to take it, even you. Stillwater says. Is that so? And you plan to send those who leave back to our island? If only a few leave, I will send them to your old village. If it is everyone who wants to leave, then I will send you to a different island. That way you at least have a small chance of surviving. Stillwater says. Last question. Did you ask Brightfire, Silverstream, and Silverleaf to convince people to not listen to the Elder? No, I didn't. I noticed them at the door listening in, but I said nothing to them. Stillwater says, Thank you for answering my questions. I really wanted to know where you stand, and if there is a bottom line. You have saved every single elf of our race at least once. Under normal circumstances, I would never go against an Elder. However, I can't stand by as she insults our savior. Besides, the survival of our people is more important than one elf's age. So, how many are going to follow her? Stillwater says less than 20, all from among those you just saved. At least that isn't a major loss. Stillwater says your voice carries great weight with us. Why didn't you speak out? Because it isn't my responsibility to save you from yourselves. Stillwater says, that is true. You have never owed us anything. Yet you have helped us more than I can even say. I doubt we could repay you even over several generations. There is no need to worry about repaying me. I simply did what I wanted to do. However, we should deal with the Elder now. The longer we wait, the more trouble she will stir up. Stillwater says, Brightfire is getting them some supplies right now. They should be ready to leave within the hour. Is that going to cause bad feelings among some of those staying? Stillwater says no, not really. From what I have seen, the rest of those you saved yesterday hate her. As for those who have been with us longer, most of them would follow you into hell. That is good to know. Hopefully we will never have to test that. Let me know when you are ready, and I will open a gate on the main deck. I don't want to see her again. Stillwater says, Understood. When Stillwater leaves, I go back to browsing through the magic books. Just because the situation has changed doesn't mean my curiosity has gone as well. Since I already started thinking about how to shrink the ship, I will complete my research. Who knows? One day the knowledge may come in handy and time spent learning isn't wasted. About 40 minutes later, Stillwater signals me with his amulet, so I open the gate. He signals again a few minutes later, and I close the gate, then he comes back to the cabin. Stillwater says, due to the conflict, morale has decreased a bit, but it shouldn't last long. What is our next step? That depends on you. There are 2 options, and the decision will be yours. Stillwater says, All right, what are the options? Sailing between the island and the continent is faster, but has a good chance of running into the human navy. Sailing around the island takes longer, but should be safer. Stillwater says, Why are you having me make this decision? Because it is your people who will be at risk if we take the faster path. Stillwater says, If it is up to me then, I would prefer to go around the island. Is that okay? It is fine. I will be leaving the ship for a while. If anything happens, call me with the amulet. Stillwater says, Where are you going? I am going to take a look at some of the cities farther inland. Maybe I will get lucky and find more elves. Brightfire bursts in and says, I want to go with you. You three really need to stop listening at the door. Silverstream says, Sorry, Ash. Silverleaf says, Don't blame Sis. I dragged her along. Brightfire says, Don't ignore me. I want to go with you. I will be going into cities as a human. The only way you could come with me would be to be disguised as a slave. Silverstream says, That would never work. Brightfire doesn't have the temperament to pull it off. Brightfire says, I could too. Silverleaf says, All right, show us how meek you can be. The face Brightfire pulls while trying to look meek has her father clutching his ribs from laughing too hard. The sisters also can't help but laugh at her, which has Brightfire pouting. I was right. This is the perfect excuse not to take her with me, but I feel a little bad for her. However, not bad enough to take her with me. She would slow me down and cause endless problems. If Silverstream wasn't scared of flying, I might be willing to take her with me. She is more dependable. Unfortunately, not flying would limit me way too much. I might not even make it to the Magic Kingdom. Silverleaf says, Sister, why aren't you asking to go? Because she is terrified of flying. Silverleaf says, Really? Is flying that scary? Silverstream says, Yes. Brightfire says, No, it is amazing. All right. Enough of this. None of you are going with me. However, you three will take turns keeping an eye on this room. Brightfire says, What for? To take care of Nala and Albion for me. Also, to be here to welcome any elves I find and gate back. Stillwater says, All right, they will do it. How long do you think you will be gone? If I am right, it should take a week or so for you to sail around the island and get close to the next port city. If I am not already back by then, give me a call and I will come back. Chapter 802. Stillwater says, As you wish. I will handle things here. Brightfire says, But Stillwater says no. It is already decided. Of course, that doesn't stop Brightfire. She is still arguing with her dad as they leave. Nala and Albion woke up during the conversation, so they are aware that I am leaving. They aren't too upset. They will still be able to see me in the soulscape each night. After eating lunch with them, I head up on deck and plan out the route the ship is going to take. Then, before Brightfire comes to beg some more, I take flight and leave the ship. I haven't read all of the history books yet, but I have read enough to have a general idea of the main continent. Unfortunately, the charts focus on the coastlines and port cities. They don't show the inland cities. So the first thing I am going to need to do is find a city and get myself a map. Then, I will plan a route leading to the Magic Kingdom, passing as many cities as possible. While my main goal is the Magic Kingdom, I still plan to rescue any elves that I find. In order to find an inland city, I first head back to the port city, or what is left of it. Almost half of the city is nothing but rubble and ashes. It is worse than I expected. It makes me feel kind of bad innocent people definitely died in the fire. Although, I am happy to see that the burned area includes the rich area. That means at least those responsible for the trap should have suffered as well. There are several roads leading out of the city, although calling them roads is a stretch. Choosing the road that looks the most traveled. I follow it hoping it will lead to a city. As I fly along, I spot numerous villages and even a few towns, but they aren't worth my time. After flying for a few hours, I finally spot a large city, so I land and shapeshift into a human. Then, I continue walking along the road towards the city and reach the gates just as the sun is setting. The guards hardly pay any attention to me, just asking for coins before letting me in. Since I want to blend in, the first thing I do is find an inn, get a room, and have a meal. The food the inn serves is filling, but not as tasty as what I get from my pouch. However, eating it as part of fitting in and listening to the other patrons gets me some information. None of it is anything too useful, but it does give me some insight about the local culture. News of the port city hasn't arrived yet, or I am sure everyone would be talking about it. Staying ahead of the news is a good thing for me. It means people won't be as suspicious. If the news had gotten here ahead of me, I am sure that people coming into the city would be questioned. At least those people coming from the direction of the port city like I did. Since I am ahead of the news, maybe I can even finish things up before it arrives. Not only do I need to get a map and search for elves, I also need to find food. The problem with me leaving for a while is that the elves might run out of food. especially since they have extra mouths to feed now, and I hope to add more. However, this seems to be a major city, so buying bulk goods shouldn't be an issue. Although, from what happened in the port city, I should probably be discreet about my pouch. Thinking of that, I call over the innkeeper and ask him if he has an idea that would work. Innkeeper says, "Oh, that is simple. As long as you pay up front, you can just have whatever you buy delivered here. We will store it in the stable for you. A spot in the stable is only 5 silvers a day. Great, that will work perfectly, thank you." Innkeeper says, "No problem. We aim to please. Speaking of, would you like company for the night? We have a good selection of girls." "No, thank you. Wait, do you happen to have an elf woman?" Innkeeper says, "Number, unfortunately. My humble inn can't afford an elven girl. Only rich merchants and nobles can afford them. My girls are all human, but they have the skills to make sure you are satisfied. I guarantee it." "No, thank you. I need to get some sleep," Innkeeper says. "All right, dear customer. If you need anything at all, just let me know." Once the innkeeper leaves to help other customers, I head up to my room. After locking the door, I sit on the bed, open a Soulscape, and invite the kids. I play with the kids for a few hours. Then, after ending the Soulscape, I start scanning the city. This inn is fairly expensive, but I chose it because it is really close to the city center. This allows me to scan most of the city without having to leave my room. Of course, this is only possible because of the boost from the ring, otherwise I wouldn't have enough range. There are only 18 elves in the city, 5 near the market. The rest are in the nobles area. There are numerous wards on the city walls, but none within the city itself. There are no signs of any traps, although there are probably defenses on the noble estates. However, those shouldn't pose any problems. But I still plan some escape routes just in case. Tomorrow, I will do some shopping. Then tomorrow night, I will rescue the elves. I will try to keep the rescue as low-key as possible so that it doesn't alert the nearby cities. Once I have a plan, I sleep until morning and then go down for breakfast. To my surprise, the breakfast served is much better than the dinner was. When I think about it for a minute, I realize why. There are several restaurants in the city. That means those who can afford it go to them for dinner, so the inns serve cheaper dinners. After I am done eating, I head out into the city and start looking for what I need. Thanks to scanning the city, I know where the market is, but my first stop is at a small bookstore. The reason is that when I scanned the store last night, I noticed a big map on the wall. When I walk in and see it, I am happy to see that it not only covers the continent, but it is very detailed. This includes all the coastlines and a few miles of ocean. It is exactly what I need, Clerk says. "Welcome. What can I help you with?" "Is that map for sale?" Clerk says, "Yes. However, it is very expensive." "How much?" Clerk says, 5,000 gold. "I'll take it." The clerk looks like he doesn't believe me, but his expression changes when I start taking out the gold. He quickly resumes his normal look and takes the map down to roll it up. It is only as I walk out of the store that I realize I just did it again. I showed off my pouch. Chapter 803. Hopefully, this clerk is more honest than the last one. If not, I will just have to kill more thugs. While I don't want to draw attention to myself, something like that shouldn't be too bad. Even if I draw a little attention, since I am leaving tonight, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Instead of worrying about it, I head into the market and start looking around. For the most part, I ignore the smaller stalls. Even if they have what I want, they won't have enough of it. Instead, I am looking for the bigger merchants who will have supplies in bulk. Thanks to that, I am able to get enough food for 1,000 people for a few months with a few thousand gold. Although, after that, I am starting to run low on gold. I can always steal more. In fact, I can probably restock tonight when I am freeing the elves in the noble quarter. Those nobles that have and abuse slaves definitely deserve to be robbed. Everything I ordered will be delivered to the inn before dark, so I have nothing left to worry about. After eating lunch at a street stall, I just aimlessly wander around the city. Scanning the city let me learn the layout. But seeing it with my own eyes is different. It is very relaxing and enjoyable to just wander around looking at the city. I am really enjoying this, and it has put me in a good mood, but a sudden scream ruins it. When I turn, I see the body of a human male on the ground, and a young girl is the one screaming. She is currently being carried into an alley by 4 large men wearing masks. From what I saw of them earlier, the dead man was the girl's bodyguard. Between that and how well the girl is dressed, it is obvious she is from a noble family. Normally, I would leave her to her fate, but she only looks to be 11 or 12. Despite the fact that she is human, I can't just stand by and watch a child being taken. As I dart towards the 4 men, I notice some city guards out of the corner of my eye. The citizens standing around not doing anything is normal, but guards not doing anything is strange. It probably means that the 4 men aren't common thugs, they work for someone. That someone has enough power and influence to keep the guards from acting. This kidnapping is probably politically motivated, but that doesn't matter to me. Unlike everyone else in this city, I don't need to worry about offending their backer. The kidnappers have just entered the alley when I catch up to them and duck down. As I move to position myself under the girl, and in the middle of the men, I give my hand a shake. Then, I spin in place while holding the dagger out, cutting into the 4 bodies in sequence. As the 4 bodies fall, I gently catch the girl with my other arm. She is still screaming. It takes her a minute to notice what happened and finally stop screaming. As I set her on her feet, it becomes even more obvious she is from a noble family from her jewelry. Zoidia says, "Thank you, adventurer. I am Zoidia. If you can return me to my father, he will definitely reward you." "Lady Zoidia, my name is Ash. Lead the way. I will protect you." Zoidia says, "Thank you." She first turns to glare at the city guards as if memorizing their faces, then walks away. As I follow behind her, I can immediately tell that she is heading towards the nobles' district. It looks like I was right about her origin and the reason someone wanted to kidnap her. The walk back to her home is uneventful. It looks like whoever is after her didn't have a backup plan. Her house is a large estate, surrounded by a fence. But the guards open the gate when they see her. The uniform they are wearing is different from the city guards, probably her family's personal guards. They give me strange looks, but they don't try to stop me from following her inside. However, they apparently have a way to notify the main house when there is a problem. When we reach the stops of the main house, 20 guards rush out and surround me. Zoidia yells, "Stop!" The guards look confused, but they stop and start looking at each other. Before they can come to a decision, the doors open and an older gentleman comes out. He looks to be in his 50s, with a very well-groomed silver hair and beard. Doma says, "What is going on?" Zoidia says, "Father, I was attacked in town. This adventurer saved me from being taken." Doma yells, "What? Who dares? Where is your guard?" Zoidia says, "He died. I don't know who they were, but the city guards just stood by and watched." Doma says, "What? Which guards? Where did this happen?" Zoidia says, "It was in the eastern zone just outside the market. They were regular patrol guards. I don't know if it helps, but all 4 attackers wore very high-quality enchanted chainmail under their clothes." Doma says, "It actually does, but if they had such quality armor, how were you able to kill them?" "I had a very lucky encounter and got an ancient weapon. It is enchanted to pierce any armor." Doma says, "That is quite impressive. May I see it?" With a shake of my hand, the dagger appears. As soon as it does, the guards get ready to attack. Luckily, Doma stops them with a single hand wave. Then he stares at the dagger. I didn't really want to reveal it, but I can't exactly tell him that with my stats, their armor was like paper. Doma says, "That is a beautiful weapon. I don't suppose you want to sell it?" "Sorry, I can't. It is a cursed weapon. I can't remove it or go a certain length of time without killing. Luckily, beasts count." Doma says, "How unfortunate. That explains why you are an adventurer." Zoidia says, "Dad, I promised him a reward if he brought me home." Doma says, "And he will absolutely have one." A few minutes later, a butler hands me a large bag of gold, and I am escorted out. From the weight of the bag, I am guessing it is around 10,000 gold. I don't bother counting it, and just pour the gold into my pouch once I am out of sight. Then, I make my way back to the inn and go into the stable to check for my deliveries. The stableman hands me a list of the deliveries with an inventory of the Krates. I am happy to see that everything that I ordered has been delivered, and I start checking it. Chapter 804. Most of the merchants I ordered from have good reputations, but I still check everything. Even though I already replaced all the gold I spent, I am not about to allow anyone to cheat me. However, that isn't the case. Everything I ordered is here in the proper quantities. So, I sign the receipt and give the guy a tip. Then once he leaves, I load everything into a backpack. After that, I go back out. I have decided to have dinner at one of the restaurants. However, not long after leaving the inn, I am surrounded as I walk down the street. There are 10 men, masked and dressed all in black. If they weren't all bulky, they would look like ninjas. As soon as they come out of hiding and surround me, the rest of the people on the street run. It doesn't take long for the masked men and me to be the only ones on the street. Masked Thug says, "You interfered and ruined our master's plans. Now, you must die." I don't bother answering him. I just flick my hand and bring out the dagger. I could pull my sword out of the pouch. But despite all the people running away, I am sure people are watching. Seeing me with a dagger in hand, the 10 of them draw daggers and charge at me. While I could kill all of them instantly, that would draw too much attention. So I keep my movements slow enough to be human and dance around fighting. I am doing my best to look like an extremely skilled adventurer and nothing more. As I am fighting them, I start to feel like I am in a martial arts movie. It is quite fun. I take out my targets one by one while dodging all of their attacks. Even if one of them manages to hit me, they won't be able to hurt me, so this is just a game to me. 10 level 11 humans defeated. 11,000 XP gained. Once the last one is dead, I casually put away my dagger, dust myself off, and then continue walking. However, before I take more than 10 steps, a group of city guards rushes out to block my way. I recognize 2 of them as the ones who just stood and watched the kidnapping. Guard yells, "Stop!" "You are under arrest?" "Arrest? What for?" Guard says. "You are asking what for? When you just killed 10 people?" "Oh, you mean those assassins?" "Yeah, I killed them. So what?" Guard says. "Who are you calling assassins? They are common citizens and you killed them in cold blood." "Ah, I get it now. You work for the same guy as those 2. But I've got to ask. I just killed the 10 of them. What do you think the 6 of you can do?" The 6 of them think for a few seconds, then they go from looking confident to looking scared. Apparently, they never imagined that someone wouldn't care if they were city guards. However, before the fight can start, a lot more guards come running over. The new guards are wearing different uniforms, and they surround the 6 city guards. I recognize the uniform of the new guards as being those at the estate I took Zoidia to. It looks like I won't need to kill the city guards after all. Not that I really care. Guard captain says, "How convenient to find you all together. Lord Doma has some questions for you. Come with us now." "Captain, those assassins I killed said they were after me for interfering in the kidnapping. They also are wearing identical gear to the 4 who attacked Lady Zoidia." Guard captain says, "Thank you. We will take the bodies, and I will tell Lord Doma of your assistance." Seeing that they will take care of everything, I leave and head for the restaurant. While I am a little curious who is behind the assassins and the kidnapping, I won't be staying. If I plan to be in the city for a few days, then I would find out and deal with it. Since I am leaving tonight, there is no point. Lord Doma can deal with it himself. When I get to the restaurant, the waiter at the door actually refuses to let me in. It seems there is a dress code to enter, and I don't meet the requirements. I have plenty of gold and could easily get some high-end clothes, but I can't be bothered. The food would at most be on par with my pouch. It isn't worth the hassle. Just as I am turning away to leave, an expensive-looking carriage stops in front of me. The fat man who exits the carriage is actually someone I met earlier today. He is the boss of the biggest merchant group in town, and I spent quite a bit of money at his shop. He sees me, and at first he looks surprised, but then he has a big smile on his face. Merchant says, "My friend, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Did you enjoy your meal?" "I am not able to eat here. Apparently, I am not well dressed enough." Merchant says, "Nonsense. A good customer like you is always welcome in my restaurant. Please join me." The merchant takes me inside with him. As he walks in, he fires the waiter that turned me away. It turns out I was wrong. The food is actually better than the food from my pouch. It is good enough that I wish I knew how to add new items to my food pouch. Unfortunately, I took the pouch for granted and never even checked to see if it was possible. Next time I talk to the goddesses, if I remember, I will have to ask about it. If it doesn't have the ability to add more foods, then I will ask for permission to improve it. For now, I bid the merchant farewell and head back to my room at the inn. Then, since it still isn't late enough, I open a soulscape and play with the kids for a few hours. After closing the soulscape, I climb onto the inn's roof and drop shapeshift. Then, I scan out with my mana to make sure the elves are still in the same places. Once I know where they all are, I fly to the market where there are 5 together. I checked the place out earlier when I was wandering around. It is the slave market. Luckily, they trust in their magical locks and traps to keep the slaves secure. Thanks to that, there are only 5 guards in the building and they aren't very alert. I could kill them easily enough, but instead I shapeshift into an elf and just sneak past them. The magical locks and traps pose no problem at all. I get in without even waking the slaves. Aside from 5 elven women, there are a couple of dozen human women in here. The 5 elves are kept in a separate cage, but when I get close to it, one of them wakes up. Luckily, when she sees that I am an elf, she doesn't make a sound and wakes up the other 4. I quickly break the lock on the cage, remove their restraints, and open a gate to the ship. They all look amazed, but they keep quiet and go through the gate under my prompting. Chapter 805. Just before I close the gate, I toss through the backpack full of food supplies. Then, I carefully sneak back out the same way I came in with no one the wiser. This way no one should notice they are missing until the morning. Hopefully, the guards will be in a world of trouble when the elves are found missing, but that is their problem. As soon as I am outside, I head towards the noble quarter as quickly as I can without being spotted. The remaining 13 elves are spread out amongst 5 different noble estates. There are 4 in one has 3, and the remaining 3 each have 2. The problem now is that I can only open the gate 2 more times with my remaining mana. If I use too much mana breaking locks and traps, I won't even be able to open 2. Breaking into estates will get a lot more complicated if I have freed slaves following me. However, if I don't get all of the elves tonight, things will get a lot more complicated. The first estate I head for is the one with 4 elves. It is a huge estate with a lot of guards. As I approach the estate's gate, I shake my hand to summon the dagger out. Sneaking would take far too long, and I don't want to waste the time, so I will kill my way in. I didn't have time to research the estates and find out who owns them, but I know Zoidia's estate isn't one of them. One swipe with my dagger is enough to kill the 2 guards who were standing in front of the gate talking. After they die, I shoulder charge the gate and smash through it. It isn't even enchanted. As I run towards the main house, I kill any guard who comes close, and at the same time, I scan ahead with my mana. 2 of the elves are locked in a small room off the kitchen. The other 2 are in an upstairs room. It is probably a bedroom considering the size. It looks like I will be killing the owner of the estate. Instead of breaking down the front door, I circle around the house and enter the kitchen. There is a servant on standby in the kitchen who screams when I enter, but I ignore her. I head straight to the door to the side room, which is locked, so I rip the door off its hinges. Inside are the 2 elven women. They are chained up and covered in bruises. The 2 are obviously terrified and traumatized, which is understandable. Even when they see that I am an elf, their expressions don't change, which is odd. However, for now, I ignore that and free them from their chains. But as I do more guards charge in, as the group of guards enter the kitchen, I see a big fat man behind them. As soon as I hear him yelling at the guards to keep me away from his girls, my killing intent skyrockets. I cut through the guards like they are made of tofu and head straight for the fat man. When he sees the guards being cut down, he suddenly looks terrified and tries to run. However, I am not about to let him get away. Not that he has a chance of outrunning me. When I catch him, I don't use the dagger on him. That is too good for him. Instead, I grab both of his shoulders and pick him up, then I start pulling. His screams as I slowly tear him in half can probably be heard throughout the estate. Strangely, despite how loud the screams are, I don't see any more guards coming at me. However, I am not worried about the guards. I rush back to the 2 elven women. Even though I unchained them, they haven't dared to move out of the room. I quickly but gently pull them to their feet, healing them as I do, and tell them to follow me. Luckily, they have become accustomed to obedience, so despite their fear, they follow me. While in the current situation, it is useful to me. It also makes me want to go on a killing spree. Unfortunately, all the way upstairs to the bedroom, I don't see a single guard to kill. When I open the bedroom, I find the other two elven girls. They are naked. They are chained to the bed and are in bad shape. They have been heavily abused. As I free them from their chains, I also heal them. Then I tell the other two to help them get dressed. Then I leave them there because there is someone alive in the next room over. This room is even bigger and is very luxurious. But my attention is on the man sleeping in the bed. I have no idea how he managed to sleep through the alarms and the screaming. However, I am fairly sure that this is the owner of this estate and also the one who abused those two girls. The other reason I came into this room is because there is a safe in one wall that my mana can't penetrate. The man somehow even sleeps through me ripping the safe out of the wall. Disappointing. To be honest, I really wanted him to wake up so he could experience just a fraction of the fear those girls felt. He is probably either drunk or high on drugs. Either way, I can't waste time on him. So I rip the door off the safe and throw it at him, which turns him into a blood smear. Inside the safe, I find over a dozen bags of gold and gems, which I take and put in my pouch. There are also stacks of documents, which I don't waste my time looking through. I just scatter them on the floor. Whoever comes to investigate can check them. I gather up the 4 elven women and lead them out of the estate. No one tries to stop us. However, these 4 women are more damaged than I was expecting them to be. I don't think they will be able to handle me leading them into another estate. They need help, but I am no psychiatrist. The best I can do is get them back to the ship. Being with other elves and far away from the humans is the only thing I can think of. Even with that, it will probably take years for them to even start healing. Not knowing what else to do, I open a gate and send them through to the ship. With the mess I made of the estate, there is a good chance that no one will realize that it was about the elves. Meaning I could wait and go after the rest of the elves tomorrow night. If the elves on the other estates are in the same kind of shape, I will need to gate them out immediately. That means I need to be able to open 4 gates. Right now, I can only open 1 more. The only other option is to meditate for a few hours to recover my mana. If I do it that way, it will be really close to dawn and the chances of being discovered will go up. Then I think of another option. But I don't know if it is even possible. If I could create a holding item that would allow living beings to go inside, that would solve the problem. Chapter 806. It would also give me a way to take Nala and Albion with me when I leave the ship. It would have to be something like a small world from manga, but I don't know if I can do it. Even if I can, it wouldn't be quick. I would need to do a lot of experimenting. So, even though it is an interesting idea, it isn't something that can help me right now. Instead of standing here hesitating, I turn and head for the estate that has 3 elves. I will see what kind of condition they are in and then decide my next step. This estate is a bit smaller than the first one, but it looks older and higher quality. Even the fence and gate are enchanted, but that won't cause me much trouble. In fact, it only takes me a minute to study the enchantment and find the weak spot. Sending a small spike of mana into the weak spot completely destroys the enchantment. This causes the gate and the fence to shoot off sparks, causing the guards to turn and look. It is the last thing they ever get to see before my dagger ends their lives. As their dead bodies hit the ground, I push open the gates of the estate and walk in. I don't make it very far before another group of guards rushes up to attack me. As I am dealing with them, I send my mana out to scan the estate and find the elves. Instead of being in the main building of the estate, this time, the elves are in a small outbuilding. The fact that they are not tied up in a bedroom is a relief and makes me hope they are in better shape. I would really prefer to be able to get all the elves out of here in just one night. Unfortunately, when I find the elves, I find out that my hopes were in vain. If anything, they are in even worse condition than the 4 from the first estate. The 3 of them are covered in wounds, both old and fresh, and are on the edge of death. As soon as I see them, I start throwing my strongest healing spells on them. Their wounds quickly disappear under the effect of my spells, but I am struggling with my rage. All I want to do right now is slaughter everyone in the entire estate. However, first I need to finish healing the elves and see if their minds have survived. Who knows how long they have been here and suffering this torture? It wouldn't be surprising if their minds are broken. There is a limit to what someone can take. Luckily, at least one of them has survived. I can tell from the look in her eyes when she wakes up. The other 2 are still asleep, despite their bodies being fully healed. As I pick up the 2 sleeping girls, I explain the situation to the awake one. She follows me without any hesitation, and there is even a small spark of hope in her eyes. That spark of hope vanishes and is replaced by terror a few minutes later. It is her reaction to seeing a large group of guards heading our way. I gently put the 2 elves I am carrying down, take the fire sword out of my pouch, and then stop fighting my rage. The surprise and joy on the elf's face as I massacre the guards gives me hope. Hope for her at least to have a chance at recovering from what she has been through. Once all the guards are dead, I pick up the other 2 and lead the way out of the estate. Now it is time for a decision. Do I gate them out or drag them along to the next estate? Out of curiosity, I tell the 2 options to the awake elf and ask what she wants to do. Not surprisingly, her opinion is to go to the ship, but her reason is the 2 who haven't woken up. Deciding she has a point, I lead her into an alley where we won't be seen. Just as I am about to open the gate, I have a sudden idea, so I use some pure energy. By using it to enhance the mana, I can use a lot less mana to open the gate. It means using up some of the pure energy, but I prefer that to not saving all the elves. In the end, opening the gate uses up about a quarter of the pure energy I have. However, the amount of mana required is about a tenth of what it normally takes. Once the gate is open, I hand the 2 still sleeping elves to the awake one. She struggles a bit, but with some help she is able to hold on to them and walk through the gate. As soon as she is through, I cut off the mana supply and let the gate close. Then I turn and head for the next estate, avoiding the patrols of city guards after the commotion I caused at the other 2 estates. It is no surprise that the guards are out in force. However, unless they get in my way, I plan to leave them alone. Killing them would just waste time. The next estate only has 2 elves, but it is right next to another estate that has elves. So, my plan right now is to try and hit both estates before gating the elves back to the ship. However, it is only a rough idea. I will make whatever changes I need to. Since the estates are right next to each other, I want to try and avoid making a big fuss. So, instead of killing the gate guards, I find a quiet spot and jump over the fence. When I scan the estate with mana, I find that the 2 elves are in the main building on the upper floor. That means the chances of me doing this quietly are a lot lower than I was hoping. However, I still plan to try, so I sneak across the grounds to the main building. I manage to avoid being spotted by the patrols, but all the doors of the main building are guarded. However, I quickly spot a balcony on the upper floor, and that is where I want to go anyway. So I jump up onto the balcony and manage to land silently. None of the guards notice me. The only sound I make is the snap of the lock as I open the balcony door. Luckily, that sound is not enough to wake up the occupants of the master bedroom, which is where I find myself when I walk through the balcony door. The room is dominated by a huge bed, where the 2 elves and a human are sleeping. All 3 are naked, but the 2 elves are chained to the bed and covered in bruises. While not as bad as the other elves I have found, they are obviously not in good shape. The human looks to be in his 40s, big and muscular, but carrying some extra weight. It is obvious what has been done to the 2 women, and it makes me want to kill the human. Slowly. Unfortunately, that would involve a lot of noise and lower my chances of getting the other elves. So I reach over and cover his mouth. Then as he wakes up, I activate Dark Mark. Chapter 807. The human wakes up, but my grip on his face keeps his screams muffled. The 2 elven women wake up, but when they see me, they stay quiet and just watch the human die. It takes a few minutes, but that is only a small fraction of what he deserves. Once he is dead, I heal the 2 elves, and then say a quick prayer to get my divine energy refilled. Then, I free the 2 elves and turn my back to them while they get dressed. As they are getting dressed, I scan around the room to see if the human has any gold hidden away. It turns out that he does, but when I locate it, I have to struggle not to laugh. The gold is hidden in a secret compartment under the huge bathtub in the next room. Since there is no one nearby, I go ahead and break the compartment open and empty it into my pouch. By the time I am done, the 2 elves are dressed and ready to go, so I quickly explain things to them. Surprisingly, they are willing to stay with me and go along to rescue the others. It seems that they are not as broken as some of the others I have rescued. So I pick the 2 of them up, one in each arm, and jump down from the balcony. Then, I carry them to the side of the estate that borders the other estate. I wait a few minutes until there is a gap in the patrols and then jump over the fence. Only after I have moved through the patrols and gotten close to the main house do I put the 2 elves down. Then I send out my mana to find the elves and learn the layout of the estate. This time, I find the elves in a basement room that has a big bed and several other things. Immediately, my first instinct is to keep the girls with me from seeing that room. However, after thinking for a second, I decide that isn't the right move, not after what they have been through. All four have been through things I can't even describe. It won't help for me to try and shelter them now. So, with the two of them following me, I head around to the back of the estate house. There is a small set of stairs that leads to a basement access without going through the house. It is probably for bringing in bulk supplies, but right now it is the best way in for us. Not only is it not guarded, but the door only has a simple physical lock on it. The lock doesn't even slow me down, but the door leads us into the far end of the basement from where the elves are. However, that doesn't present any problem since there is no one else in the basement. All we have to do is walk across the basement, dodging stacks of crates, and open a door. The two elves we are looking for are locked in tiny cages that are suspended from the ceiling. They are naked and bound, but not as bruised as I was expecting them to be. Their eyes light up when they spot us, and even more so when I lower and open the cages. Once they are out of the cages, I remove their restraints and heal them. Luckily, the two I rescued first explained things to the other two so I don't have to repeat myself. Again, the last estate isn't anywhere near this one, so I plan to send these four through the gate. In fact, the last estate is almost outside the nobles area, which is why I left it for last. There will be a lot of city guards patrolling between here and there. That is the main reason I am going to open a gate here. It is harder for 5 people to sneak around. Again, I use pure energy to enhance my mana, and then use it to open the gate. Once the elves have gone through, I close the gate, but I don't leave immediately. While I didn't want to cause a fuss earlier, now it can be used to my advantage. After the earlier estates, the city guards should be out in full force throughout the nobles area. However, if I do something flashy here, it should draw the guards away from my target. Besides, after what I am guessing was done to the elves, just leaving doesn't sit well with me. So I walk over to the exit. But before I leave, I turn back and ignite all of the crates in the basement. A nice big fire should attract all of the city guard patrols and give me a clear path. With the fire starting in the basement, there shouldn't be much chance of the noble getting out. Just to be sure, once I am out of the house, I hang around for a bit to watch. If the noble actually manages to get out of the house, I will kill him before I leave. However, it turns out that my caution wasn't necessary. No one makes it out of the house. It makes me feel kind of bad for the servants, but not enough that I will lose sleep over it. I feel like it should bother me more since I used to be a human, but for whatever reason it doesn't. Once I am sure no one is getting out, I jump over the fence and head for the last estate. On the way, I have to dodge a lot of city guards, all running towards the fire. However, once I am past them, I don't see anyone else on my way to my target. When I reach the estate, I am a little confused. It really doesn't look like much. It is not much bigger than a normal house. In fact, I have seen bigger in the merchants area. This either belongs to a really poor noble family or a really rich merchant. Considering what I was told about the cost of elves, I am really surprised that there are two here. That makes me think that the estate belonging to a rich merchant is more likely. I just hope it isn't the merchant I had dinner with since I kind of liked him. When I get closer to the estate and take a look at the guards, my guess is confirmed. The guards are not wearing uniforms with a noble symbol. The symbol is that of a merchant group. As such, I decide to avoid killing the guards as much as I can. So I jump over the fence. There are only a few guards patrolling the small grounds, and they are easy enough to avoid. Once I am close to the house, I scan with my mana to find out where the elves are. At first, I can't find them. But after spending some more mana, I find them in a secret room. The reason I missed it at first is because the secret room isn't a part of the house. It is actually under the stables, which is the only outbuilding the estate has. From the scan, I can tell there is no one in the stables, and currently only the elves in the hidden room. So, I head over to the stables and then use a little more mana to keep the horses calm. Even shape-shifted, I still smell like a predator, so keeping the hoses from panicking is important. That kind of noise would definitely bring the guards running over to investigate. Chapter 808. Luckily, thanks to my mana scan, I know exactly where the entrance to the hidden room is. If not, I would have had to waste a lot of time looking for the entrance, which is hidden under some hay. To my surprise, the hidden room is not another dungeon. In fact, it is even pleasant. It is set up like a comfortable bedroom with 2 small beds, and the elves inside are even dressed. This is different enough from what I have seen previously that I stop and take a closer look. However, I don't find any wards or hidden traps. I also don't find any signs of the elves being controlled. Hello? I am here to rescue you. But this isn't what I was expecting. What is going on here? Riel says. Oh, who are you? I don't recognize you. We are not free, but we are safe here. My name is Ash. Stillwater sent me. What do you mean you are safe here? Greenleaf says. Stillwater is still alive. That is great. But how did you even get here? Riel says. The human who bought us hasn't harmed us. He has been hiding us here to protect us until he can find a way to get us home. There are other people who will answer your questions. Right now I am going to send you back to your people, Riel says. What? How? What about our owner? Instead of answering, I use a small thread of mana to remove their collars. Then, I use enhanced mana to open a gate back to the ship and then push them through. Even as I push the two of them through, they are still trying to ask more questions. As soon as the gate closes, I breathe a sigh of relief. They were giving me a headache. I kind of feel sorry for whoever is going to be dealing with them on the ship. However, that is not my problem. My part of the job is already done. They are rescued. Dealing with their mental health is someone else's job, which is good because I would suck at it. In my old life, I went to therapy a few times, and I could definitely use some now. I wonder if there is someone among the elves who is similar to a therapist. It is not like I have had time to get to know all of the elves, so there could be. If there isn't someone already, there probably will be by the time they are done helping all the rescued elves. Maybe at some point. If someone like that appears, I will try talking with them. Other than that, my only real option would be to talk about things with the goddesses. The problem is that I am not sure I want them to know how twisted some of my thoughts are getting. They worry about me enough as is. There is no point to make it worse. As I am standing there staring at where the gate was and thinking these thoughts, I hear a noise. It is the entrance to the secret room being opened from the outside. When I turn around, I see a human entering the room. This must be the merchant. He is not what I was expecting. He looks too young. Maybe in his early 20s. He is also slender and fit, not overweight like most of the merchants I have met. However, there is more to it. The feeling I get from him isn't someone who would save others. Merchant says, a male elf. Where are the two women who were here? They are already safe. They are back with their people. Merchant says, oh, and where might that be? An island a long way from here. Why? Merchant says, because those two were a lot more valuable than you. I need to know where to go to reclaim my property. I knew a human merchant wanting to protect and free them was too good to be true. Merchant says, well, that makes you less naive then. The girls, but you really should have left with them. If I had left, I wouldn't have been able to check their story. If you had been what they thought, I would have rewarded you, however. Since you are scum, I just need to get rid of you. The merchant gets an angry look on his face, but I don't give him a chance to say anything. Just as he is opening his mouth, I summon and throw the dagger at him. The dagger flies across the room in less than a second and pierces the merchant's head. He is killed instantly, which is me showing mercy, because he didn't harm the girls. He definitely had nefarious plans for them, but he hadn't done anything yet. Despite that, he still deserved to die, but I don't know if he deserved a painless death. However, I am not about to waste time finding out more about him. It is almost dawn. So I spend what is left of my mana to open a gate back to my room at the inn. If it wasn't so close, I probably wouldn't have been able to even open a gate. As it is, I am only able to open the gate for a few seconds, but that is enough for me. Once I am back in my room, I shift back to human form, and then meditate for a few hours. When I head down to get some breakfast, I can hear everyone talking about last night. It is fairly entertaining to listen to the rumors about what happened and why. No one seems to have connected it to the missing elves, at least not yet. Right now, all the rumors are saying that it was another noble family that is trying to climb the ladder. That is fine by me. If they don't know it was about the elves, then the story can't spread and cause me problems. In fact, the reason I am still in the city is to keep from looking suspicious. That, and I thought of a couple of more things that I want to do before I leave the city. The first thing I do after breakfast is head to my favorite merchant group and buy some high-quality cloth. If I am going to keep doing this, then I am going to make myself a cloak. The other thing I do is ask around for information about undead and where I can find them. I still need to find some normal undead and study them to figure out what I need to do for bones. Since I am heading deeper into the mainland, this should be a good chance to find some. It would be easier if this city had an adventurers guild, but merchants have almost as much information. After asking a few different merchants, I find several locations where undead are found. One of them is pretty close to my planned route, so that is the one I will check out. After getting the information I needed, I head back to the inn to check out. Chapter 809. Then I leave the inn and walk towards the west gate. However, I get stopped before I reach the gate. The person who stops me looks like a typical street kid, but it is his smell that makes me stop. Even in human form, I have a very strong sense of smell, and I can smell that this kid isn't a human. Kid says, "You look different, but you smell like the elf who visited the noble district last night." I quickly look around and make sure that there is no one close enough to have overheard. Then I motion the kid to follow me and head into the closest alley. "Yeah, I am. What is it to you?" Kid says. "I know where you can find more elves, at least 10. It isn't safe to talk here. Follow me out of the city." Kid says, "Sure." With the kid following me, I head to the city gate. The guards give us some odd looks, but don't stop us. We walk until the city is out of sight, and then I leave the road and enter a forest. I walk until I find a clearing that is well away from the road and then drop shapeshift. Kid says, "Oh, wow! Please don't eat me. I am not going to eat you. Now it is your turn. I know you aren't human." Kid says, "Oh, what gave me away? Your scent? Under all the dirt, you still smell like a beast, not a human." The kid smiles, and then his form melts and shifts into what looks halfway between a bear and a wolf. He isn't all that big, meaning he probably is a kid. But even small, he doesn't look weak. His head looks like a wolf's, but the body is bulkier and the claws are too big. "Is this your natural form? Can you still speak in this form?" Kid says. "Yes, it is. And yes, I can. I just have to be careful not to bite my tongue." "All right. Tell me about the elves. Also, what is in it for you? I doubt you approached me out of the good of your heart." Kid says, "There is a large bandit group in the mountains. They have hit several convoys that were carrying elves. As for what is in it for me, I want you to save my sister." "Your sister, huh? Why not handle it yourself? You look capable of dealing with a few humans." Kid says, "A few, yes. A couple of hundred, no. Not to mention, if I attack openly, they will kill my sister immediately." "Meaning that they know what your sister is. Is she being held in human form or beast form?" Kid says, "What does that matter? Well, for one thing, if she is a beast, I need to look for a cage. If she is human, she could be anywhere. Not to mention that if she is in human form, how will I recognize her?" Kid says, "Oh, right. Sorry, I am too worried. I am not thinking properly. To answer your question, my sister was captured in human form. Unfortunately, during our attempt to escape, the bandits saw us transform, so they know we aren't humans." That is actually a good thing. It means the bandits will know she is valuable and treat her better. "So, where are these bandits?" Kid says. "They are in the mountains west of here. It is a couple of days' walk. They have taken over an old fortress in a canyon. It is very hard to approach. That is the main reason they haven't been wiped out. That won't be a problem." "Oh, you aren't afraid of heights, are you?" Kid says. "No, not that I know of. Why?" "Because we are going to fly. Switch back to your human form and get on my back." "Oh, by the way, my name is Ash. What is yours?" Keeble says. "My name is Keeble, and my sister's name is Nisha." Keeble returns to his human form and climbs onto my back. But he looks really nervous. He almost falls off when I take off, but barely manages to catch himself. He clings to me for dear life until I gain altitude and level off. Then he starts enjoying it. Flying it only takes us 2 hours to reach the mountains. It isn't the way I planned on going, but it isn't too far off. Once we reach the mountains, Keeble starts directing me until we arrive above the canyon the fortress is in. I can easily see why it would be impossible to attack the bandits from ground level. The canyon itself isn't too deep. but it is surrounded by sheer cliffs that would be almost impossible to scale. The fortress is carved into the rock of the back of the canyon, and there is a defensive wall at the opening of the canyon. To try and take the fortress, by force you would need at least 20 times the number of the bandits. Even with overwhelming numbers, the casualties you would take would be horrible. Unless the bandits kidnap a princess or something, I don't see anyone being willing to spend the manpower. However, the fact that I can fly makes all of the fortress's defenses completely useless. The bandits seem overconfident. There are no lookouts on the cliffs above the fortress. Before landing, I scan for magical wards and traps, but I don't find any. So I land above the fortress and start scanning it with my mana to see what I am up against. What does your sister look like in her human form? As Keeble climbs down, he describes his sister, who I quickly locate with my mana. Aside from her, I also find 15 elven women and about 50 human women that also seem to be prisoners. The elves don't look to have been abused, probably because of their value. The human women aren't so lucky. They have obviously been heavily abused. There are no male prisoners that I can see. All the men in the fortress seem to be bandits. There are a little over 200 bandits, plus any that are out scouting or raiding. I found her. It looks like the bandit leader is using her as a personal servant. She has a few minor bruises, nothing serious. Keeble says, that is a relief. So, what is the plan? We are going to wait for nightfall, and then I am going to sneak in and kill them all. Keeble says, what about me? What can I do? I want to help save Nisha. That depends. How sneaky are you? Can you keep your cool and stay focused? Keeble says, in my natural form, I am very sneaky. As long as my sister is safe, yes, I can stay cool. All right, I plan to kill all the bandits, but the first priority is getting the elves and your sister out. Keeble says, my sister can fight better than I can, but protecting the elves might get difficult. It won't be an issue. As soon as they are freed, I can send them directly to our ship. Chapter 810, Keeble says. What? Really? How? As I am studying the layout of the fortress, I explain to Keeble about gate magic. While I am at it, I explain about the ship and our destination, as well as my relation to the elves. Once I am done studying the fortress, I take out the cloth I bought and proceed to make myself a cloak. Keeble says, would it be possible for Nisha and I to go to the elven ship? I don't see why not, but don't you want to return to your people? Keeble says, we can't, we are outcasts. The ability to take human form is extremely rare in our race. Those who can do it are considered unclean because humans are our greatest enemies. That is stupid. If it was me, I would use you as spies. Keeble says, our leaders prefer to try and avoid the humans. Like I said, stupid. The only way to make the humans back off is to make them fear you. Otherwise, you will just keep retreating until you are trapped in a corner. By then, it will be too late to fight. Keeble says, you are probably right, but we can't go back to try and convince them. My sister and I have been living among the humans for a few years. I would rather go with you and live with the elves than go back to that. That is understandable. I don't think the elves will have a problem with the two of you living on the ship. Once we reach the peninsula, you will have several options on where to live. At his curious look, I start telling him about the peninsula and the races that are living there. Luckily, I have had a lot of experience enchanting cloaks, so talking while I make another isn't a problem. I am not doing anything special to the cloak. It is just another officer cloak. Other than making the cloak, I don't really have much to do to pass the time. When I get hungry and pull some lunch out of my pouch for the two of us, Keeble freaks out. So, as I am eating, I end up explaining the origin of my pouch to him. That, of course, leads to a discussion about the goddesses and how I came to serve them. In return, Keeble tells me about living among the humans with his sister. Most of his stories end up being about what he has to do to get his sister out of trouble. From what he is telling me, it seems that his sister is a real troublemaker. Although, considering that she is his older sister, I should probably not judge her just yet. Once we have saved her, I will see for myself if Keeble has been exaggerating. Keeble and I end up talking all the way through dinner until the sky goes dark. Once it is fully dark, I have Keeble climb onto my back again, and I fly down to the fortress. At the highest point of the fortress, there is a balcony with 2 bandits stationed as lookouts. Currently, the 2 lookouts are sound asleep. It looks like the discipline of the bandits is extremely lax. As I land on the balcony, I lash out with a paw and make their sleep eternal. I wait until Keeble has climbed down, and then I shapeshift into my human form. Keeble says, "What is the plan?" "We are going to keep it quiet until your sister and the elves are safe. After that, I will finish things on my own." Keeble gives a nod and then shifts into his beast form since it is easier for him to be sneaky. I put on the new cloak, summon the dagger to my hand, and then enter the fortress. We will be saving Keeble's sister first, because the bandit leader's room is at the top of the fortress. Keeble doesn't make any noise as he follows me. Even I can barely hear him. There are 2 guards outside the leader's room, and they are even awake. Not that it does them any good. Keeble takes one and I kill the other. They never had a chance. When I open the door to the leader's room, I spot him lying on a big bed. Next to the bed is a girl swinging a fan. That should be Nisha from how Keeble described her. She is wearing a huge set of manacles and a collar. They look extremely heavy. From those, it is obvious that they know she is a beast. A human wouldn't be able to move in them. If looks could kill, then the bandit leader would already be a pile of bloody chunks. She is giving him an absolute death stare as she continues fanning him. She is so focused that she doesn't even notice as her brother and I enter the room. As I step up to the edge of the bed, I realize that the leader isn't quite asleep. However, as his eyes pop open, it is already too late. My dagger slides right into his throat. Nisha jumps and even lets out a partial scream before she catches herself. Then she just stares at me and the dead leader, as if she can't believe what she is seeing. Keeble comes up next to her and licks her arm, making her jump again. Nisha says, "Brother." Keeble says, "Hi, sis. We are here to save you." Nisha says, "Who is the elf? He is a hunk." Keeble says, "That is Ash. Be nice. He is the only reason I was able to come save you." Nisha says, "Sure, I'll be nice. If that is what he likes. All right, let's go save the elves." Nisha says, I can't move quietly like this." When I turn to look at her, I realize that she is referring to her restraints. I was busy trying to avoid their conversation and forgot about them for a minute. So I scan them, but they aren't magical. They just have a normal lock which I pick using my mana. Hiding, congratulations. Skill lockpicking has progressed to level 6. Lockpicking level 6. AGI plus 6, you can attempt to open a lock without a key. Nisha says, "Thanks, cutie?" After answering her with a single nod, I head out of the room, leaving them to follow. Nisha shifts to her beast form and then follows me along with her brother. The elves are being held much lower in the fortress, so I start heading down. We kill any bandit we see, quietly, but we don't go looking for more of them. As we go, I can hear Keeble whispering to his sister. He is telling her about the ship. I am guessing that he wants to convince her that going with the elves is the better plan. He is being quiet enough that I doubt the bandits will hear him, so I don't stop him. It is their choice to make, and I would prefer if they have already made it before I open the gate. The closer we get to where the elves are being held, the more guards I come across. Chapter 8:11. Even though there are more of them, they are only in pairs, so it is easy enough to deal with them. Not that they would be a threat even in numbers, but I don't want them taking the elves as hostages. That is the only reason I am keeping things quiet for now, although it is fun. I was never all that fond of the games that required you to sneak around and assassinate people. Now that I have tried it for real, I have to say it is a lot more fun than I thought it would be. In the end, the 2 of them end up just talking and following along as I deal with all the bandits. The room the elves are being held in actually has 6 bandits standing guard outside it. For the first time, the siblings get to help me. Keeble takes 1 guard while his sister takes 2. I deal with the remaining 3 guards, but they manage to make a little noise. Luckily, there are no living bandits left nearby to hear the sound. No alarms are triggered. When I enter the room, I see 12 elves gathered by the far corner. The remaining 3 are standing in front of them. They look like they are ready to fight to the death until they see that I am an elf. The shocked looks on their faces almost make me laugh out loud, but I manage to hold it in. It is good to see that the 3 of them still have some fight left in them. They have a few bruises here and there, but for the most part they have been treated well. It is fairly sad that the bandits have treated the elves better than the nobles did. Of course, I realize that it is only because doing so would allow them to get a better price for the elves. While I am glad that these elves haven't suffered as much, I still plan to wipe out the bandits. However, first I need to get the elves to safety, so I start explaining the situation to them. To save time, I don't go into too much detail. I just need them to go through the gate. Once they are through, the elves on the ship can explain things in more detail. Have you two made a decision? Nisha says. I want to go with you. I still have some things to do among the humans. After that, I will be returning to the ship. Nisha says, I can blend in with the humans. I can help you. Keeble says, sis, you couldn't even keep up with Ash. He can fly. Nisha says, wait, you mean he isn't an elf? Keeble says, number he is like us? It is only as Keeble is done speaking that he notices the worried looks that appear on the faces of the elves. The two of them have managed to completely undo all my work on convincing the elves. Instead of trying to fix things, I just open the gate and message Stillwater to send someone over. It only takes a few minutes before Silverstream comes through the gate. As soon as she does, the elves that were doubting me recognize her and rush to hug her. It takes her a bit to calm them down, but once she does, she easily gets them to go through the gate. Silverstream says, hi, Ash. Looks like you ran into a bit of trouble. Not really. This was just faster than me explaining what I am and convincing them to trust me. How are things on the ship? Silverstream says, pretty good. The supplies you sent over really helped. How are the girls I sent back? Silverstream says, that is going to take some time. Most of them have suffered a lot, and we aren't sure yet if they can recover or not. That is about what I was expecting. These two are beasts who can take human form. Do you have any objection to them coming to the ship? Silverstream says, no, not at all. Nisha says, I don't want to go to the ship. I want to go with you. That isn't an option. You can either go back to living among the humans or go to the ship. Now choose. Keeble says, we choose the ship. Before Nisha can argue, Keeble tackles her, and they roll into the gate as they are fighting. Silverstream sighs, waves goodbye, and then follows them through the gate. Hopefully, she can keep anyone from attacking the two kids and keep them out of trouble. Once she is through, I close the gate. I will trust her to handle things on the ship. As for me, I still have a lot of bandits to kill and some human women to save. Not to mention, as a successful bandit group, they are sure to have a lot of loot here somewhere. First, I track down and eliminate all of the bandits that are currently awake. I am not as worried about noise now, but I am still having fun playing assassin. The cloak works really well. It even suppresses any noise that I accidentally make. Actually, using the cloak gives me some ideas on how to improve the enchantments even more. Not by adding more, but by making improvements to the enchantments I created. When I get done with the bandit is Fortress, I will take some time to experiment with it. Once all the awake bandits are dead, I start massacring the sleeping bandits. They can offer no resistance, and it is completely unfair. But when has life ever been fair? Considering the condition of the human prisoners, a quick death is more than these bandits deserve. 157 level 3 humans defeated. 47,100 XP gained. 41 level 4 humans defeated. 16,400 XP gained. 28 level 5 humans defeated. 14,000 XP gained. 3 level 6 humans defeated. 1,800 XP gained. 1 level 8 human defeated. 800 XP gained. After the last bandit is dead, I head back up to the leader's room to open the secret room. Inside the fortress, there is a storage room, a vault, and this hidden room. Guessing that the bandit leader kept the best things close to him, the best things should be in here. When I open the secret room, I am somewhat disappointed by the contents. While they are valuable, to me they are rather boring. It is all artwork and antiques. They are all enchanted, but the enchantments are all to maintain and preserve the items. There is really nothing in here that interests me, so I just throw all of it into my ring. Then I head downstairs to the vault and break into it, hoping for better stuff. Unfortunately, all I find are chests and boxes full of gold coins. There are millions of them. It would seem that the bandits already sold anything food that they managed to get their hands on. It is fairly sad considering none of the bandits, not even the leader, had anything decent. You would think they would have spent some of this gold on weapons and armor. Chapter 8:12. After all, if you don't spend it, piles of gold are just shiny and not really worth anything. However, that doesn't stop me from sucking all of it into my ring and taking it with me. Next, I head to the storage room, but this time, I don't really have any expectations. This time, what I find is way beyond what I was expecting. The storage room is massive. It is more like a warehouse, and it is packed to the rafters with crates of food. What catches my attention the most is that the food is all perfectly preserved. However, the room is not enchanted. It is the crates that are keeping the food fresh. To be more specific, there is a rune that is burned onto every crate, and that is the source of the spell. The rune sucks in ambient mana to maintain itself. It is actually impressive. The runes are all exactly the same, like they were stamped onto the crates. Although, from the burn marks, it is more like they were branded into the crates. That suggests a fairly high-end procedure, not something some bandits could come up with. Not even a major merchant group would have the resources to create such a procedure. That makes me think that these crates originated from the Magic Kingdom. But how did they get here? Are these bandits like those smugglers I ran into, working for the Magic Kingdom? If they are, then where are all the nifty magic resources that they should be collecting? It is possible that they were already sent off and I just have bad luck when it comes to timing. Just to be sure, I scan the entire fortress again, but I don't find anything interesting. So, I use the communication amulet to warn Stillwater. Then after 5 minutes, I open another gate. Once it is open, I use mana to start floating the crates through one by one. There are thousands of crates, enough food to feed the elves for a couple of years at least. With what I bought for them earlier, and what is in the crates, I shouldn't have to worry about supplies again. At least, it better not take us years to sail back to the peninsula, or I will get murdered. That is assuming I don't run out of time and die before the girls have a chance to murder me. Once I am down to the last couple of crates, I stop and close the gate. Now the only thing I have left to do is free the human women. The last 2 crates are for them. After all, they will need enough food to get back to a human city. Oh, I almost forgot. There are bandits outside at the defensive wall that I should kill. I should probably do that before I release the women, or they might get recaptured. So, I leave the fortress and go looking for the remaining bandits and kill them. Then, once they are dead, I return to the fortress and free all of the women. Once they are all free, I give them the crates of food and then leave them to their fate. What happens to them now is not my concern, but if they are smart, they should be fine. Since I didn't bother to loot the bodies of the bandits, there are plenty of things laying around. So they should be able to get weapons and armor easily. There is even gold left on the bodies. So as long as they take some time to look around, they should have good odds. As for me, I leave the fortress, drop shapeshift, and then fly into the mountains. Then, I find a decent spot to land and get some sleep until the sun comes up. When I wake up, I have some breakfast. Then take off and fly out of the mountains. Now, I can get back to my original plan, which is to head to what the merchants called a forbidden zone. According to what I was told, this forbidden zone was created by the fall of a city. The city fell to the undead, and the entire area is still controlled by the undead. This includes powerful undead that are intelligent, exactly what I want to study. The forbidden zone is really easy to spot. It has been covered by clouds since the city fell. No weather or magic has ever been able to move them, leaving the area in permanent darkness. The merchants told me many different stories about what caused the city to fall. The truth is that no one survived to tell the tale, so all the stories are made up. It makes me kind of curious, but I doubt I have the time to figure it out right now. I only plan to stick around long enough to find and study a couple of intelligent undead. If possible, I don't even plan to fight any of the undead, just study them. As I was told, the Forbidden Zone is really easy to spot, even from a distance. I land before entering the area under the clouds and use my mana to hide my life force. That should keep the undead from noticing me, or at least it will make me look like one of them. Of course, that only applies to normal undead. Intelligent undead won't be so easy to fool. However, it is the best plan I have right now, but if it fails, I can just fight them. As long as I get a good scan of them before the fight ends, my goal should still be reached. With my mind made up and my mana wrapped around me, I enter into the Forbidden Zone. As soon as I step into the area covered by the clouds, the temperature drops. Not only is it colder, but there is no life at all. Not even weeds are growing. It also doesn't take long for me to start seeing undead wandering around. But they ignore me. It looks like hiding my life force is working for now, at least on the normal undead. Just to increase my understanding, I scan all of the undead that I pass. They are a lot like the Maker's undead. The only real difference is the flavor of the energy that is animating them. So far, it looks like the way Bones is gaining energy will work, but I need to study more. Now ignoring the normal undead, I head towards the ruins of the city looking for intelligent undead. Just as I am about to enter the ruins through a hole in the city wall, I scan something living. As soon as I scan the thing, I crouch down and use the wall to hide behind. Carefully peeking through the wall, I spot someone in a black robe walking down a street. The odd thing is that even though I can tell it is a living human, I can also detect undead energy. My first thought is that he is a necromancer. But oddly, I can't sense any mana in him. The other odd thing is that while the undead are ignoring him, he is being careful not to get too close to them. I quickly shapeshift into human form and put the cloak on. Then I follow him. Chapter 8:13. He is just too odd. My curiosity won't let me just ignore him, so the undead will have to wait. He could also be a clue as to what actually happened to this city. It was a human city, so the downfall of the city was most likely caused by humans. As I sneak along behind the human, I keep myself wrapped in mana to hide my life force. This allows me to go close to the undead in the areas the human is avoiding. These shortcuts allow me to keep him from getting too far ahead of me in the ruins. The strange human moves through the ruins like he is very familiar with them. Eventually, he heads into the ruins of a large cathedral, which is still mostly intact. The top floor has collapsed, so the roof is gone, but the rest of the structure looks okay. Luckily, the windows have not survived, so I easily find a way in without being spotted. The inside of the building is bare, but the sides are lined with columns that give me a place to hide. Inside the room are two more humans and an undead standing where the altar should be. The first human is a man in robes with the same weird energy as the one I was following. The other is a woman in a white dress. Her hands and ankles are bound, and she is kneeling. The undead looks like a skeleton, but his eyes are just orbs of purple energy. To my mana scan, the woman seems completely normal, but the undead has a huge mana signature. It might even have more mana than I do, so I am thinking it must be a lich. Other than the mana and the undead energy in its bones, there is a third energy. This energy is located in its eyes, but to me it feels kind of like life force. I can't help but wonder if this energy is what allows it to be an intelligent undead. If so, Bones is lacking this type of energy and might need it to survive being released. As the human I followed approaches the others, I dart behind a column that is closer to them. I want to be able to hear anything they say, but I also want a closer look at the lich. The more I can learn, the better my odds of being able to help Bones develop it. Human One says, "Everything is quiet. There is no movement from the nearby cities." Human 2 says, "Good. That should mean they have no idea we took the princess." Princess says, "Even if they don't know now, they will figure it out." Human 2 says, "By then, you will have already been sacrificed." Human 1 says, "With your sacrifice, our master will grow strong enough to control all the undead. Then, our army will be strong enough to trample this entire kingdom." Lick says, "Silence. There is an intruder." The two humans immediately shut up and start looking around the room suspiciously. The Lich, on the other hand, turns his purple eyes to look towards the columns where I am hiding. However, he is not looking directly at my hiding place but looking around the area. From that, I am guessing that while he can sense my presence, I am not close enough for him to pinpoint me. It looks like hiding my life force is only partially effective against him, but I was expecting that. Now, the question is, do I want to save the princess or just leave? According to every manga and story I can remember reading or watching, saving a princess is always trouble. From the way they were speaking, it is safe to assume that she is the princess of this kingdom. The rewards for saving her would probably be pretty impressive, but I don't know if it is worth the trouble. She is innocent as far as I know, which makes me inclined to save her. If they complete the sacrifice, then the Lich will be able to command all of the undead, or so they believe. That would put the Lich somewhere close to the power of the Maker, which would be bad. This kingdom isn't far from the island. If the two were to work together, it would be a disaster. Or worse, the Maker could take control of the Lich, and then she would have a beachhead. Not to mention, if the kingdom is fighting here, they won't send troops to the island. The kingdom currently fighting on the island borders this kingdom. So what happens here matters. If this kingdom falls, then the kingdom fighting the Maker would suffer as well. Having a kingdom of the undead on their border would be more important than the island. If they retreat from the island, then there would be nothing to slow down the Maker at all. She could wipe out everything on the island, and then try attacking the mainland. I doubt the neighboring kingdom could deal with two undead kingdoms. When I released the Maker, I just wanted her to cause trouble for the humans. I don't actually want her to win and take over the island, or at least not quickly. So, based on that logic, it would benefit me more to prevent this kingdom from falling to the undead. So, I guess that means that I need to save the princess from being sacrificed. Besides, I am curious about the two humans and how strong the Lich might be. Since my mind is made up, I step out from behind the column where the Lich and humans can see me. Lich says, "Who are you?" Well, since I am going to save the princess, I guess that makes me the hero. Lich says, "A hero, is it? Then I will be sure to raise your corpse as something interesting. First, you would need to kill me. Do you think you are capable?" My attempt to anger the Lich fails and it calmly starts to cast a spell at me. Meanwhile, the two humans move closer, but don't draw any kind of weapons. Once they are about 10 feet away from me, they extend their hands towards me. Instantly, I can sense their unusual energy reaching towards me and start trying to draw away my life force. It is similar to my drain touch, but much weaker, and it isn't able to affect me. The two humans look really surprised when their ability doesn't work. With a shake of my hand, I summon the dagger. But before I can take a step, the Lich finishes his spell. In front of his bony hands, a raging ball of fire forms, and then flies towards me. It looks like an upgraded fireball spell, but since it is fire-based, I completely ignore it. The ball of fire hits me and explodes, but to me it actually feels pretty good. When the fireball has no apparent effect on me, the Lich kind of freezes. His purple eyes even blink off for a few seconds. I guess that is how a skeleton shows surprise. Chapter 8:14. After his eyes flash back on, he starts chanting another spell. But I am not going to stand still. However, for now, I ignore the Lich and head for the two humans. They should be easier to kill. As I advance, the two humans continue to try and drain my life force, but it still doesn't work. To be honest, I am not entirely sure why it isn't working, but I am glad it isn't. When I reach the first of the humans, I swipe with my dagger and tear a line across his throat. To my surprise, the wound only bleeds a little bit, and he doesn't die from it. It must be an effect from the strange energy. Either that, or they aren't humans. A close-up scan shows a heart beating in the chest, so I stab my dagger into it. This time, the human dies. Or at least he appears to, so I head for the second one. Before I can reach the other human, the Lich finishes his next spell, and I find myself encased in ice. The cold does some damage to me, but not too much, and I am able to shatter it with my strength. By the time I free myself from the ice, the Lich is already casting another spell. The human I was heading towards has turned away and is heading for the princess. As I chase after the human, I turn my head and look at the Lich, who is chanting. A moment's concentration is all it takes for me to create and release a lightning bolt. The bolt hits the Lich head-on, but I can't tell if it does any real damage to it. However, it does manage to interrupt his chanting and make him start over. The human is almost to the princess, and I won't catch up in time, so I throw the dagger. Because I was worried about his ribs stopping it, I may have thrown the dagger a bit too hard. Luckily, the princess is on her knees, so the dagger passes over her head and stops in a column. The human stops and just stares stupidly at the hole that appeared in his chest. When the human falls, instead of going after my dagger, I turn to face the Lich. He is still casting a spell, but now that I am paying attention, I can see the mana moving inside him. This is something I haven't seen before, but since I can see the mana, I can also use my mana to interrupt it. Lich says, "That is impossible. How did you counter my spell? How can you cast without chanting? Just what are you?" I told you, I am the hero, Lich says. Wait, are you trying to claim you are a real hero? One of those summoned from another world? That is just a myth. Is it? Are you sure? The Lich suddenly starts chanting again, and I can see a huge amount of mana moving. It looks like he decided to use a huge spell on me, but I am not too worried. As his mana is moving, it gives me a better chance to study his other energies. At the same time, I am trying to see if he is tied to an object like the leashes in D&D. However, I don't see anything like that. He seems to only be tied to his own bones, although the energy level in his skull is far higher than any of his other bones. It looks like the concentration of energy in the head is what supports the life force. If I am right, then once Bones reaches a certain level of energy, he should automatically gain life force. That would make sense, since as far as I know, all undead can eventually evolve into intelligent undead. It has a lot to do with what kind of strength and potential the body had before becoming an undead. Since I made Bones out of the bones of a drake, he shouldn't have any problems in that regard. I still want to find some more intelligent undead to scan and compare, though. It doesn't look like I can learn anything else from the Lich, so now I just need to kill it. The Lich is still chanting his spell. Almost all the mana in his body is becoming part of the spell. I see an opportunity to test a theory of mine, so I quickly move between the Lich and the princess. Then I create a tiny blade out of mana and use it to cut a tiny part of the spell the Lich is creating. It is such a tiny change that the Lich doesn't even notice it and just keeps chanting. Right as he is about to complete the spell, I crouch in front of the princess and use my mana to create a shield. When the Lich completes his spell and tries to release it, there is suddenly a huge explosion. It is so powerful that it blows the roof off of the cathedral and most of the walls collapse. As for the Lich, I can't even find any bone dust after the explosion is over. 2 half-cools defeated. 40,000 XP gained. 1 level 18 Lich defeated. 180,000 XP gained, Princess says. What just happened? Ah, I sabotaged his spell. Specifically, the part that allows the mana to leave his body and form the spell. Without that, all his mana was trapped in his body, and so it went haywire. Princess says, "Did you know that would happen?" Well, I had a pretty good idea. Princess says, "But you weren't sure. If he had noticed what I did, it is possible he could have stopped it." Princess says, "That is not what I am asking. Did you know for sure that you could block the explosion?" I was fairly sure that I could survive it. Princess screams, "So irresponsible." Hey, it worked, didn't it? Princess scowls and says, "So, are you going to free me, or did I just become your prisoner?" Under the glare of the princess, I walk over and retrieve my dagger, then I cut her free. Honestly, it is tempting to just walk away and leave her here to die. After all, I only wanted to prevent the Lich from conquering the kingdom, and I've done that. I will help you get out of the Forbidden Zone. After that, you are on your own. Princess says, "Wait, you don't want to claim the reward for saving me?" Nope. Whatever it is, it wouldn't be worth the trouble, Princess says. What are you talking about? Getting us out of the Forbidden Zone will be the end of the trouble. Are you stupid? The Forbidden Zone is easy. Not killing you will be the troublesome part. That shuts her up for a few seconds. Then she gives me a death stare. Unfortunately for her, I have now had plenty of training in ignoring such stares. So, I shroud the both of us in mana and then lead her out of the cathedral. From the look on her face, she can't seem to understand why all of the undead are ignoring us. However, I don't bother to explain. I just lead her out of the Forbidden Zone as fast as I can. We don't say a single word to each other the entire walk out of the ruins. Chapter 8:15. She is probably afraid that if she makes any noise, the undead will attack us. It is rather mean to keep her in the dark, but it is better than talking to her. The silence lasts all the way until we finally leave the Forbidden Zone and see the sun again. Princess says, "Despite your rudeness, I want to thank you for saving me. Also, I am sorry that I yelled at you." You are welcome, Princess. However, I still have no interest in a reward. You should be able to get home from here, right? Princess says. Yes, I should be fine. Before I go, my name is Seraph. What is yours? My name is Ash. Seraph says, Ash, are you really a summoned hero? Yes, but I was summoned a long way away from here, Seraph says. In that case, if you are interested, I am sure my father would give you a high position. Sorry, but I prefer to remain free. Seraph says, all right, I understand. If you ever change your mind, the offer will remain open. Where will you go now? Back into the ruins. I am not done with what I need to do, Seraph says. Oh, you mean you didn't come to save me? No, that was just a coincidence. I just happened to see the guy in robes walking around and followed out of curiosity. Seraph says, in that case, I am very glad that you were curious. That is the first time I have heard that. Is there anything you need before I leave? Seraph says, some food if you have any, and maybe a weapon if you have one to spare. Food is no problem, but do you even know how to use a weapon? Seraph says, I have had some training with a sword, just enough to defend myself. Well, I do have a sword, but you will have to return it to me. Seraph says, sure, how can I find you to return it? Once and I am done exploring here, I will be heading to the Magic Kingdom, Seraph says. Then you will have to pass through Huzian. I will have the sword delivered to you there. All right, that will work, since she has agreed. I take the fire sword out of my pouch and hand it to her. Then, I start taking out various dishes from my other pouch for us to eat. Seraph's eyes keep getting wider and wider as I pull out one steaming hot dish after another. The pouch of holding didn't faze her. But I guess my food pouch is pretty unique. It is obvious she wants to ask questions, but she doesn't, which is a relief. As soon as she takes the first bite, her eyes go wide, and then she starts eating like she is starving. It is obvious she wasn't expecting the food to be so good. Maybe I shouldn't have fed her. Now, she not only knows about the pouch, but how good the food is that comes out of it. If she tells other people about it, that could cause me some real problems. Just from the description of the pouch, most people will assume that it is an artifact. If that idea spreads, then I won't be able to show my face in a human city without having thieves after me. Or, worse, adventurers. After all, my food pouch is perfect for adventuring. I would appreciate it if you kept information about me to yourself as much as possible. Seraph says, all right, I will only tell my father. Thanks. I'll be leaving now. Good luck, Seraph says. I hope we meet again. With a wave, I turn and head back into the darkened area, leaving the princess to her meal. Once she is out of sight, I cover my life force with mana and go back to looking for intelligent undead. Instead of going back into the ruins, I decide to check out the graveyard next to the city. The graveyard actually has less undead than the ruins, but they are stronger on average. I am hoping that means that the chances of finding intelligent undead will be higher. I don't know if that is the reason or not, but I do find an intelligent undead pretty quickly. It is a skeleton in armor, so probably a death knight or something along those lines. When I get close and scan it, I find that it is very similar to the Lich energy-wise. It doesn't have any mana, but the energy in its bones is even higher than the Lich. Also, just like the Lich, the undead knight has a kind of life force concentrated in its head. The way that life force interacts with the energy in the bones supports my theory. When an undead reaches a certain level of energy, then it should have a chance to gain a life force. If it succeeds, then it becomes an intelligent undead and can continue to progress. Or at least that is my best guess. But if I am right, then it should be easy for Bones to gain life force. Although, it might be different since he is absorbing power from the Maker's undead. The Maker's ancient undead all had more energy than this guy, yet none of them showed signs of intelligence. It makes me wonder if the Maker was somehow suppressing them from evolving. If so, it might have something to do with her energy. So Bones might have problems. Bones, how is your hunting going? Bones says, well enough. When I can manage to find something to hunt. That is why I called you. I found a place on the mainland full of normal undead. I even found some intelligent undead to study. Bones says, what have you learned, Master? From what I can tell, normal undead can become intelligent after gathering enough power. However, the undead of the Maker can't seem to become intelligent. So, I think it would be a better idea for me to summon you over here and let you hunt normal undead. Bones says, all right. Really? Just all right. You aren't going to argue. Bones says, as long as I get to fight. Why would I argue? Summon Bones. Bones appears next to me and looks around. Then he draws his swords and starts attacking undead. He doesn't even say anything to me. He just starts fighting. I thought he had gotten over this. Maybe I made a mistake by having him destroy thousands of undead. So, will you be all right if I leave you here? Bones says. Sure. It beats wandering around searching for undead. Oh, do me a favor. I am really curious what happened to this city. So keep your eyes open for any information about it, Bones says. Yeah, I can do that. As Bones goes back to fighting, I scan him to see where he is at. His energy has improved a lot. He already has more energy than the Lich. It should only be a matter of time before he gets a life force. At least I hope so. I will just have to wait and see what happens to him. Chapter 8:16. For now, I need to head to the Magic Kingdom. Otherwise, I am going to run out of time. All these little side trips are using up my limited adventure time. However, for whatever reason, they keep happening to me even when I try to avoid them. At this rate, I am going to get called back to the ship before I even reach the Magic Kingdom. Although, I guess the elves will sit and wait if I ask them to. But I don't really want to do that. Then again, they are probably pretty busy trying to tend to the elves I rescued. As long as I keep rescuing elves, it shouldn't really matter to the elves if they have to wait a bit. Well, most of the elves, Brightfire would probably want to come join me. She has the hardest time sitting still, not that I am any better than her. After all, I am out here adventuring because I couldn't stand sitting around on the ship. Once I am out of the ruins, I find a place to camp for the night. Then I create a soulscape. The kids show up and start playing as soon as I invite them as usual. All except Eckhard. He immediately comes over to me to get some affection from me. As I am petting him, I tell him everything I have been up to. This helps him to not worry as much. Once he is comforted, he runs off to play with the others, and out of habit I invite Miria. But this time she appears. Miria, you completed the captain's trial, Miria says. Yes, I did. Why are you still a beast? I was sure you would have done something stupid by now. I may have done a few stupid things, but nothing serious enough to alter my race. Miria says, somehow I doubt that. Tell me everything you have done while I was in the test. Since I actually can't remember what was going on when Miria went into the test, I just tell her everything. Starting from going through the portal and finding myself trapped on the island. I don't leave anything out or try to hide anything, but I can only tell her what I remember. It is a good thing that time passes differently in the Soulscape, because it takes me hours to tell her everything. The kids have long since gotten tired of playing and gathered around to listen to me talk. As I am talking, they keep edging closer and closer until Miria and I are completely surrounded. Of course, it doesn't stop there. Once they are close enough, they start fighting for position. The goal of the fighting is who can get their head close enough to get petted. Since I don't want the fighting to interrupt the story, I cheat and grow enough arms to pet all of them. As soon as I start petting them, they all calm down. But Miria starts laughing at me. With all the extra arms, I probably look pretty ridiculous. But I have too many kids. Besides, since it is inside the Soulscape, I can cheat as much as I want. With the kids distracted, I am able to finish catching Miria up to the present. I also tell her I am heading for the Magic Kingdom to satisfy my curiosity. Other than laughing at the kids' antics, Miria manages to not interrupt at all during my story. Miria says, I guess it could be worse. At least you didn't end up turning yourself into an undead. Though, what is with you and princesses? I am pretty sure that, thanks to Krenosha, I can't be turned into an undead. I don't have a thing for princesses. These things just kind of happen. Miria says, they seem to happen to you an awful lot. Relax, it is not like I will ever see her again. Now, can you calm down and tell me what is going on back on the peninsula? Miria says, things have been going well as far as I know. I only came out of the captain's test yesterday, so I am not caught up on everything. Oh, Ambrose did want us to relay a request to you. What request? Miria says. Apparently, he received a request from the president of the Free Union. The request is to borrow Lizzie. The Free Union wants to borrow Lizzie, Miria says. According to what Ambrose said, he thinks they are having a lot of problems with the demons. That would explain why they would ask for Lizzie. I don't have any problem with it, but ask Lizzie if she wants to. Miria says she will probably want to. Yui said Lizzie was complaining about being bored a lot while I was in the test. Just make sure Lizzie knows that she is only hunting demons and she shouldn't kill humans unless necessary. Miria says, I will remind her. So, when do you think you will be back? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, maybe 2 months. Miria says, can't you just gate back? No, it is too far. It would take at least 10 gates at my maximum range, especially to move the ship. That would shorten my range a lot. Miria says, I can understand bringing the elves back, but do you have to bring the ship? Yes. There is no way I am leaving the ship behind after all the work I've put into it. Miria says, what is the use of bringing it back with you? Once you are back, it will become useless. You are saying a ship is useless. You do realize that the peninsula you live on is surrounded by water on 3 sides, right? Miria looks at me for a few seconds, and then she blushes and looks away. It is obvious that she is embarrassed, so I turn my attention to the kids while she recovers. However, when I do, I find that half of the kids have already fallen asleep. With a laugh, I send the kids out one by one so that they can get some rest. By the time it is down to just me and Miria, she is back to her normal self. It feels like it has been ages since I have seen Miria, but now that it is just her, I don't know what to say. Miria says, so, what is so important about this magic kingdom you mentioned? Mainly, I want to try and get my hands on more magical resources and knowledge. Also, I want to satisfy my curiosity and see what a kingdom run by mages is like. Miria says, you will be careful and try not to cause a commotion, right? I am going in disguise, so even if I make a commotion, it won't matter. Don't worry so much. There are very few things that can threaten me. Miria says, you acting overconfident is just going to make me worry more. Chapter 8:17. Relax. I will be fine, Miria says. Famous last words. You really don't need to worry. Mages are the ones I have to worry about the least. I have learned how to counter their spells before they are even cast. Miria says, do you remember what you told me about overconfidence? Not really, but I get your point. I am just trying to get you to stop worrying, Miria says. Well, you made things worse. Anyway, do you have any orders for me? Not at the moment. Find out what has been going on and I will summon you again tomorrow night to report. Miria says, all right. Miria acts with some restraint and only kisses me on the cheek before she leaves the soulscape. It is probably a good thing that I didn't tell her about the change in how the goddesses have been acting with me. She would probably try doing something stupid, either to me or the goddesses. Probably to me since the goddesses are fairly unreachable, but I don't want to find out. The last thing I need is for her to convince herself that she needs to stay ahead of the goddesses. Not that I need to worry too much, at least not before I return to the peninsula. Anyway, it is a relief to know that she survived and passed the captain's test. I still want to try the commander's test, but I am not sure if I will be able to find time to do so. It will depend on how things go with the clans once I get back and how quickly the demons move. For now, I end the soulscape and then sleep until the sun comes up. After having some breakfast, I fly until the next human city is in sight, and then I land. After shapeshifting into human form, I make a few changes to my appearance. Considering the amount of gold I got from the bandits, I have decided that I want to look wealthy. Otherwise, the amount of money I have to spend will make me look suspicious. I still look like an adventurer, just one that is well off. I even use the angelic armor. Once everything is set, I walk to the human city and pay the fee to get inside. The first thing I do once I am inside the city is find the best inn in town and request their best room. Since it is still early, after booking my room, I head out to take a look around the city. The elves should have more than enough supplies, so this time, I am just wandering for the fun of it. As I am wandering through the market district, I eat from a number of food stalls. That reminds me that I still need to ask the goddesses about adding things to the pouch. However, there are churches in this town, so I am not sure that talking with them here is a good idea. The local gods might be able to sense me contacting the goddesses, which would cause problems. I currently don't know enough about how things work among the gods to risk it. Once I leave the city, I will chance it and ask about it if I can remember to. Even if I forget it temporarily, I will eventually remember to ask them. Besides, I still want to avoid seeing them in the soulscape for the time being. By the time I have eaten my fill, I have wandered through the entire market district. The only place I haven't been yet is the slave market. So I head that way. Before I enter the slave market area, I take a firm hold on my anger and force it down. There are a few dozen slave traders in the slave market, all showing their wares. When I first enter the market, all I can see is human slaves for sale. But that changes when I go deeper. The slave market seems to be split into different sections. The first is human, the second is beasts. There are dozens of beasts locked in cages, and even some beastmen in slave collars. I have to fight strongly against the temptation to break all the cages and watch the fun. However, that would blow my cover and attract way too much attention. Beyond the beast section is a third section, but it is almost completely empty. There is only a single slave trader in this section, and this is where I finally see some elves. He has 25 elven slaves for sale, 18 males and 7 females. He also has one other slave for sale, a beast man that immediately catches my attention. That is because his race seems to be the same as mine when I was first summoned. I knew that the Black Lion Beastmen were from the main continent. I just never expected to see one. Both the elves and the lionmen look to be in good condition, which helps me control my anger. There is no one else around, and the slave trader looks fairly upset about it. Since I have plenty of gold, maybe I can just buy the elves and save myself some effort. How much are they? Slaver says, welcome, customer. Which one has caught your eyes? No, I am asking how much for all of them. The slaver's eyes light up, and he immediately quotes a high price. So I turn to walk away. Seeing me leaving, the slaver instantly changes his tune and quotes a much lower price. I turn back and start haggling with him. But to be honest, I am not very good at haggling. However, I do manage to bring the price down a little before I agree to purchase them. The only reason I bothered to try and haggle is because it would be suspicious if I didn't. After counting out the gold and handing it to the slaver, he writes me a bill of sale and then leaves. It seems we were not on the same page. I was looking to just buy the elves. However, it seems that I also bought the lionmen without realizing it. That is fine. It wasn't my money anyway. It is what I took from the bandits. Taking up the chains, I lead the slaves to the nearest city gate, but the guards at the gate stop us. However, once I show the bill of sale and prove that I own the slaves we are allowed to pass, I lead the slaves away from the city until I can find a sheltered spot that is out of sight. When I remove their collars and shackles, the elves just stare at me in disbelief. On the other hand, when I free the lionman, he punches me, but he just hurts his hand. I change my shapeshift to my elven form and tell the elves that Stillwater sent me. Even using Stillwater's name, it takes me a bit of time to convince the elves to trust me. In the end, I give up. Open a gate and message Stillwater to send someone through. Of course, Brightfire is the one that comes rushing through the gate. Chapter 8:18. Brightfire says, Ash, what is going on? Stillwater said you needed help. Yes, convince them to go through the gate. Brightfire says, I thought there was a fight going on. If there was a fight that I couldn't handle, what could you do? Brightfire says, ouch, rude. Just talk to them. Luckily, some of the elves recognize Brightfire, so it doesn't take her long to convince them. Once the elves have gone through the gate, I have to order Brightfire to go with them. After she goes through, I close the gate, leaving just me and the lionman. Grimgar says, You don't smell like a human or an elf. What are you? What do you plan to do with me? Technically, I am a beast. As for you, you are free. Go, do whatever you want. Grimgar says, What? Really? Yes? My only goal was to free the elves. You were just a bonus. Grimgar says you have my thanks regardless of the reason. However, I feel obliged to tell you that my tribe is at war with the humans. If you give me my freedom, it will mean the deaths of more humans. Are they attacking your people? Or are you attacking them? Grimgar says they are invading our lands and trying to drive us out of them. Then I have no problem with freeing you. I won't lose any sleep over the humans you kill. Grimgar says, My name is Grimgar. If you ever run into others of my tribe, you can use my name to avoid problems. That elf called you Ash, right? Yes, my name is Ash. Grimgar says, Then, thank you for my freedom, Ash. Before I go, could you show me what you really look like? Sure, I guess. So I drop my shapeshift, and as soon as he sees me, for some reason, Grimgar kneels. There is a look of adoration on his face that makes me nervous and not sure how to respond. So, I quickly shapeshift back to my human form and motion for him to get up. Grimgar, why did you kneel to me? Grimgar says, Because, according to the legend of our tribe, you should be a supreme being. What are you talking about? Grimgar says, The legend is from thousands of years ago, but we still keep true to it. At that time, a being saved our ancestors and helped them evolve to what we are now. In our most sacred place, there is a wall carved with that being's image. It looks exactly like your true form. Huh. To be honest, I don't really know what I am. It is a long story. But this isn't my original form. To my surprise, Grimgar picks up his slave collar and puts it back around his own neck. What are you doing? Grimgar says, To have met you is fate. Until I have a chance to learn about you, I will act as your slave. My race is known for its strength. Those of us who get enslaved are most often used as bodyguards. So, as long as I follow you around, no one should question it. Why would you suddenly want to follow me? Grimgar says, You said it was a long story, so I will follow you until you have time to tell it to me. It could be very important for my tribe. I just can't ignore this chance. All right, I guess that will work, Grimgar says. Then, for the time being, I will call you Master. Is it all right if I ask what your goals are? I am working to save the elves. Come, we will talk while we walk back to the city. Although, we should probably use a different gate. As we walk, I tell Grimgar about the situation of the elves and about the ship. This leads to me telling him about the peninsula and the situation there. By the time I am done telling him all of that, we have circled the city and entered through the opposite gate. Then, I take him with me back to the inn and confirm that keeping my slave with me won't be a problem. Once we are in the room, I use a little mana to put up a ward that will prevent anyone from listening in. It probably won't stop someone from listening with magic, but it should alert me. Grimgar, are you familiar with the human legends about summoning heroes from other worlds? Grimgar says, I have heard of it, but I don't know much about it. Well, that is how my story starts. I was summoned from another world. However, in my case, things worked a bit differently. Grimgar says, Then you aren't from this world? Nope. As I start telling him about Krenosha and how she summoned me, I take food out of my pouch. As we eat dinner, I tell him how I was placed into the body of one of his tribe. Then I do my best to explain all the things that have happened to me since then. Grimgar says, You have gone through all of this in a year. Yeah. I guess it has been about that long, Grimgar says. That is amazing. What is worse is I get the feeling you aren't telling me everything. No, I am not. I am trying to stick to what is related to my current form. That is what you want to learn about, right? Grimgar says. Yes, absolutely. It seems that the most important aspect is being able to work on your core, right? Yes, that is the best way. I don't recommend trying to go through the crazy path of evolutions that I took. Grimgar says, Then can you teach me how to work on my core? Sure, but it will take a couple of days at least. Grimgar says, No problem. However, if possible, I want you to keep teaching me until I am good enough to teach others. You want to go back and teach your tribe. Grimgar says, I think this is our best chance of being able to resist the humans. Well, all right. You do realize that means going to the Magic Kingdom with me. Maybe even joining us on the ship for a time. Grimgar says, Whatever it takes, I will do anything for my tribe. All right. I respect your desire to help your people. I will also count it as a way to thank your tribe for the use of one of their bodies. Grimgar says, Thank you, Master. When can we start? I still have some things to do tonight. We can start after I am done, for now. Get some rest. Grimgar says, As you command. Looking outside, I verify that it is already dark out. Then I open the window. With Grimgar watching me, I shapeshift into an eagle and leave through the window. An eagle isn't great for flying at night, but thanks to the city being bright, I can manage. Chapter 8:19. Using the lights of the city as guides, I start flying around and scanning with my mana. However, after doing a full sweep of the city, I don't find any elves at all. I can't bring myself to believe that the elves I bought earlier were the only ones in the city. So I do another sweep of the city, but this time I go slower and use more mana. Still, I don't find any signs of any elves, but I do find an odd area in the city. There is one specific mansion in the city that my mana can't penetrate to scan. Once I have finished sweeping the city, I return to the mansion and land outside. Then I shapeshift to my elven form and put on my cloak, planning to sneak in. However, before I do, I examine the walls of the estate and find a network of detection spells on it. If I so much as touch the wall, an alarm will sound. But it is not just a single spell. Instead, it is a bunch of spells linked together. And if I break one, the others will go off. Unfortunately, they also cover the area above the walls, meaning if I go over the wall, I will be detected. The spells pretty much form a dome over the mansion. They even cover underground. The only reason I didn't set them off when I flew over was because I was higher than the spell reaches. Someone went to an extraordinary amount of effort to protect this estate, of course. That just makes me really curious as to what is inside the estate that is so important. So, using the cloak, I blend into the shadows and circle around the estate. Unfortunately, I am unable to find a single gap in the network of detection spells. As I am searching, I also notice that there are no guards outside the walls of the estate. However, looking through the gate, I am able to find that there are guards patrolling inside. The guards are patrolling in pairs, and each pair has a wolf-like beast with them. Even if I get inside and manage to avoid being spotted, the beasts will pick up my scent. This level of security is really amping up my curiosity, but I can't figure out how to get inside. About the only idea I have would be to set off the entire network and try to sneak in during the confusion. However, that will only work if they don't call for help. If they do, it would attract way too much attention. If I am going to resort to that kind of thing, I should wait until after I leave the city. Before I can do that, I need to wait for the princess to send me my sword. She should have reached safety by now, and this is the city I told her I would be heading to. That is why I don't want to cause a big fuss just yet. So I shapeshift back to an eagle and fly back to the inn. Grimgar is asleep when I get back, so I sit down, open a soulscape, and invite Miria and the kids. Miria says, "Hi, Ash. Hello, Miria. Are you able to report on what has been going on now?" Miria says, "Yep. First, and most serious, the conflict with the Empire has been increasing. The Kingdom, Ilium, and the Free Union have tried using political pressure to end it. Unfortunately, since the Beastlands are not a recognized kingdom, they were unsuccessful. What level has the conflict reached?" Miria says, "The Imperial Army has sent forces into our lands a couple of times. However, so far Leonar has won every single conflict. That is good. How is the army doing?" Miria says, "Really good. The new training has improved their skill level a lot. Also, after all the fights against the Empire, the morale of the army is really high. That isn't too surprising. It is a result of having a common enemy. What else?" Miria says, "The city construction is going well, right on schedule according to Mason. The road network already covers about a quarter of the Beastlands. Good, good. What about the conversion process I left Knived in charge of?" Miria says, "It is already complete, at least for all the beastmen who have joined us. That is faster than I expected. Knaved must have worked hard. Thank him for me." Miria says, "Will do. Oh, you probably already guessed it, but Lizzie already left for the Free Union. Also, Muyan's scouts have spotted the demons. They are building a road across the land bridge. That doesn't surprise me. It is hard to move troops over rough terrain. Tell Muyan to have her scouts do what they can to slow down the progress. Suggest leading beasts to them. Those beasts on the land bridge were fairly strong." Miria says, "Don't remind me. All right, I will tell her. Although I still don't trust her." "Good. Neither do I," Miria says. "Then can I kill her?" "No. Not only do I doubt you could kill her on your own, but she is still useful." Miria says, "You think I can't handle her. You have no idea how much stronger I have gotten." Miria, if Muyan didn't have an extreme weakness to my holy magic, I am not sure I could handle her. Besides, her tribe basically worships her as a goddess. If we killed her, we would have to massacre her entire tribe. Miria says, "All right, I will leave her alone. For now." "Good. Anyway, it sounds like everything is going well," Miria says. "There have been issues and setbacks, but the people you left in charge have dealt with them. It is good to know that my trust wasn't misplaced. I will need all of them to help me run a kingdom," Miria says. "You mean you will have them run the kingdom while you run around, right?" "Yeah, probably." "I am really not good at sitting still," Miria says. "That is fine. Just promise me that the next time you run off, you will take me with you." "I promise. Honestly, I never expected going through the gate to turn out like this," Miria says, whatever. "Anyway, that is the end of my report. The only ones I can't tell you about are Isabella and Ruby. No one has heard from them as far as I know." "That is easy." "Isabella, Ruby, I invite you to my soulscape." Miria and I sit and watch the kids playing while we wait to see if they show up. Due to the time difference, it feels like an hour has passed before they appear. When they appear before anyone can say anything, Ruby throws a fireball at me. Isabella says, "Ruby, what did I tell you about being rude?" Ruby says. "What is going on? I know this is your soulscape, but that still should have hurt you." "It is nice to see you too, Ruby." Chapter 820. Ruby says, "Don't try to avoid the question." Miria says, "Hi, Isabella. How have you been?" Isabella says, "I've been good, Miria. How was your trial?" Miria says, "It was really hard, but very rewarding. I have gotten a lot stronger thanks to it." Isabella says, "Is that so? Maybe I should come back and try the mage trials." "Will my summoning magic work in the trials, Ash?" "It should work. I just don't know if your summons will be useful. When I did them, the golems were immune to physical damage. I would ask you why before you try it." Isabella says, "All right, I will." Ruby says, "Stop ignoring me." "Why didn't my fire hurt you?" "Because I am completely immune to fire damage. In fact, just like you, fire heals me now." Ruby says, "That is not fair." Isabella says, "Is this fire immunity from a technique that can be learned?" "No, I am afraid not." Ruby says, "You don't need it. I would never hurt you, Isabella." Isabella says, "I know that. I just thought it would be nice if you didn't have to worry about not hurting me," Ruby says. "Oh, yeah, I guess that would be nice." "Well, while it isn't a skill that can be learned, there is another option. I have recently been teaching myself how to enchant properly. When I get back, I should be able to make you something to protect you from fire." Isabella says. "That would be great," Miria says. "Could you make me one too?" "Why do you need one?" Miria says. "You have no idea how many times Ruby has threatened to barbeak me." Isabella says, "Ruby." Ruby says, "I haven't threatened her recently." "Only because you haven't seen her recently." Ruby's response is to throw another fireball at me, but that only makes me laugh at her. Even Miria and Isabella giggle when they see her face when her fireball does nothing to me. This sparks an argument between Ruby and Isabella, and they soon leave the soulscape. Well, that was entertaining. We may not have gotten to ask how things are going, but I'd say they are okay. "Oh, yes, I will make you a protective item when I get back." Miria says, "Thanks." "So, anything else we need to discuss?" "Not that I can think of right now, but I will invite you whenever I open a soulscape. If there is nothing to report, you can just play with the kids or leave." Miria says, "All right." Then she kisses me on the cheek and leaves the soulscape, just like last time. For some reason, I get the feeling she is doing it intentionally, but I can't think of a good reason to stop her. Not that it is unpleasant, it is just that her motives worry me. She is planning something. Anyway, I will worry about it later. I end the soulscape and then wake up Grimgar. It is still the middle of the night, but I spend the rest of the night teaching him. The first thing I need to do is teach him how to meditate, but that isn't enough. For him to be able to teach others, he needs to have more than just a basic understanding. By the time the sun comes up, he has made some progress. But this is only the beginning. I am guessing it is going to take several days at the minimum just for him to learn about meditation. However, he is a good student. He listens well and does his best to follow instructions. He is a lot more intelligent than I expected. But that is my own fault for judging by looks. Just because he is big and strong, I was expecting his intelligence to be lower. If he is an example of an average member of his tribe, then the Black Lion race is definitely superior. If they can all bring up the level of their cores, they should become rather terrifying. It is almost enough to make me feel sorry for the humans that are attacking them. Almost. Of course, that will all depend on the members of his tribe and their capabilities. At any rate, once I teach Grimgar, it will no longer be my problem. He can deal with his people. Although, I admit I am curious about his tribe's legend, but I don't have time to visit them. At least, not right now. Maybe I can find time to visit them later. It will depend on how things go. If I can increase my mana pool enough, it might be possible to gate back to the main continent. It will all depend on what happens after I finally get back to the peninsula. Grimgar, would you mind telling me where your tribe is located? Grimgar says, Of course I don't mind. Great. I have a map here. I don't have time to visit your tribe right now, but I would like to later if I can. I am really curious about the legend you told me about, Grimgar says. When I get back, I will be sure to tell my tribe about you so that anyone you encounter will know what our tribe owes you. All right, let's have some breakfast. Then I am going out. Do you want to go with me or stay here and practice? Grimgar says. Unless you need me, I would prefer to practice. That is fine. I am not doing anything dangerous. After we are done eating, I leave Grimgar to practice and head out into the city. I want to try and find information about the heavily guarded estate, but I don't know where to start. Considering the level of defenses, I am guessing the owner is paranoid and will hear about it if I just ask randomly. Other than the slave trader, I don't have anyone that I have had much contact with. The way the slave trader ran off as soon as he had my money, I doubt I can find him again. So I need to make contact with someone else, and the best way to do that is to spend money. Luckily, I still have tons of gold, so spending money isn't a big deal. I just need to decide what to spend it on. The elves shouldn't need any more supplies for a long time, so buying more would be a waste. Although, there might be other things that they could use, like crafting materials. Even if they don't need them, they could come in handy for my crafting later. With my mind made up, I head into the market area and start looking for a merchant. For this to work, I need to spend a lot of money in one place, so I am looking for a big merchant group. They are the only ones likely to have a lot of crafting materials in stock. Luckily, after wandering around yesterday, I know where the merchant group shops are. So, I head there and look around to see which shop currently has the most stock. Chapter 8, 21. Once I figure out which store has the most stock, I head inside to take a look. The store has shelves just like a normal store with various materials and other things on them. I take a look at all the materials and choose the ones that I think are the most useful. Clerk says, Welcome, honored sir. How may I help you? That wood, those 2 oars, and that cloth. I need to know the price and how much you have in stock. Clerk says, The singing wood is 5 gold per pound. The red iron is 25 gold per pound. The saint silver is 100 gold per pound. The spider silk is 3 gold per yard. And how much do you have in stock? I want to buy all of it. Clerk says, just a minute, sir. I will need to go fetch the manager for that large of a purchase. That is fine. Just make it quick. The clerk bobs a quick bow and goes running into the back of the store. He is probably worried he will be blamed if this big sale falls through, but I don't plan to leave. The manager is exactly the person I want to try and get information out of. Manager says, Greetings, esteemed customer. My subordinate tells me you wish to make a bulk purchase? Yes, the singing wood, red iron, saint silver, and spider silk. I want all you have of these 4 materials. Manager says right away, just give me a minute to check our stock and calculate the total price. All right. Manager says, thank you for waiting. The total for all our stock of those 4 materials is 105,200 gold. Since it is such a large purchase, I will discount it to an even 100,000 gold. How does that sound? Instead of answering, I walk over to the counter, take my pouch, and start pouring out gold coins. The manager's eyes light up, and he orders several clerks to start counting and stacking the coins. He also orders his other employees to head to the warehouse and start packing the materials. Manager says, Revered customer, it will take around a half hour to prepare the materials. May I offer you some tea while you wait? Sure. While we wait, there is something else you might be able to help me with? Manager says, Please, speak your request. If it is within my abilities, I will certainly help. I am sure you are aware I am not from the city. In my wanderings, I spotted a strange estate. What caught my eye was this estate had highly trained beasts patrolling the grounds. It made me interested if those beasts might be available for sale. I checked the slave market, but didn't see any similar beasts. Manager says, "Ah, you must mean the Shu estate?" Unfortunately, they train the beasts themselves. Oh, do you think they might sell some? Manager says, unfortunately, I doubt it. The Shu family don't interact with others. They see all non-mages as commoners and want nothing to do with us. So they are mages. Then shouldn't they move to the Magic Kingdom? After all, it is just across the border. Manager says, this isn't something I should speak of, but they can't. You see, the Shu family was banished from the Magic Kingdom and can never return. Ah, that is interesting, Manager says, isn't it? They moved here just 10 years ago. I can't tell you why they were banished because there are too many rumored reasons, and I don't know which is the truth. That is fine. Still, an entire family of mages must be quite the boon for the city. Manager says, you would think so. But the truth is, they have done nothing for the city. Other than buying common goods, they never leave their estate. That is a shame. It sounds like there is no chance I could even ask to buy some beasts. Manager says, not from the Shui family at least. However, there is possibly another option. Oh, what might that be? Manager says. It would require you to travel, but in 5 days' time, there will be an auction in the Magic Kingdom's capital. It is the kingdom's yearly auction, and they would definitely have magically trained beasts. However, they would definitely be very expensive. An auction? That sounds really interesting. Can I just go there? Manager says, no, it requires an invitation. While my merchant group does have a few, our internal rules state we can only give them to customers who spend more than 1 million gold with our group. Well, I do have enough gold for that. The question is, do you have enough inventory for that? Manager smiles and says, esteemed customer, would you care to accompany me to the 2nd floor? What? This building doesn't look like it has a 2nd floor? Manager says, for security reasons, the 2nd floor is below ground. Let's go. The smiling manager gets up and leads me to some stairs down to the next floor. We pass through 3 heavy steel doors that he opens with a key and enter a small room. What surprises me is the room's walls are made of something that blocks my mana, which is why I couldn't sense the room before. Inside the room are 10 pedestals, each with a heavily enchanted glass case on top of them. 8 of the cases have items inside, while the last 2 contain rare ores. To my surprise, one of them is armatite, about 5 pounds from the look of it. However, the other ore is the one that attracts me the most. It is the floating metal. It is about 5 times the amount that I already have, and is more important to me than the armatite. On the other hand, the 8 magical items in the other cases don't interest me at all. I see that there are no price tags, so how does this work? Manager says, these items will be sent to the auction and as such are not for direct sale. However, we will trade for items of equivalent value. As long as the trade is equivalent to the remaining 900,000, then the invitation is yours. In that case, I want these 2 ores. Manager says, all right, what do you have to trade? That is a really good question, and it stumps me for a minute until I remember the stuff I got from the smugglers. There were some plants that are useless to me, so I pull out 5 of the better-looking ones. The manager looks excited, and he carefully examines the 5 plants for a few minutes. Chapter 822, Manager says. Are you offering these 5 plants in trade for the 2 ores? Yes, Manager says. On behalf of the merchant group, I accept. Great. This should be enough to get the invitation, right? Manager says, absolutely. From the manager's expression, I am guessing I paid too much. Not that I care. Not only do I need the ore, but going to the auction is very important to me. That is because I've always wanted to go to an auction, like those found in a lot of manga. It probably won't be anything like those I read about, but I still want to go try it. Besides, since it is the auction of the Magic Kingdom, there are likely to be things I want there. Of course, since it is an auction, the prices will be outrageous. But I don't care about spending gold. Oh, that reminds me. What currency will be used in the auction? Gold, Manager says. I am glad you reminded me. No, it will be the Magic Kingdom's currency. What currency do they use? What is the conversion rate? Where can I go to convert my gold? Manager says. The Magic Kingdom uses a crystal coin as its currency. The current rate is 5 gold to 1 crystal coin. Depending on the amount you want to exchange, we should be able to accommodate you. Can you convert 5 million gold for me? Wait, that will only be 1 million crystal coins. Will that be enough for the auction? Manager says, yes, we can convert that much. I would say 1 million would be enough to buy 2, maybe 3 mid-tier items. However, it wouldn't be enough for the high-tier items. Oh, would your merchant group be interested in buying more plants like these? Manager says, that is actually outside of my authority? I would need to contact one of the owners to discuss it with you. All right, let's finish the current matters. Then I'd appreciate it if you would arrange a meeting for me, Manager says. It will be my pleasure. The manager quickly unlocks the 2 cases and directly gives the ores to me. After he locks up the 5 plants, he leads me out of the room and relocks the doors. Once we are back on the main floor, he sends off a messenger and then takes me into the back room. Manager says, if you could please take out your gold that you want to exchange, I will have my people start counting it. Sure. 5 million gold coins makes a very large pile on the floor when I dump it out. The manager brings people in to start counting it, but they aren't the normal workers I saw before. These people are human slaves wearing magical collars, which surprises me. Manager says, forgive me for not explaining before. These people are all ones who sold themselves to cover debts. We use them for instances like this because they have been ordered to never steal. Since they cannot disobey, it makes them the most trustworthy people we have. While they are counting, can you tell me more about the auction? This will be my first visit to the Magic Kingdom. Manager says, well, since you will be using our invitation, it means you will be sitting in our VIP box. The auction is a 3-day event, each day for a different tier of item. For example, the first day is for all the low-tier items. If that is the case, then I will need to make arrangements for a place to stay. I am guessing that by the time I arrive, the inns will already be full. Manager says, that shouldn't be a problem unless you are bringing a lot of people. Just me and my bodyguard, Manager says. In that case, you can just stay in the manor we own in the capital. Great. It looks like coming to your merchant group was the right choice. Manager says, it is our pleasure to be of assistance. As the gold is counted, the manager tells me some basic information about the Magic Kingdom. Other than the mages being the nobility, it isn't much different than other kingdoms. The main problem is that the laws heavily favor the mages, so getting in a conflict with a mage is a bad idea. That is, unless you are a mage yourself, which makes me tempted to play at being a mage. It wouldn't be too hard. I have enough mana now that I would look like a mage to anyone who scanned me. The problem would be spellcasting. If mages see how I use mana, it would shock them. On the other hand, as a nation of mages, they probably pay a lot more attention to foreign mages. It might be better to stay as I am and try to keep a low profile until the auction. I should also plan some escape routes for after the auction, especially if I end up buying things. Pretty much every manga I read that had an auction had people targeting those who bought high-value items. Even if it wasn't for those manga, I would still be worried. Humans are greedy creatures. Not to mention thieves. I will need to watch out for people I outbid in the auction. The first thing I will need to do is determine if the capital has anything to block or track gates. If not, then escaping will be easy, and I don't need to worry about it. If there is, then things will get complicated and I will need to make plans to deal with it. However, I can't do anything until I get to the capital, but I can't leave just yet. Not only am I still waiting for my sword, but I haven't given up on the Shui estate just yet. Now that I have learned more about them, I am even more curious as to what they are hiding. The key piece of information I got from the manager is that the beasts are magically trained and controlled, meaning if I dispel the sentry net and the beast's control at the same time, it should cause chaos. That will give me a chance to get inside the estate and see just what they are hiding. I am guessing that it is somehow related to why they were banished from the Magic Kingdom. Of course, that is just a guess. It is also making my curiosity stronger. If I can't come up with a better plan, I will attack the estate right before heading for the Magic Kingdom. The slaves finally finish counting all of the gold coins and verify that it is 5 million. As soon as it is verified, two big men come in carrying a chest and put it down before me. When I open it, I find that it is filled to the brim with coins made of crystal. Chapter 823. A quick scan of the chest verifies that there are exactly 1 million crystal coins. So I pick one up to take a look at it, only to find that each and every coin is enchanted. It is only a tiny enchant, and from what I can tell, it is mainly to prevent anyone from counterfeiting them. Other than that, all the enchantment really does is keep the coins clean and shiny. It just goes to show that the mages of the Magic Kingdom are fairly vain. Instead of putting them in my pouch, I store the crystal coins into my ring. Manager says, "All right. Now if you will follow me, your materials are ready." Following the manager, we leave the shop through the back door and then cross a courtyard. On the other side of the courtyard is the warehouse, and inside is a large stack of crates. First, I scan the stack with my mana to verify the amounts. Then I load everything into my ring. Manager says, "Amazing. I don't suppose you have more storage items to sell, do you?" "No. Sorry. I have only come across the materials needed once," Manager says. "What materials do you need? Maybe my merchant group can get them." Since I don't know what the name of the spatial stone is, I have to describe its properties. That is really the only rare material I need to be able to make a storage ring. Of course, there is no way I will make a ring like mine for someone else. However, a basic storage ring wouldn't be a big deal. It is just like a bag of holding. I want to have plenty of money for the auction. So if they can get the materials, I wouldn't mind making some rings. Of course, even if they provide the materials, I still plan to charge them a lot for making the rings. Manager says we call that stone the Void Stone. While it is extremely rare, we should have a couple in storage. The stone itself isn't that valuable because no one has figured out a use for it. Can you really use it to make a storage item? Yes, specifically a storage ring. The one main drawback is that it cannot store organic materials. Manager says, so that is why you took the materials but not the crates themselves. Exactly. The advantage, other than being a ring, is that it can store a lot more than a bag of holding. I can make one ring for each fist-sized stone, and I will charge you 1 million crystal coins for each ring. Manager says, understood. I will immediately notify the owners and let them make the decision. Fair enough. In that case, I will return to my inn. You can send me a message there once the owners are ready to meet me. With an agreeing nod, the manager escorts me back through the shop to the street. With nothing else that I really need to do, I head back to the inn to wait. Once I am back in the room, I have some lunch with Grimgar, and then continue teaching him. 2 hours later, there is a knock on the door. When I answer it, an employee of the inn informs me there is someone asking for me. When I head downstairs, I find the messenger is from the merchant group. He informs me that one of the owners will be meeting me for dinner. After getting directions to the restaurant, I tip the messenger a couple of gold. Then I head back upstairs to continue teaching Grimgar until it is time to leave. Once it is close to time, I leave Grimgar to practice and head to the restaurant. When I arrive, a cute waitress asks my name and then escorts me upstairs to a private box. Inside the luxurious box is an old balding man with a full beard that has turned silver. From his body, I can tell he was once powerful, but he is no longer in shape. Giller says, "Welcome. Please have a seat. My name is Giller, one of the owners of the merchant group. My partners have entrusted me with the authority to handle all issues. First, here is your invitation to the auction. Also, this is a map of the capital. The location marked is our manor where you are welcome to stay during your visit. Greetings, Giller. My name is Ash. It is a pleasure to meet you." Giller says, "Would you like to handle the other business first or have dinner first?" "Let's go ahead and get all the business out of the way first," Giller says. "All right. In that case, can you show me the plants you want to sell?" In response, I take out the remaining 12 plants from my pouch and put them on the table. Giller takes out a magnifying glass and carefully examines each of the plants. He has a pretty good poker face, but he can't control the gleam in his eyes as he studies them. Giller says, "As you can imagine, our merchant group has a lot of funds invested in the auction. Of our remaining available funds, Most have been set for use to have you make some storage rings. Unfortunately, that means we can't currently afford to purchase these from you. However, I do have another option for you. You want to sell these to raise funds to spend at the auction, correct? Yes, that is correct. What is this option? Giller says. First, can I ask what tier of items you are interested in? Middle and high tier? Giller says, 9 of these are low tier, the other 3 are mid tier. What we can do is put them up in the auction for you. The manager should have explained that different tiers are sold on different days, right? Yes, he did mention it. Giller says, the sales of each day are paid out at the end of that day, meaning the funds from selling low tier will be available to spend the next day and so on. All right, I get it. So what % does your merchant group take for selling them for me? Giller smiles and says, 10%. Fair enough. Then I will leave it to you to sell these plants. Giller says, thank you. Now on to the last matter. We would like to purchase 3 storage rings from you. Here are the stones, and we agree to the price of 1 million crystal coins each on delivery. All right, it should only take me a day or 2. Where should I deliver them? Giller says, bring them here. This is my restaurant, just come and ask for me. Oh, that reminds me. Here, this is our merchant group VIP card. It is good in any business we own. Thank you, Giller says. Now that the business is handled, let's eat. Soon a group of waiters arrive, pushing carts full of dishes. Very quickly, the entire table is covered in food. There are all types of dishes, and I happily set about trying all of them. The food is top quality, and I enjoy most of the dishes immensely. Chapter 8:24. After the meal and some idle conversation with Giller, I head back to the inn. There were several dishes at dinner that I would like to be able to add to the food pouch. I am tempted to leave the city for a bit to talk to Saronia about it, but I decide to wait. When I get back to the inn, I wake Grimger from his meditation and give him some dinner. While he is eating, we talk about his progress. So far, he is still just practicing meditation. I haven't even taught him how to sense his core yet. I want him to master meditation first. If it wasn't for him wanting to be able to teach others, I could probably have him working on his core by now. I am really curious as to what is going to happen once he increases the rank of his core. Mainly, I want to see if it is going to be the same as when I first worked on my core. My situation was completely unique, so depending on how it goes for him, I may need to help him. After he is done eating, I give him a few more pointers and let him go back to practicing. Then I take out one of the stones Giller gave me and start making a storage ring. Making the ring itself is easy, and so is adding the spatial enchantment. Filling it with mana takes a while since I have to stop and meditate in the middle. Then comes the real problem, using all of the mana for enchantments. The problem is that I don't want to make the ring too powerful, but I need to use all the mana. As I am trying to figure it out, I get a somewhat crazy idea and try adding a second spatial enchant. To my surprise, it actually works and doubles the storage space of the ring. Even more surprising is that once the enchantment is set, it is perfectly stable. I wish I had thought of this when I was making my ring, but it is too late now. Besides, I really wouldn't want to give up any of the other enchantments that I put into my ring. For what is left of the available mana, I decide to add defensive enchantments to the ring. After all, if word gets out about the rings, then their wearers are likely to be targeted by thieves at the least. Not to mention, they will likely be targeted by rival merchant groups. So, I use the rest of the mana in the ring and stack up defensive enchantments. Once the ring is completed, I put it aside, open up a soulscape, and invite the kids. First, I spend some time giving all the kids some affection. Then I send them to play and invite Miria. Miria says, "Hi, Leonor wanted me to talk to you. So far, they have been obeying your order not to cross into the Empire. However, Leonor wants you to retract that order. He said to tell you that the enemy completely relaxes as soon as they cross the border. You said before that official Imperial Army troops have been sent against us, right?" Miria says, "Yes. Not many, mind you. Only a few hundred, but we have killed the majority of them. In that case, since we are already in conflict with the Empire, then tell Leonor he can cross the border. Tell him I said he will only get them by surprise once, so he should go all out and make them pay. Also tell him to be wary of demons, as I expect they have infiltrated the Empire." Miria says, All right, I will tell him. Do you have any other instructions for me? No, not really. You know the situation better than me, so you can do what you think is best, Mirius says. Is it all right if I lead the knights into battle? Of course it is. You passed the trial, so you are a captain just like me. Mirius says, I thought for sure you were going to tell me it is too dangerous for me. Going through dangers is the only way for you to become stronger. Even the captain's trial is dangerous. Miria says, Are you being serious? Or you just trying to make excuses for all the risks you have taken? Both. Miria growls at me and then tries to hit me, but I just dodge and laugh at her. She then cheats and gets the kids involved, with all of them ganging up on me. While I could probably win if I went all out, it is better to let them win, but I make them work for it. By the time the battle is over, they are all completely exhausted and leave the soulscape. Once the soulscape is closed, I take another stone out and start making the second ring. By the time I finish enchanting the second ring, it is morning, so I have breakfast with Grimgar. While we are eating, I quiz him about meditation to make sure he has understood everything so far. Once I am convinced he has mastered meditation, I start teaching him how to sense his core. Before I can start working on the last ring, there is a knock at the door, so I get up to answer it. When I open the door, I see an elegantly dressed human man who looks to be in his 50s. His clothing looks very expensive, so I am guessing he doesn't work for the inn. He is holding a box, which is about the right size to hold a sword. So hopefully, this is my delivery, Harry says. Greetings, I am Count Harry Henderson. Are you Lord Ash? Yes, I am Ash. Harry says, excellent. May I come in? My mission requires discretion. Sure, come on in, Harry says. Thank you. Princess Seraph entrusted me to bring this to you. Thank you for returning it, Harry says. I don't know the situation and I was told not to ask. My task was to deliver this box and to give you this token. Token? What is this for? Harry says. This token represents the king's authority. You can use it to command anyone in the kingdom below the rank of duke. Why would the king give me this? Harry says. I wasn't told. All I know is that it is a reward for something. I am not supposed to even ask, but if you want to tell me, I will listen. Sorry, it isn't a good idea to talk about it without the king's permission, Harry says. All right, I understand. Now that my mission is complete, I will head back. Unless you have other orders for me? Nope, you can return. Thank you for your hard work, Harry says. It was my duty. Farewell. After Harry leaves, I take the fire sword out of the box and put it in my pouch. That was all I was waiting for. Now I can finally leave this city and head for the Magic Kingdom. Well, after I deliver the 3 rings, that is. So I start working on the 3rd ring. Chapter 8:25. After a few hours of work, the 3rd ring is done, so I take Grimgar and check out of the inn. Then we head over to Giller's restaurant and order some lunch while waiting for him. Giller shows up just as our food arrives, so he ends up joining us for lunch. Giller says, For you to come back so fast, is something wrong? No, not at all. In fact, I am here to deliver the rings, Giller says. What? How can they be done already? I worked through the night to get them done. As soon as we are done here, I will leave for the Magic Kingdom, Giller says. The rings are really done. Yeah? Here, take a look. After handing the 3 rings to Giller, I go back to eating lunch while he checks them. Once he has verified all 3 rings, he leaves, promising to return shortly with my payment. Grimgar and I have finished our 2nd helping of lunch by the time he returns, Giller says. As promised, 3 million crystal coins. Thank you, Giller says. Also, your items have been sent ahead to the capital of the Magic Kingdom. They will be listed in the auction before you arrive. The manager of our branch there has also been ordered to prepare for your arrival. Everything will be properly arranged, and you should have nothing to worry about. Excellent. Your merchant group is really impressive, Giller says. Thank you. We always strive to make our customers satisfied. You have certainly satisfied me. That reminds me, this is my first time working with your merchant group. Just how big is the merchant group? What cities can I find branches in? Giller says. Well, we aren't the biggest merchant group, but we are in the top 5. Every major trade city and capital across the continent has a branch of our group. In that case, I will look for your branches as I travel, Giller says. If you do, just show the VIP card I gave you. You will get the best treatment we can offer. Great! I will be sure to remember that. It looks like going to this merchant group to fish for information was a really good idea. If I had just stormed into the Shui estate like normal, I wouldn't even know about the auction. Now, I not only know about it, but I have the invitation I need to attend and money to spend. Even if those plants don't sell for much, I still have 4 million crystal coins to play with. Since I probably won't ever come back to the Magic Kingdom after this, I should try to spend them all. Once Giller gives me the crystal coins, Grimger and I quickly finish our lunch and leave. As soon as we leave the restaurant, we head straight out of the city through the North Gate. After moving a few miles away from the city, I find a secluded place to camp. Then, while I am waiting for it to get dark, I continue teaching Grimger. After dinner, I leave Grimger to practice and open a soulscape to play with the kids. Only after they are exhausted and leave do I end the soulscape and drop shapeshift. It feels good to be able to stretch my real body after being shapeshifted for so long. After having a really good stretch, I take off and fly back towards the city. When I reach the city, I head straight to the Shui estate and then hover just above the Dome of Detection. Then, I spread out my mana into the exact shape of the estate and prepare my spell. Once the spell is ready, I activate it and dispel the entire Shui estate all at once. Not only the net of sentry spells, but also the control spells on all the beasts and any other enchantments on the estate. Of course, as soon as the dispel takes effect, the entire estate goes nuts. Every alarm in the place is going off and the previously controlled beasts have gone berserk. Now that the detection net is gone, I send my mana down to scan the estate. Of course, with the alarms going off, everyone in the estate is up and moving. What surprises me is that most of the humans, other than the guards, have strong mana signatures. They have more mana than any other humans I have run into so far. If it was just one of them, it wouldn't be surprising, but for all of them to be so strong is odd. It could be because they are from the Magic Kingdom, but something feels off about them. The mages of the Magic Kingdom are probably stronger than normal due to selective breeding. However, that would be natural strength due to bloodlines. These mages have an unnatural feel to them. Yet, I don't really care about that. I am more interested in finding out what they are hiding. So, I ignore them for now and scan deeper with my mana looking for what is hidden. My scan reveals a large room beneath the estate. It is bigger than the buildings above ground. I can sense over 100 life forms in the room, but that is all I can tell from this distance. It seems like the room itself is made of some strange material that is limiting my ability to scan inside. However, I am able to find several entrances that lead down to the room. By now, the mages of the Sui family have all rushed outside to see what is going on. While they are distracted, I land on the roof of the main house and shapeshift into elven form. From the roof, I drop down to a balcony, enter the house, and move downstairs. The entrance to the hidden roof turns out to be in the kitchen, hidden behind a set of shelves full of dishes. Once I find the switch, the shelves slide aside smoothly, revealing another staircase leading down. At the bottom of the stairs is a locked iron door, but there are also magical locks as well. Unfortunately, my dispel was not strong enough to reach underground. I end up having to spend several minutes breaking the magical locks and open the door. When I step through the door, I get quite the shock. The room looks like a modern lab. The walls are lined with glass tubes, each of which has a living being suspended inside. Now that I am inside, I can scan properly. There are just under 100 elves in here. The rest of the tubes are holding beasts, a little over 200 by my count. Each and every tube has red runes floating around it, and there are lines on the floor as well. The lines connect all the tubes and form some kind of magical array. My first impulse is to smash the tubes and save the elves, but that would be reckless. Who knows what might happen if I break the array before I understand it? So instead, I take my time to walk around the room and study all the lines. I quickly figure out that the array is pulling something from those in the tubes. Chapter 8:26. Once it is gathered by the tubes, the lines of the array take it and send it somewhere else. What I can't figure out is what is being taken or where it is being sent. So, I turn away from the lines on the floor and start studying one of the tubes. After studying the runes around the tube for a few minutes, I figure out that the tubes are stealing potential. Whether it is magic potential or physical potential, these tubes absorb it. That explains why the mages of the Shui family felt odd when I scanned them. The array is somehow sending the potential gathered by the tubes to the family members. If they were caught experimenting with this type of magic, that certainly explains why they were banished. They could easily put other mages into these tubes in order to steal their magic potential. This kind of thing is something that would be a threat to every mage in the Magic Kingdom. What is surprising is that they were just banished instead of being wiped out. Luckily, the magic isn't complete yet. It can't permanently take the potential. If it could, then there would be no need for them to keep the subjects in the tubes alive. Now that I know the purpose of the array, I have an easier time figuring it out. The spell they are using is somewhat similar to my drain ability, just weaker and incomplete. Now that I understand the array, finding its core is fairly easy, and I can break it. However, with my knowledge, I can also complete the spell and make it permanent. Of course, I am not about to do that for the humans, but there is something else I can do. At the core of the array is the blood of the Shui family. It is how the power is sent to them. With the dagger, I cut my hand and drip my blood onto the core. Then I insert my mana into it. It doesn't take me long to take complete control of the array. Then it is simple to reverse it. Once it is reversed, I quickly complete the spell to make it permanent and then activate the array. Instead of supplying potential to the Shui family, the array sucks every drop of potential out of them. Because of my modification, it also sucks the life force out of them as well. Above ground, every member of the Shui family screams in pain as they quickly turn into mummies. The only witnesses are the guards who have been fighting the beasts, who quickly run away. Meanwhile, I control the array to direct the extra potential and life force into the elves. For one thing, there is not enough for all of the beasts. For another, I don't want to create super beasts. The beasts are going to cause enough havoc since we are in the middle of a city. I do plan to free the beasts. Whether they can escape the city or not is on them. As soon as all the energy is transferred to the elves, I smash the array core with my fist. When I do, the entire array explodes, and I am surrounded by the sound of breaking glass. The tubes all shatter, releasing all the elves and beasts to fall to the floor. I quickly get up and gather all the elves to one corner of the room. They are still unconscious. Even as I am moving the elves, some of the beasts start waking up, and they are not happy. The beasts that have woken up start moving towards the corner where I have the elves. However, when I drop shapeshift, they all freeze and just stare at me in fear. I give out a soft growl and then look over at the exit from the room. The beasts take the hint. As more and more beasts wake up and start moving around, I direct all of them out of the room. By the time the first of the elves start waking up, all the beasts are gone, and I am back to elven form. The elves are very confused as they wake up, but also excited to see another elf. Thanks to that, it isn't too hard to convince them to go through a gate once they are all awake. As for what effects me reversing the spell will have, I will just have to wait and see. Based on the number of people in the Sui family compared to the number of elves, it probably won't be much. If nothing else, they will probably be good candidates for Core to train as mages. However, that will have to wait until we get back and will be up to Core. Now that the elves are rescued, I can focus on the upcoming auction and have some fun. First, though, I need to get out of the city without being recognized by anyone. Being shapeshifted should make me safe enough, but it is better to be safe. So, I put on my cloak and start sneaking out of the Shui estate amidst the chaos. The beasts are running wild while the city guards try their best to contain them. Luckily, with it being the middle of the night, the streets are completely empty. If it was daytime and the streets were full of people, I would feel fairly guilty. However, the only ones around are the city guards and the guards of the other estates. While some of the beasts are fighting the guards, most of them are just trying to get out of the city. I can't be sure if the ones fighting are just enraged or are giving the others a chance to escape. Either way, the beasts are not causing anywhere near as much damage as they could be. With the guards being occupied by the beasts, I have a really easy time sneaking away. As I follow the path the beast took, I come across a few beast bodies, but many more guard bodies. Luckily, all the blame for this should fall on the Sui family, even though they are all dead. When I reach the northern city gate, all the guards are dead, and the area is quiet. Just as I am about to head through the gate, a small movement catches my attention. One of the wolf-like beasts is trying to crawl towards the gate, but it is in bad shape. There is a sword in its back, and from the way its back legs are dragging, its spine is broken. Despite such a horrible wound, it is still trying to drag itself forward, leaving a trail of blood. Its refusal to give up moves me, so I walk over, yank the sword from its back, and start casting healing spells. Due to the damage to the spine, it requires several healing spells before all the damage is repaired. The beast yelps when I pull the sword out, but other than that, it only whines a little. Once I am done healing it, the beast stands up and looks back at me with shock in its eyes. After a few seconds, it steps closer to me and starts licking my face repeatedly. After a minute, it turns away and runs through the gate howling as it goes. Somehow, I can hear the beast's gratitude and excitement in its howl. Chapter 8:27. It makes me feel good, but I quickly forget about it and move out of the city. Once I am far enough away from the city, I drop shapeshift and fly back to camp. Grimger is still meditating, and even my arrival doesn't disturb him. I decide not to disturb him and lie down to get a few hours of real sleep. Once the sun comes up, I get up, wake Grimger, and then take out a bunch of dishes for breakfast. After we are done eating, I shapeshift to human form, and then we return to the road. On foot, it will take us about 2 days to reach the Magic Kingdom's capital. Of course, flying would be faster, but there is a lot of traffic on the road. It is unlikely, but if I am not seen on the road, it could lead to problems if someone checks. Besides, I don't really have anything I need to do, and I can teach Grimger as we walk. In fact, taking my time and walking might just keep me out of trouble for once. Before lecturing Grimger some more, I let him ask any questions he has. After answering his questions, I ask some of my own to make sure he has understood. Then I go back to telling him everything I have figured out so far about cores. As soon as I tell him about absorbing cores to increase strength, he wants to go hunting. However, I make him wait. Him running off right now would attract attention. When we find a place to camp, I will let him go hunt. I am curious if he can absorb cores. When we stop for lunch, we end up eating and chatting with some merchants. They aren't attending the auction, but they are heading for the capital. With so many rich people heading to the auction, the city will be packed. It is a good opportunity for even normal merchants to make a lot of money. This is a good thing in my opinion. With the city full of people, it will be harder for me to stand out. It also means there might be some interesting things for sale outside of the auction. If it takes us 2 days to reach the capital, that means I will have 2 days before the auction. That should be plenty of time to wander around and look for interesting things. It should also be enough time to look for any elves that have been taken to the capital. Although, searching with my mana probably won't be a good idea. In fact, I am probably going to have to be extremely careful about using any mana in the capital. Who knows what spells the mages of the Magic Kingdom have come up with over the generations? It might be a good idea to not use any mana at all unless I absolutely have to. Once we finish eating, we resume walking along the road and talking about cores. There is quite a bit of traffic passing us, mostly wagons and carriages. Not long after lunch, we are passed by 20 mounted knights escorting a carriage. While this isn't the first such group to pass us, I take note of it because the carriage has a royal emblem. Luckily, it passes us by and keeps going. I was worried that it might be the princess. That kind of attention is the last thing I want right now, especially with witnesses around. At Grimger's urging, I start looking for a place to camp early so he can hunt. However, just as I reach the top of a hill, I start hearing the sound of combat. When I can see over the hill, I find that the royal carriage is under attack. The battle is still going on, but it isn't going well for the knights, and it doesn't look like they will last. The attackers look to have started with around 60 or so people, but half have died. However, there are only 8 knights left, and all of them are wounded. Even as I am watching and figuring out what is going on, another of the knights falls. It being humans fighting humans, I really should just ignore it. But I find I can't. I don't know or care who is in the carriage, but the knights' bravery is something I can't ignore. Despite being outnumbered and half their fellows having died, they show no signs of giving up. Maybe it is how movies in my old world romanticize knights, but I find myself respecting them. With a word to Grimger, I take the fire sword out of my pouch and charge down towards the battle. Grimgor quickly passes me, but that is because I am keeping my speed down to human levels. While I want to help out the knights, I am not going to blow my cover to do so. Besides, I want to see what Grimgor is capable of before he upgrades his core. That way I have a baseline so that I can tell how much his core upgrading improves his strength. So, even as I start killing the enemies, most of my attention is on watching Grimgor. His skills are pretty basic, but his strength and speed are at least double that of humans. However, I seem to remember my stats weren't all that great in the beginning. It seems that Grimgor has a higher starting point than I did, especially if he can absorb cores. If he can, then he could turn into a real monster fairly quickly, even without training. The two of us make quick work of the attackers, but even so, 2 more knights end up dead. Only 5 of the knights are still alive when the last of the attackers dies. None of the 5 are in good shape, but I can't heal them. That would cause huge problems. 17 level 3 humans defeated. 5,100 XP gained, Seraph says. Ash, how are you here? Oh, hello again, Princess. Seraph says, it looks like I need to thank you for saving me life yet again. No need for that. I was just on my way to the capital of the Magic Kingdom. This is merely a coincidence. Seraph says, coincidence or not, you have saved my life for the 2nd time. I don't even know how to reward you at this point, especially since I want to ask a favor. There is no need for a reward. But what favor do you want to ask? Seraph says. First, can I ask, are you heading to the capital for the auction? Yes, I am. Seraph says, that is perfect. Can you help to escort me there? I am worried more bandits will attack. Bandits? Not likely. Take a closer look. They may be dressed like bandits, but they are too well fed and too clean to be bandits. Not to mention, bandits tend to be cowards. They would never fight a frontal battle like this. Knight Captain says, Your Highness, he is right. These were not real bandits, Seraph says. If that is true, then someone is trying to kill me. Chapter 828. Either that or capture you? I never asked. How did you end up in that situation last time? Seraph says, Well, I was sent on a mission by my father. On the way, we were attacked by bandits and my escorts were killed. Then the bandits took me and delivered me to the men that you rescued me from. Again, that would be odd behavior for real bandits. It sounds more like someone made a deal. You as a sacrifice for something else. Considering your travel information has been leaked, whoever wants you dead must be fairly powerful. I have no idea what the politics are like in your kingdom, nor do I want to. But something like this is most likely politically motivated. Seraph says, that doesn't make any sense. Women are not allowed to inherit the throne, and even if I could, I wouldn't be first in line. No one should have a reason to get rid of me. If you married, would your husband be in the line of succession? Seraph says yes, but at the bottom of the list. Then that might be a motive. It could also be someone who was interested in you that you rejected. There are any number of reasons. Seraph says, what do you think I should do? Well, you can't go on the offensive since you don't know who the enemy is. All you can really do is improve your defenses and try to find clues as to who is after you. Seraph says, how can I improve my defenses? The knights who guard me are already among the best in the kingdom. There are still a few things you could do, especially since you are headed to the auction. You can buy magical weapons and armor for them or yourself. You could also buy a powerful beast to be your guardian. Seraph says, those are good ideas. I hadn't thought of that. Well, considering you didn't know someone was targeting you, it is understandable you didn't think of it. Seraph says, that just makes it more important for me to reach the auction. So, will you escort me? Please? Since I am heading there anyway, I suppose I can. Seraph says, yes, thank you very much. If there is anything I can do for you in return, please don't hesitate to ask. No, there is nothing I need. Seraph says, Ash, are you by chance a noble from another kingdom? Meme, no, I am not a noble. Seraph says, that is too bad. My father would never let me marry a commoner. Marry? Who said anything about marriage? Seraph says, why do you suddenly look so flustered? Is the thought of marrying a princess really that bad? If I married a princess, I would have to get involved in politics. the troubles would be endless. Seraph says, but you would become royalty. Isn't that everyone's dream? I don't know about everyone else, but it certainly isn't mine. Seraph says, then I guess I will have to think of another way to reward you. That was your idea for rewarding me. Seraph says, yes, although I will admit it would also be a good thing to me. Much better than a political marriage to some old man. I guess I can't argue with that. However, once we cross the border, I will most likely never visit your kingdom again. Seraph says, why? Has my kingdom disappointed you somehow? Because I plan to travel across the entire continent. Seraph says, the entire continent? That is impossible. Rumors say the western side of the continent is ruled by demons. Those are just rumors. And even if they are true, demons can still be killed. Seraph says, are you one of those people who will risk death just to see a new sight? I wouldn't go that far, but I do have endless curiosity. Seraph says, meaning you are crossing the entire continent just to satisfy your curiosity? Yeah, pretty much, Seraph says. Have you ever been royalty? If not, why aren't you curious what it would be like? I may be a little curious about it, but not enough to give up my freedom. Anyway, unless you want to camp here for the night, we should get moving. Seraph says, all right. How about you ride in the carriage with me? That way we can keep talking. Actually, are you able to ride a horse? Seraph says, of course I can. Why? Then you should ride with me and let your wounded knights rest in the carriage. Seraph says, that is a great idea. Of course, the knights try to object, but the princess overrules them and orders them into the carriage. She basically just bullies them into doing what she wants them to do. I can tell that this is fairly normal behavior for her from the reactions of the knights. She doesn't seem to be an evil person, but she is far too used to getting her way. While I admit that she is very attractive, there is no way I am going to marry such a bossy woman, although it is fairly entertaining to watch her bossing around a group of grown men. While she is bossing around the knights, I gather up the horses and separate out the best-looking two. The rest of the horses I tie in 2 lines to the back of the carriage. Luckily, the carriage driver survived by hiding under the carriage, so I don't have to drive it. However, when I am about to mount my horse, I see Seraph standing by hers looking confused. A look is all it takes for me to figure out the problem. She can't mount on her own. This is not because she is weak, but because she is wearing a long, full dress that restricts her movement. So, I walk up behind her, gently grab her by the waist, and lift her onto the horse. Her face turns a little red, but she still smiles and thanks me. Yet something in her eyes scares me. To avoid thinking about it, I mount my horse and signal the carriage driver to start moving. Grimger stays on foot, but he has no problem matching the pace of the carriage. The only downside is that with the princess riding right next to me, I can't teach Grimgar. However, barring any problems, with the speed of the carriage, we will reach the Magic Kingdom's capital by tomorrow night. We only travel for a little over an hour before we find a good spot to make camp. We could probably push on for another hour before it gets dark, but I decide to stop. The nights will rest better if we aren't moving, and this will give Grimger time to go hunting. However, as soon as we stop, the knights cause a rather large commotion. That is because their wounds have already healed, even the serious wounds they had received. It is only as they are exclaiming that I suddenly remember my healing aura. Chapter 829. I had completely forgotten about it, but it must have started working on them once I considered them allies. For now, they are just showing the princess, but I can't think of any way to explain it if they ask me. Luckily, they don't ask me. They just assume they have been blessed by their god. Honestly, it never even occurred to me to ask about their religion and if they are believers. It turns out that they are believers, and it is ending up to be a good thing for me. I don't even have to say anything. They quickly convince themselves that it is a miracle. As the knights start setting up camp, Grimger leaves to go hunting while there is still light. This leaves the princess with nothing to do, so she starts pestering me with questions. Luckily, she is asking me about the things I have seen in my travels, so I can answer honestly. Since I was summoned to this world, I have seen plenty of sights I can tell her about. I have also faced all sorts of monsters, so telling her stories is easy enough. With the princess distracted by my stories, the knights are able to set up camp in short order, Just before the sun sets, Grimger returns with a boar carcass across his shoulders. The knights accept it from him, quickly butcher it, and put it over the fire to cook. It is a good thing Grimger's hunt was successful. Otherwise, we would have had to eat the dry rations carried by the knights. There is no way I am going to reveal my food pouch in front of these people. While the boar meat is cooking, Grimger goes behind the carriage to meditate. He does so with the core of the boar in his hands, and after a while the core turns to dust. Grimger immediately ends his meditation and looks at me with a huge smile. So, it turns out that he can absorb beast cores, so it wasn't something unique to me. This means the Black Lion tribe will be able to grow stronger really quickly once he gets back. It makes me wonder if Miria and the others could absorb cores now that they have an artificial core. It is possible, but it could also end up being fatal to the one who tries it first. I probably shouldn't mention this to Miria. She is a little too obsessed with getting stronger. It would be best to find an old beastman who doesn't have much time left. They would need to be a volunteer and understand the high risk of death. However, knowing if they can absorb cores or not is a very important piece of information. Although, there probably aren't enough beasts around to provide cores to all the beastmen. It also wouldn't be good to completely wipe out the beasts. They do serve a purpose. Besides, it would piss off the sacred beasts. And even, I don't want to mess with them. That reminds me, I wanted to check out the rumors about beasts above the sacred level. There should be a few here on the mainland from what I read, but I haven't heard anything. I also haven't sensed any sacred beasts so far, but I haven't explored much. The main continent is huge. Exploring it would take me years or even decades. That would be a fun life if I had that kind of time to spend, but that isn't in the cards. So, unless I find one by accident, there isn't much chance of me meeting the greater beasts. It is a little disappointing, but I have plenty of other things to keep me busy. In fact, there are far too many things waiting for me to deal with at the moment. So, I should stop wasting time thinking about random things before the princess comes looking for me. Almost as if my thoughts had summoned her. Seraph comes looking for me. She says it is to inform us that dinner is ready, but it is obvious she has other motives. From the way she looks at me, it is safe to say that she hasn't given up on her idea just yet. Seraph says, "What are you two talking about?" I was just asking if he saw any trace of humans while he was hunting. Seraph says, "Why would there be humans out away from the road? If scouts were keeping an eye on you, they certainly wouldn't be out in the open." Seraph says, "Oh, why didn't I think of that? It is because you have been sheltered for your entire life. If you choose this path, you will get used to being hunted." Seraph says, "You say that like there is another option?" "There is. You could run home and tell your father everything. He would protect you and you wouldn't have to worry about it. However, you would lose what freedom you have." Seraph says, "I don't want that. Is the limited freedom you have now worth risking your life?" Seraph says, "Yes, absolutely. Without my freedom, my life wouldn't be worth living. Then you will have to fight for it. For now, keep that in mind at all times. It will help you change your thinking." Seraph says, "Thank you for the advice. You are welcome. Now, let's eat." We all return to the fire to eat with the knights, but Seraph stays quiet. It looks like she is seriously thinking about what I told her, which is a good thing. She can't stay innocent if she wants to stay alive. Her enemy is probably someone she trusts. After all, it's not easy to get a princess travel plans, not without being a member of the court. Even then, getting the route is only part of it. You also need a lot of men you can trust. Those who attacked were not hired mercenaries. They had to have been personal troops. Mercenaries would have surrendered when things went wrong, not fought to the last man. That level of loyalty isn't easy to earn. Whoever is behind them lost big this time. To have that many men willing to throw their lives away. Something is strange. Nobles should only have household guards. Where is this noble getting so many men? It almost feels like they are raising a secret army. That is normally the story anyway. Maybe someone is plotting to overthrow the king, but that doesn't explain targeting the princess. Whatever is going on isn't my concern. I will escort Seraph to the auction, and then I am done. After the auction, I will return to the ship and have nothing more to do with this area. Besides, knowing me, I will be leaving the auction with an army chasing after me. Once we reach the capital, I should probably keep my distance from Seraph. Otherwise, the people I piss off might take it out on her once I am gone. However, if I just give her the cold shoulder, I am sure she will take it the wrong way. Chapter 830. Seraph. Once we get to the capital, we will split up. During the auction, you should pretend you don't know me. Seraph says, What? Why? During the auction, I am likely to piss off quite a few people. I don't want them to attack you when they can't get a hold of me, Seraph says. Oh, why do you think you will be pissing people off? Because I have a lot of crystal coins to spend, and I won't be polite about winning bids. Between the sore losers and those greedy for my wealth, I expect to make a lot of enemies, Seraph says. That makes some sense. Aren't you planning to leave after the auction? Meaning we won't see each other again once the auction is over? Yes, that is true. However, that was going to happen no matter what. Seraph says, that is not what I want. But I already know that I can't always get what I want. However, I really hope that we can meet again one day. It is unlikely, but anything is possible. This thought seems to cheer the princess up a bit, but she stays quiet for the rest of the night. As soon as she heads to bed, I open a soulscape and play with the kids for a few hours. The nights are taking turns, keeping watch so I don't have to worry too much. Even if they can't deal with an attack, they can at least wake me and Grimgar to handle it. Although I really don't expect another attack, I doubt the enemy can react that quick. In fact, he probably doesn't even know that the attack on the princess failed yet. Since the first attack went over without a hitch, the enemy probably assumes this one will as well. Unless he had someone with magical communication abilities, he should be waiting for a messenger. We should be in the capital of the Magic Kingdom before he realizes the attack failed. So, if I am right, then there is no chance of another attack happening while we travel. Of course, I could be wrong, but it is fairly unlikely given what I know so far. So, after ending the soulscape, I check on Grimgar, who is currently working on his core. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed out to go looking for more cores. However, I don't want him to absorb cores too quickly. It is better to take it slow. Otherwise, his growth might be limited by advancing too fast and not having a good foundation. That is the main reason I haven't been working on my core even though I could advance easily. Although, it has been long enough that I can probably advance again safely now. Since Grimgar is currently in the learning stage, I decide to work on my core and let him observe. Core upgrade progress. 100%. Core upgrade completed. Core rank 3, plus 400 horsepower, plus 200 MP All-Street ATS, plus 5. Thanks to my rank still being low, it doesn't take me long at all to upgrade my core. It only takes about an hour. I could have gone even faster, but that wouldn't teach Grimgar anything. If I was in a rush, I could probably advance my rank by several levels fairly easily. Did you see it? Grimgar says. Yes, it was very efficient. That is because this is not my first time upgrading my core. Practice makes a huge difference. The first time I worked on my core, it was horrible. Grimgar says, Didn't you have a teacher to show you the way? Nope, I had to figure everything out on my own, Grimgar says. That must have been hard. It was. It was also painful. Trying to modify your core the wrong way causes a lot of pain. Grimgar says, I will certainly keep that in mind. Make sure to warn those you teach as well. Trying to rush to higher ranks can have heavy side effects. Grimgar says, I will. Leaving Grimgar to meditate and work on his core, I get some real sleep until dawn. After breakfast, since the nights are recovered, Seraph insists I ride in the carriage with her. For the next hour, she does nothing but ask me any question that pops into her head. Luckily, we reach the border and I am given a break while she deals with the border guards. However, my reprieve doesn't last long. As soon as Seraph returns, she goes back to asking questions. She is not asking anything dangerous. She wants to know the most random things. It baffles me why she would want to know what kind of things I like to eat and drink. She should be asking me for advice on dealing with her enemy. But she doesn't ask once. Instead, she wastes her time asking me about my likes and dislikes. By the time we stop for lunch, she has already given me a headache with her endless questions. Unfortunately, I don't manage to come up with a decent excuse and end up back in the carriage after lunch. Luckily, it should only be a couple of more hours before we reach the capital. Once we reach the capital, we will split up and I should never have to see her again. Well, I might see her during the auction, but I shouldn't have to interact with her. It isn't that she is a bad person, but she is far too pushy about things. I understand that she is feeling rushed because we will have to part soon. However, she knows there is no chance for us. Yet she keeps pushing it. It makes me want to use magic to make us reach the capital faster. In fact, as soon as I think of it, I reach out with my mana and give the horses a little boost. Not enough to make them hurt themselves, just enough to let them speed up a bit. It may sound mean, but the sooner we split up, the happier I will be. It is even to the point that I kind of regret saving her from becoming a sacrifice. I knew it was a bad idea to get involved with a princess. I just didn't think things would end up like this. I even ended up saving her a second time, purely by accident. Could it be fate? Am I going to run into her a third time even though I am trying to avoid her? I have never really believed in fate, but if I do run into her again, I may have to start. Well, I will just wait and figure out what to do if it actually happens. For now, I just have to deal with a couple more hours of useless questions. After hearing why dozens of times, I start to sympathize with parents. It also makes me glad that I never had kids myself. I don't have the patience for that. When the capital finally comes into Sai, I have to struggle really hard not to cheer. When I see the unhappy look on Seraph's face, I am glad that I controlled myself. I start saying my goodbyes immediately, since entering the city together wouldn't be a good idea.